Pokémon, the trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, The Cave Behind the Waterfall. Next to the underground river, the combination of Dragonite and Serpentier performed better than the other side when facing the Horned Goldfish clan. This was determined by the attributes. The advantages of grass and electric types over water types were visible to the naked eye. Without entering the opponent's home court, Serpentier and Dragonite completely suppressed the opponent. The grass energy covered the leaves and vines. Every attack of Serpentier would cause a Pokémon to lose its fighting ability and float to the surface. It seemed that there were flowers blooming around its body. The green halo opened up a vibrant little world in this cave deep underground, and the smell of green grass continued to flow into the nose. Under the stimulation of Serpentier's powerful single grass attribute energy, the green grass field showed unparalleled recovery and blessing ability. Although Serpentier on the other side was not a grass type and could not enjoy the attribute blessing, the effect of physical recovery was the same for it. With the help of the green grass field, one after another yellow electric light hit the river. Along with the tingling stimulation visible to the naked eye, many Magikarp and Horned Goldfish emerged from the river. The strong electric current blew many fish spirits out of the water like a real fish bomb. Boo. The electric dragon was so happy to release the electricity that he even used a powerful and long-lasting thunder. Fortunately, he remembered that, if he jumped down to release the electricity, he would have to climb up by himself, so he didn't jump down. The electric dragon, who had escaped the stalemate of the thunder skill, looked at Zaya standing behind him with a guilty look. Seeing that his boss didn't seem to have any objection to his use of thunder, the electric dragon gradually relaxed. However, he didn't dare to be naughty anymore, and honestly used 100,000 volts for continuous output. In this situation, as the leader of the tribe, the Goldfish King with the strength of a Quasi King was very angry. Since its strength broke through, it has been almost invincible in this area, and has never suffered such grievances. But it was also a little powerless, and didn't know how to deal with it. The old rival, Zubat, never enters the water to attack, and there are not many ways to attack underwater from the air. So for so long, the Goldfish King and Zubat have been playing their own games. Anyway, the living areas and territorial resources of both sides do not overlap. But the two elves who are continuously attacking now are not like this. If this continues, the Goldfish King feels that he will soon be extinct. It spit out water guns and even water cannons one after another to attack the electric dragon. For its own people, the destructive power of the electric dragon is greater than that of the monarch snake. The Goldfish King has a clear judgment. But what makes the Goldfish King desperate is that these attacks are easily resisted by the defense built by the monarch snake without exception. The damage suffered by the monarch snake was even quickly recovered with the help of the green grass field. The electric dragon is just attacking wantonly, not to mention the slowpokes resting on the rocks by the water. They even put their tails in the water to fish, and didn't notice the start of the battle at all. By the way, it seems that I can taste the taste of the slowpoke's tail again this time. Zaya looked at the battlefield, where both sides had the advantage, and touched his chin and sighed. Slurp. Hearing this, Flamel stood aside and drooled. It had been a long time since the last time he ate Slowpoke's tail, but the delicious taste made it unforgettable for a long time. I guess we can still have some left for a snack next time. ZHE also smiled and glanced at his foodie partner. Flamel didn't feel embarrassed at all. Delicious things should be eaten more. This is probably why Farfetch'd is on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, the tail of Wild Slowpoke will fall off automatically, otherwise it and Farfetch'd should be in the same boat. The noise of the battle gradually became smaller, and the victory or defeat of the battlefield on both sides was clear as the number of wild Pokémon continued to decrease. With the rock collapse of the giant rock monster and the vine whip of the monarch serpent, the two leaders, Gulp and Kingfish, completely lost their fighting ability, and the remaining Pokémon fled in all directions. The cave soon returned to silence. ZHE also stretched leisurely, and then it was time to enjoy the spoils. Let's get to work. He took out a small bag and threw out one Pokeball after another. Fighting is the job of the Pokémons, and the post-battle cleaning is up to him. Flame Chicken still followed him diligently and protected him. The remaining few gathered around the Monarch Serpent and began to enjoy the restorative effect of the green grass field. Gangoro, if you have time, check if there are any hidden places or objects with energy fluctuations nearby. Tetsua's voice echoed in the cave. In a field with complex terrain like this, there are generally many hidden places that have not been discovered, and there are likely to be precious materials growing in them. Dangoro, the Pangoro, who is extremely outstanding in energy perception, has long been accustomed to his tasks. After responding in a low voice, he began to work tirelessly. There are not too many Pokémons that were knocked unconscious in the cave. Excluding Magikarp, there are only a little over 20 in total. The strong and healthy Tetsua swung his arms and threw Pokeballs one after another to quickly complete the initial cleaning work. It must be said that it is also a very tiring thing to keep throwing Pokeballs mechanically. Tetsua had guts when he watched the animation in his previous life. Think about the scene in the animation where Zyrossy throws the Pokeball. Basically, no matter how far away he is, he can hit the Pokémon that has lost the battle. Although it is just an immobile creature, the difficulty is still very high. And it is not just Zyrossy. For everyone in the Pokémon world, this operation seems to be a standard necessity. This is simply a bit outrageous. Of course, now this doubt is gone. The reason why people in the Pokémon world can throw Pokeballs to Pokémon almost 100% of the time is because of their physical advantages. Their strength, vision and even muscle control can help them complete the action better. On the other hand, throwing Pokeballs is a compulsory course in the education stage, provided free of charge by the Alliance. If you are not outstanding, you will not be given a pass or promoted to the next grade. So even a student like Zyrossy who is at the bottom of the class is guaranteed to have this ability. What's more, Zyrossy's last place is only in theory. According to Zaya's understanding, if we only talk about physical fitness, even if Zyromeo has undergone strict training from his senior brother RC, he is still beaten by Zyrossy in this regard. Fortunately, the future Dr. Zyromeo is flexible enough in his brain, so he didn't suffer a loss. I'll leave the slowpokes to you. Just get their tails and chase them away. After finishing his work, Tetsuya said to the eager Flame Chicken. Next. Flame Chicken's bright eyes suddenly became a little dazzling in the darkness. In just a flash, it appeared not far from the slowpokes. Flame Chicken opened its mouth slightly and took a deep breath. Then, a surging column of fire burst out. Plop, plop, the sound of falling into the water sounded continuously. Under the huge gap in strength between the two sides, the restraint and resistance of the attributes did not help much. Until the moment when they lost their fighting ability and fell into the water. From Tetsuya's perspective, even most of the slowpokes had not reacted. They did not scream simply because they lost their fighting ability before they reacted to the pain. Tetsuya looked at the joyful Flame Chicken who returned with 7 or 8 fallen slowpokes' tails in silence. He once again experienced the slowness of Pokémon like slowpokes. The pink-skinned Pokémon Slowpoke floating on the water surface drifted along the current to an unknown branch of the cave. According to their personalities, they probably won't remember how they fainted after they wake up. Wait until we go out for dinner to eat it. Zay put Slowpoke's tail into his backpack and said to the tearful Blaziken. In addition to being delicious, Slowpoke's tail also has a lot of energy inside. Eating it now will only make the Pokémon fat, and Zay doesn't want his friends to go out with big bellies. Go. Blaziken sighed, knowing that it would not be that easy. His boss was getting stricter and stricter about snacks. He missed the time when Togekiss and Dragonite had not evolved. At that time, it was such a happy thing to instigate 2 baby Pokémon to steal some snacks to satisfy their cravings. Did Pangoro find anything? Zay ignored Blaziken's lamentation on the side and looked at Pangoro, who was the most calm and reassuring. Dangoro in Zay's surprised eyes. Pangoro nodded slowly. Looks like you're lucky. Zay smiled and stroked the head of Pockis who landed on the ground next to him. Chuck, the skilled and comfortable touch made Pockis squint his eyes involuntarily. As the rocks on Pangyanguo's body kept turning, Zay followed Pangyanguo's meaning and looked at the white silver thread not far away. You mean, behind that waterfall? Zay raised his eyebrows. Oh my goodness, could it be the water curtain cave in Huaguo Mountain? Just kidding, there probably wouldn't be a monkey in it. But the location of this secret cave really surprised Zay. Thinking about it carefully, it's normal. If the location wasn't so secret, it wouldn't be Zay's turn to take advantage of this loophole. The water energy interfered with your perception, so you don't know much about the situation behind. Pang Yangguo's further description made Zay touch his chin unconsciously. His eyes drifted to the flame chicken who was still thinking about life. Next, flame chicken, feeling that he was being watched, shook his head silently, indicating that there were no living creatures behind. Now ZHE was relieved. Then you two should come back first. You probably won't like the back of the waterfall. ZHE said this, and took out 2 luxury balls. Flame chicken and giant rock monster turned on the switch in sync, and returned to their home. As fire and rock type Pokémon, they didn't want to stay outside. As for running to the back of the waterfall, they didn't even want to try. ZHE and the remaining 3 companions soon came to a branch of the capital waterfall not far away. Boom, the huge sound of the water roared, and the splashing water soaked ZHE's whole body. Looking at the magnificent waterfall, ZHE was a little nostalgic. In the last life, he basically stayed at home, and didn't go out to travel. But in this life, he has witnessed all kinds of landscapes with his own eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the last life, who could imagine fighting against nature with individual power? Pockets, electric dragon, magnetic field manipulation, Monarch snake, vine whip. 3 commands were shouted out by ZHE, and the 3 Pokémon behind him used skills at the same time. This is for today, there will be more tomorrow. Chapter 302 Daily Sweep. The rushing waterfall water flow has changed significantly under the effect of the elf skills. With the continuous bombardment of the air and the continuous confrontation of the invisible magnetic field manipulation, the originally torrential water flow quickly turned into a drizzle. The vine whips that extended from both sides of the monarch snake's body built a green ceiling below. For a moment, the waterfall stopped flowing, and the entrance to the hidden cave behind it also appeared in the eyes of 1 person and 3 elves. Monarch snake. Zaya shouted. We have to hurry up. The elves' influence on the waterfall is not permanent. Compared with the nature with almost endless energy, the time they can stop it is only a little while. Unless the water can be boiled dry or even drunk dry. Obviously, the latter is not realistic. The monarch snake quickly understood Zaya's meaning. Under its control, a thick vine whip extended from the green ceiling again, and wrapped around Zaya's waist. The next moment, Zaya took off. He stared at the dark cave entrance not far away, silently calculating the distance. When they were almost in position, Tetsuya stepped on the vine whip under his feet, and rushed directly into the cave from the air. Serpentine loosened the vine whip wrapped around his trainer's waist in tacit understanding. Bang, the sound of his feet landing echoed in Tetsuya's ears. He rolled forward neatly, to relieve the impact of landing, then turned to the outside of the cave, and took out a luxury ball from his waist. Serpentine, Pockets, you two stay outside, to prevent people or Pockets from approaching. Dragonite, you come with me. The 3 Pockets nodded at the same time. The red ray flashed, and Dragonite immediately returned to its own luxury ball. Serpentine and Pockets quickly stopped resisting the water flow. After a few seconds, the silver-white silk covered the rock wall behind them again, and Tetsuya's figure gradually disappeared. Serpentine glanced at Pockets and chirped. Pockets nodded obediently, spread its wings, and floated diagonally below the cave entrance. Seeing this, the monarch snake swung its tail in satisfaction, and then curled up, and huddled on a huge rock beside the river. At this time, Zaya, who had entered the hidden cave, could not see his hand in front of his face, and could only sense the location of the waterfall through hearing and touch. But he was not panicked at all. Leave it to you, electric dragon. The next moment, with the appearance of the pink electric dragon, a bright light appeared on its tail, and the cave, that was originally invisible, became extremely clear. As an important component of the lighthouse, the electric dragon is an essential signpost for sea navigation. The light on its tail can be transmitted to a long distance, and it is no problem to illuminate this kind of cave. Moreover, the lighting of the electric dragon at this time is much better than the lighting of the fire elves. There is airflow, but it is not obvious. It should be semi-enclosed. Zaire silently felt the environment in the cave and defined it. In other words, he didn't have to worry about his lack of oxygen for a while, even though he had prepared for this and stuffed 2 oxygen tanks in his space backpack. Let's go, Zaire said to the curious electric dragon who was leaning against the rock wall and sniffing around. In terms of age, the electric dragon is really just a child. Woo, instead of being unhappy because they interrupted his exploration, the electric dragon squinted his eyes and shouted happily. The cave was not high, and in some places they even had to squat to pass through, but fortunately there was no problem with the width, and the electric dragon and they of normal size could walk easily. After walking through the winding cave passage, they soon saw the faint light coming out of the next corner. He was very sure that it was not brought by the electric dragon's tail. What could it be? Zay thought with joy, and his steps unconsciously quickened a little. So it's this thing. There was a hint of joy and a hint of indifference in the words that came out of Zay's mouth. After turning the corner, the object that appeared in front of him was an evolution stone that he had seen many times, the moonstone. The moonstone, which emitted a faint light, was stuck on the rock wall, illuminating a large area. Zay walked over and pulled it off with a little force. It's okay, it's better than nothing. He shook the stone in his hand and threw it into his backpack casually. According to Zero's test, the quality of this moonstone is 85, which can be considered a good evolution stone, but not enough. For Zay now, only evolution stones with a quality of 90 or above can arouse his excitement. After all, the strength of his main elves is almost reaching the quasi-king level. When he hits the king level, the rare items that can be bought with money will actually help little to break through the strength. Only those very rare and extremely precious items can have a good effect. If you want to exchange it with pure money, the premium is not a little bit. It is a more wise choice to exchange with equally precious items. The role of this moonstone for Zay is probably to sell it to his companions for food expenses. Boo on the side, the electric dragon that had been searching the rock wall, as soon as it came in saw Zay finished storing the moonstone and immediately came up to him. It raised its small arm, as if offering a treasure. A beautiful heart-shaped stone was lying obediently in its palm. Very good. Zay smiled and patted the head of the electric dragon, and took the heart scale in its hand. In addition to the heart-shaped appearance, this scale is also covered with colorful lines like rainbows. It is a very precious craft material. Jewelry stores often buy it at a high price to make jewelry with the horns of sun corals. In addition, sometimes the heart scale is also regarded as a token of love. Although it is not a prop that is useful to elves, it is still valuable. Look for it again. I guess there are still some things. Zaya, adhering to the attitude of thrift and frugality, told the electric dragon. The electric dragon nodded energetically. Time passed by minute, and the small cave was soon explored by one person and one elf. In addition to the moonstone and heart scale just now, Zaya and the electric dragon also found 2 or 3 large star rocks, also called star fragments, and 7 or 8 red and blue ancient prop fragments. The former is a hard rock mainly produced from meteorites, which is probably why the moonstone was born here. Maybe a meteorite fell on this place in ancient times, and then with the passage of time and the change of terrain, this place gradually became the cave behind the underground waterfall today. The latter is a kind of fragment that is not uncommon in various regions. After the efforts of researchers, this kind of fragment is believed to be the material used by ancient people to make elf props, more accurately, the remains of elf props, after they were destroyed. The so-called elf props are actually similar to today's elf balls, but the means of ancient humans are more direct, and these props are more or less forced. The fragments are mainly divided into 4 colors: red, green, blue, and yellow. Many research institutes have been purchasing them in large quantities for a long time. Because they are related to elves, the value of these fragments is even higher than that of star rocks. ZHE also looked around. The bumpy cave seemed to have been enlarged by them. He suddenly felt that there was probably nothing here. Chapter 303 The Beginning of Happiness. Let's go, Tetsuya said to the Dragonite, who finally lost interest in digging. The Dragonite nodded repeatedly. Half a minute later, a figure suddenly rushed out from the inside of the waterfall, bringing up a splash of water. Just when the figure was about to fall from the highest point, Togekiss came steadily to the bottom and caught him. Chaco Chaco, Togekiss boasted. Well done. Tetsuya on his back smiled and patted the little guy on the back. The curled up monarch snake also spread its body and looked at the trainer in front of the waterfall. Togekiss quickly landed on the shore and put Tetsuya down. Thank you for your hard work. Tetsuya nodded to the two Pokémon. Then, his eyes looked at another treasure hiding place, the living area of the Zubat clan. Otherwise, how can we say that trainers are a profession with high investment and high income? For tasks like this, as long as the trainer completes the goal, all the items in the process can be pocketed by himself. Many times, it is not the tasks that make money, but the things obtained during the tasks that are valuable. Of course, non-tradable objects like Pokémons are not included. The Pokéballs that Tetsuya used to capture the Pokémons were also provided by the Yondida group. In essence, those Pokémons have now become employees of the Yondida group. Millions of dollars in exchange for Taquasi-seeking Pokémons. You may have made a profit, but these companies will never lose money. Tetsuya carefully took out a gas mask from his space backpack and put it on. On the one hand, it prevented poisoning, and on the other hand, he did not have any hope for the sanitation of the living quarters of wild Pokémons. 10 minutes later, Tetsuya walked out again with empty hands. Mushrooms, shells, feathers, marbles, springs. He really didn't know why these Zubats were interested in these useless things. Couldn't they collect some valuable things that would be effective for themselves? However, it was not that there was no gain. It was just that it was useless and meaningless to him. Let's go back. Tetsuya shouted to the monarch snake and Togekiss who were playing on the side, and after obtaining their consent, he took them back. The footsteps gradually faded away in the empty cave. An elf with white hair all over its body quietly appeared by the river at some point. The sickle-like horn on the right side of its head seemed to blend into the darkness of the cave. Its red eyes, which looked extremely fierce, stared at the direction where Zaya left. This elf that suddenly appeared was silent and was not noticed by Zaya. Zaya, who was constantly approaching the exit, could never have imagined that an elf appeared in the area where he had just fought. At this time, he could already see the dazzling white light from the sun outside. Beep, the crisp and loud bird song sounded in this forest. Pidgeot was the first to discover the appearance of Zaya. The person in charge and the security captain who heard Pidgeot's cry thought that something unexpected had happened and hurriedly ran out of the camp. When they saw Zaya, they couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on their faces. Did you forget to bring something? The person in charge asked carefully. They couldn't help but ask this question. The battle and search just now seemed long, but in fact, it was only more than an hour since Zaya entered. No matter who it was hard to imagine that the battle could end so quickly. No, it's solved, Zaya said simply, and handed the bag full of Pokeballs to the person in charge. I have marked the Pokeballs of the Taquasi-seeking level Pokeballs in it. You can take a look. The person in charge took the bag woodenly and was a little bit unbelieving. But Pokémon can't be faked, and Zaya didn't know what was going on inside before he came, so it was impossible for him to prepare Taquasi-seeking level Pokémon in advance to fool around. Please wait, I'll go check it out. The person in charge suddenly felt that Zaya's strength might really be much stronger than he thought, and his attitude was more respectful than before. Zaya nodded casually. Just before the person in charge turned around and prepared to leave, Zaya suddenly spoke again. By the way, I found an egg in it. It should be a Zubat. According to the rules, this is also yours. As he said that, he took out a Pokémon egg with a dark blue and light purple surface from his space backpack. This is what he just found in the Zubat tribe's living area. If it were in the past, this Pokémon egg would definitely be taken away by himself and sold on the black market for money. But now he has no need to do such a thing. Of course, the main reason is that according to the Zero test, this egg only has the potential of elite level. If it is a champion level, he will definitely stay. The crossbat is also very powerful. The person in charge signaled the security captain next to him to help take the egg, and Zay stuffed it into his arms. Then I'll wait for your news here, Zay said as he walked to the tree where Pidgeot was staying. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Please wait a moment. Ignoring the words of the person in charge behind him, Zay sat on the ground with his back against the tree trunk. When he came to the shade of the tree, the huge body of Pidgeot on the tree blocked the sunlight tightly, and the comfortable wind made Zay squint his eyes involuntarily. Soon, the person in charge of the construction returned. Master Zay, the reward for this mission has been transferred to your account. Please check it. Hearing this, Zay, who was originally not in high spirits, immediately opened his eyes and swiped his watch. It was indeed credited, and it was even 500,000 higher than what was agreed at the beginning. This is the extra compensation from the company headquarters for completing the task so quickly. Facing Zaya's somewhat puzzled eyes, the person in charge explained. It is indeed a big company. Zaya sighed silently, then smiled and said, "Thank you, I'll leave first, if there is nothing else." This is what he deserves. The time saved is enough to save the Yuanda group, who knows how many 500,000 yuan. Thank you for your hard work. The person in charge bowed again. As for the fact that this wilderness is a long distance away from the nearest city, and it is not early now, the person in charge said that he is not blind, and he can still see the Pidgeot on the tree clearly. Zaya whistled. A huge wind suddenly blew in this small forest, and Pidgeot flapped its wings and landed on the ground. With a habitual turn, Zaya quickly sat on Pidgeot's back. "See you again, if we are lucky," he said politely. "It would be best if the next time we meet, it would be the same as now, both giving money." The next moment, Pidgeot took Zaya up into the sky. It was such a blessing to start a trip to a new area with a day of making money. I don't know if it was because the wind was too strong or because I laughed too happily, but Tetsuya's eyes narrowed into a line. Johto is such a nice place. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Island in the Water. Trainer number 20 to Tetsuya Tamaki. Trainer number 20 to Tetsuya Tamaki. The Pokémon you left at the center has been restored. Please go to the front desk and pick it up with your number plate immediately. Miss Joy's familiar and sweet voice echoed in this small Pokémon center. Tetsuya, who was sitting beside and taking a short nap, opened his eyes and stood up. Unlike the Kanto region, although the Johto region also has technology, the overall lifestyle is more retro. For example, when retrieving Pokémons from the Pokémon Center, even the more conservative Kanto region uses the method of sending information to the trainer's watch as a reminder, but Johto refuses to do so. It insists on calling the number manually. This may be related to the legends of various mythical beasts in the Johto region and its long history. After such a long persistence and development, this style has become a feature of the Johto region. Although he was a little uncomfortable when he first arrived, Tetsuya also found it quite novel. "Thank you, Miss Joy." Tetsuya walked to the front desk and handed over the wooden number plate while taking the Pokeballs of his 6 companions from Miss Joy. "You're welcome. I wish you an unforgettable journey in Johto City." Miss Joy replied very politely. Johto City is a city where Tetsuya went to rest after completing the mission at the Metropolitan Waterfall. Rather than being a city, the size of Johto City is actually not much different from that of Wakaba Town. As the only central thoroughfare connecting Wakaba Town and Kikayo City, Johto City has only one insignificant single-person gym stationed there as a guard. This is probably because the geographical location of Johto City allows the surrounding cities to easily support it if it is attacked by wild Pokémon. The more important reason is that next to Johto City, which is famous for its flower fragrance and sea breeze, there is a waterfall called Blue Full Moon Waterfall. A group of Swamp Kings live on the waterfall to protect Johto City on their own. Don't think that Swamp Kings are not aggressive just because they look silly. As creatures whose diet is mostly meat, groups of Swamp Kings are quite intimidating in the wild. This group of Swamp Kings have been silently fulfilling their duty of protection since the birth of Johto City, and people still don't know why they do this. However, out of gratitude to them, during the annual Swamp King celebration ceremony, people will also bring the spherical objects they need to this group of Swamp Kings. Anyway, these objects will still float back to the river below the waterfall with the water flow the next day. This is also a big difference between Johto and Kanto. In Kanto, you often see elves in the wild and humans in the city fighting against each other for survival. There are no shortage of wandering wild elves in the shadows and corners of each city. In Johto, you can see more humans and elves living together in harmony. People in the Johto area do not think that wild elves will hurt themselves, but they also think that they protect themselves. Many towns also regard individual types of elves as totems and protect each other. If you look into the reason, according to Tetsua's idea, it should be related to the obsession of the people of Johto to call back the Phoenix King. According to the information that Tetsua learned from the Pokémon Center City Tourism Manual, the next Swamp King ceremony will start in about 2 months. He can only regretfully miss the opportunity to witness this beautiful scene. If you are interested, you can try fishing at the fishing grounds on the seaside. Enjoying the fun of fishing in the gentle sea breeze at night is also the meaning of travel. Miss Joy kindly offered her own suggestion while watching Tetsuya constantly browsing through the manual. Fishing? Tetsuya thought for a while. It was a very good suggestion. He hadn't fished for a long time, since the last time he fished on the St. Anne. Although the types of Pokémon living in the water in the Johto region and the Kanto region are not much different, there are still some differences, so it's a good opportunity to experience it. Then Miss Joy, can you recommend where to buy a fishing rod, and where is the best place to fish? Tetsuya put away the manual and asked Miss Joy decisively. When you go to a city and don't know what you should do, it's always right to ask Miss Joy. They are the living map of the city, one of the mottos of trainers. Miss Joy leaned on the counter, put her finger on her mouth, and began to think cutely. It seems that you are not an experienced fisherman, and you don't even have your own equipment. In this case, I suggest you go to a store called Lonely Island Fishing Tackle in the west of the city, and ask its owner. He is the most experienced fisherman in Arjahua City. In addition, the Lonely Island fishery he opened is also the best seaside fishery in Johua City. Miss Joy answered Zay's question with a smile. Zay suddenly felt that his heart was it. No, I'm not Zaya gang. He hurriedly repeated in his heart. It must be said that Miss Joy is really the most gentle group of people in this elf world. You will be affected by their charm unconsciously. No wonder there is a group of people in the elf world who specifically pursue Miss Joy as their goal. Of course, no one knows whether it is for Joy or the Joy family in their hearts except themselves. After thanking Miss Joy again and again, Zay walked towards the direction she pointed in the afterglow of the sunset. Johua City is indeed not big. Following Miss Joy's instructions, Zay crossed 3 streets and saw the fishing tackle shop she mentioned. It was not shabby, but it looked very old, and even the door was a hand-pulled roller shutter. Dong Zaya walked up and knocked on the pillar next to him. Hello, is anyone there? I came here to buy a fishing rod as recommended by Miss Joy. No one answered from inside. Zaya repeated it again, but there was still no sound. Looking at the open for business sign at the door, he thought about it and stepped in. Wow, as soon as he entered the store, Zaya was attracted by the various fishing rods hanging on the wall. The special limited edition good fishing rods produced by the famous super large fisheries in Kanto and Johto were all hung casually on the wall, and there were also several powerful fishing rods signed by fishing masters. He now began to believe Miss Joy's statement that the store owner was a fishing master. A powerful fishing rod is not common. This kind of item, which is considered as the most advanced tool among fishing rods, is as rare as some elf props. And there are even fewer powerful fishing rods with the signature of the master, because this means that the fishing master has won some great honors with this fishing rod. Usually only recognized opponents can be given such a powerful fishing rod, and ordinary people can't get it. Looking at it, ZHE saw a map of Johua City hanging on the wall, and he subconsciously uttered a questioning nasal sound. Unlike the map of Johua City in his memory, this map shows that there is a large island next to Johua City, but this does not match his cognition. This is an isolated island. A deep middle-aged male voice sounded beside ZHE. Island? ZHE asked curiously. Of course, he was not scared by this man. His trained perception is not fake. Even if he did not open the maximum cordon, he would not be unresponsive to people approaching him. Well, this is also the origin of the name of my shop. The man, the owner of the fishing tackle shop, said slowly. Joe, I asked you to come, right? How much money did you prepare? The shopkeeper walked behind the counter and asked directly. Is there a cap? ZHE said hesitantly. Having just made a fortune, he felt that he had the confidence to do so. The shopkeeper chuckled and said, it's probably unrealistic to have a cap. Fishing rods are just tools, not props. I see that you have excellent physical fitness. If it's your first time fishing, I suggest you use a good fishing rod of this type. He took out a not too big box from under the counter very naturally, and then took out a very long red fishing rod from it. ZHE took it, and shook it in his hand. He didn't pay attention to the feel of it. He continued to ask questions to satisfy his curiosity. I want to know if this isolated island really exists. ZHE's intuition told him that there should be a lot of good things on this island. The shopkeeper glanced at him and said, many trainers have asked the same question as you. I can only tell you that it does exist, because I have been there, but it's more specific. The shopkeeper laughed again. You have to pay more. My back hurts. I'll get up tomorrow morning and continue writing. Chapter 305. The fisherman never goes empty-handed. ZHE was stunned by the sudden taunting of the shop owner, and he uttered a questioning sound of disbelief. What? The shop owner replied lazily. It's not easy to run a business these days. It's not too much to charge you for information. It's not too much. ZHE subconsciously followed the shop owner's thoughts, but he quickly reacted. How many people have bought this information? ZHE asked speechlessly. Probably 500 or 600? The shop owner pondered for a moment and gave an answer that made ZHE vomit blood. ZHE closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he had regained his expressionless look. He really shouldn't have any expectations for this kind of obvious information hanging on the wall. I want this fishing rod. How much is it? Without caring about the map, ZHE made a few hook throwing movements to feel the feel of the fishing rod in his hand. After feeling that it was very good, he asked the shop owner. 10,000, no bargaining. The shop owner said a high price. Tetsuya frowned. He was not a sucker who was willing to be ripped off. Even for a good fishing rod, the price was too high. By the way, I can tell you the information about the isolated island for free, as a gift, when you buy a fishing rod from me. The shopkeeper showed a sly smile on his face. Tetsuya was almost laughing at the middle-aged man in front of him, but after thinking about it, he readily agreed. This underwater island, that does not exist on the normal map, is indeed very tempting to him. Or in other words, it is very tempting to every trainer. Presumably, the other trainers who bought the information have the same idea as him. Being cheated. Tetsuya said that he should not worry about this problem. Besides, it didn't cost much more. Excuse me, are you going to pay by watch transfer, cash, or credit card? The shopkeeper asked Tetsuya skillfully while putting the fishing rod into the box. Tetsuya took out the Alliance card from his pocket and indicated to pay by credit card. By the way, shopkeeper, do you have those special fishing rods? While paying, Tetsuya asked the shopkeeper again. He was still very confident about the quality of everything in this fishing tackle shop. On the one hand, Miss Joy would not deceive him. On the other hand, the shopkeeper just took out the fishing gear that he felt was quite suitable after just a glance. He was a master who was not well known, not to mention those powerful fishing rods hanging on the wall. Oh, it seems that you have done your homework. The shopkeeper collected the money neatly and said jokingly, yes, but you probably don't want to buy it. He didn't say that Tetsuya couldn't afford it, because he recognized Tetsuya's identity to some extent. As a Johto person close to Kanto, he naturally had no lack of understanding of the new generation of talented trainers in the Kanto League. Such a young and powerful trainer would not lack that little money. But even if he didn't lack it, a fishing rod was not a very useful thing after all. The shop owner didn't think that ZHE was willing to spend a lot of money to buy the so-called special fishing rod. For trainers, it is the right way to spend money on improving the strength of their own Pokémon. The quality of fishing rods is generally divided into 3 qualities, which is not much different from the Pokémon game that ZHE had roughly played in his previous life. From low to high, they are shabby fishing rods, good fishing rods, and powerful fishing rods. The prices of the first two are not expensive for most people. For example, the good quality fishing rod that ZHE bought is just close to the price of 5-digit Alliance coins. The powerful fishing rod is slightly more expensive, but it basically fluctuates between 50,000 and 100,000. Of course, the main consumer groups of the latter two are still concentrated among trainers. Ordinary people who raise Pokémon as family partners still use worthless shabby fishing rods to satisfy their happiness as fishermen. Not to mention, there are really many ordinary people who make money from this. To give the simplest example, when some trainers who are not good at fishing want to capture good water Pokémon, but they can't catch them with good fishing rods or even powerful fishing rods. In this case, they often choose to hire ordinary people with good fishing skills to help them catch Pokémon. Ordinary people are responsible for fishing, and trainers are responsible for catching Pokémon. One gets money and the other gets Pokémon, which is a win-win situation. In fact, strictly speaking, according to the laws of the Alliance, such an act actually involves illegal Pokémon trading, but the Alliance does not strictly control this. After all, in other words, this can also be interpreted as ordinary people asking for the protection of trainers, so it is normal for trainers to catch their favorite Pokémon in this process. The more important reason is that trainers are also human beings, and their energy is limited. It is impossible to say that, after investing so much in Pokémon cultivation, they can still improve their fishing skills. If this interaction is prohibited, not to mention that the professions that some ordinary people rely on for survival will disappear, it is not conducive to the expansion of trainers' Pokémon types. Moreover, if one is stopped, many other professions that were born because of the existence of Pokémon must be stopped equally. This is unacceptable to the Alliance. In the long run, this is tantamount to self-destruction. So even though the black market has been openly taken over by the Alliance, there are still many private elf transactions, but it is just more troublesome. Back to the issue of fishing rods. In addition to the three common qualities of fishing rods, there is also an extremely rare and precious fishing rod, which is the special grade fishing rod that Zay just mentioned. Why is it rare and precious? It is mainly because the raw materials for making this fishing rod are elf props. That's right, it is an elf prop that has an amplifying and helpful effect on elf battles. For example, the large rhizome that appears in the woods to amplify the effect of absorbing physical strength, or the tight hook claw that appears in the sand environment to amplify the binding or tightening effect. Another example is a red line that may appear in a random environment, which is used to make the opponent fascinated. When you are fascinated, the three correspond to the rod, the hook and the fishing line. They can play the role that each prop should play when fishing, which is not difficult to imagine. Generally speaking, as long as one of the three parts is made of elf props, it can be identified as a special grade fishing rod. Anyway, there has never been a special grade fishing rod made of all three parts of elf props. In addition to cost considerations, production technology is also a key factor. The transformation of a Pokémon item is enough to spend countless efforts on the production staff. If multiple Pokémon items are combined, they will also affect each other. This is not a simple job. Moreover, machines cannot complete such a process, and it can only be made by hand. It is like the best Pokéball producer in the world is never Silla for Devin, but Mr. Steel in Hinoki Town. In a simple sentence, the person in charge of Silph's Pokéball R&D center is the son who Mr. Steel thinks is not promising. With so many factors combined, the price of stunt fishing rods is completely sky high compared to the other three categories. Millions or even tens of millions are normal. I have a fishing rod made of large rhizomes as raw materials. If you want it, I'll give you a discount of 9 million and take it away. The smile that ZHE was very familiar with and felt extremely dazzling appeared on the owner's face again. No, thank you. ZHE waved his hand quickly, put his newly bought fishing rod in the box into the space backpack, and ran out. Hey, if you don't want to buy it, why don't you take a look? It's 1000 Alliance coins per time. Or do you want to take a look at some Pokémon bait? The shopkeeper's kind voice echoed behind him. Although Zay could still hear it after running away, he chose to turn a deaf ear to it. He was not a rich man. Why would he spend that money to look at a fishing rod? It was even more impossible for him to buy it. He was not crazy. Besides, as a breeder, if he couldn't even make bait, then he shouldn't do this job. However, Zay was surprised that the shopkeeper had an idle, sellable special grade fishing rod made of large rhizomes as raw materials. This meant that the shopkeeper should have a better one. Otherwise, as a senior angler, he would not have left such a high quality fishing rod unused. Better than the special grade fishing rod made of large rhizomes as raw materials. Zay thought about it, and it seemed that the only thing left was a special grade fishing rod made of 2 Pokémon props. After all, if we only consider the 3 materials, the large rhizomes as raw materials are not only more difficult to make, but also have a greater effect than the other 2 after completion. It seems that there is no shortage of hidden talents anywhere. Zay sighed silently and walked towards the fishing ground not far away. It was that he always felt as if he had forgotten something on the way to the fishing ground. Could there be something wrong with his memory? Zay was also confused. 10 minutes later, Zay walked out of the Lonely Island fishing tackle shop again with a dark face. Come again next time. The owner squinted his eyes and said goodbye to Zay. What Zay, who had a photographic memory, forgot was that the owner of the Lonely Island fishing ground was the owner of the Lonely Island fishing tackle shop, so the tickets had to be bought at the fishing tackle shop. In fact, these words were clearly written behind the counter of the fishing tackle shop, but Zay subconsciously blocked them because the owner had too many tricks. The only thing to be thankful for was that the entrance fee to the fishing ground was only 500 Alliance coins, which was very cheap, and the owner did not say anything more to Zay. Otherwise Zay felt that he would go crazy sooner or later. Interesting little guy. The owner chuckled at Zay's back as he walked away, and then turned back to the courtyard behind the fishing tackle shop, and began to lie on the rocking chair to rest. It was interesting and good, but he had seen too many people chasing after the island, and no one except him had ever been there. Even he would not be lucky enough to do it again. The sunset blew the evening breeze overhead, and the shop owner closed his eyes comfortably. Zay, who arrived at the entrance of the fishery, handed the ticket to the guard, and was then allowed to go in. Fishing ground number 1, the main spirits are the agate jellyfish clan. Fishing ground number 2, the main spirits are the giant claw crab clan. Fishing ground number 3, the main spirits are the starfish clan. Fishing ground number 4, the main spirits are the sun coral clan. There are a lot of Magikarp in each fishing ground, so please don't complain if you fish Magikarp for a day. It's just that you don't have good skills or bad luck. It is said that there are a few small crocodiles living in our fishing ground, but I don't know which fishing ground they are. If you want to know which fishing ground has a higher probability of small crocodiles appearing, please turn left after leaving the fishing ground and ask the owner of the Solitary Island fishing tackle shop 200 meters away in detail. Looking at the long list of words on the sign, Zhe only felt that the last 3 other marks were very familiar. He shook his head and quickly threw the owner with social compulsion out of his mind. Then, let's go to fishing ground number 3 first. Zhe thought about it and made a simple decision. The reason was simple. He didn't like jellyfish and crabs. After looking at the map and finding a direction, Zhe also took a step. The fishing ground in the elf world is more like a small water-based elf nature reserve, and the elves inside are still wild elves. However, compared to finding a random place to fish outside and not knowing what elves you can catch, the distribution of elves in the fishing ground is still relatively regular. At least you don't have to worry about all of them being Magikarp. Starfish Zhe also hummed a little tune and came to the number 3 fishing ground on the west side of the coast. Although it was late, there were still many people fishing here. Sitting on the small bench provided by the fishing ground, Zhe did not start fishing immediately, but took out the materials from his backpack and started making bait. A water blue fruit, 1,000 fragrant fruit, a pot of special water that was said to be soaked in mysterious water drops for a whole night, and the most ordinary flour. In just half a minute, a huge bait bowl was made. Except for being a little rough, Zhe also felt that it was still very good. He took out the fishing rod, broke off a piece of bait, and officially started tonight's fishing trip. Well, let's set a small goal. I'll catch 5, 6, 7, or 8 starfish in the next hour, and then go to another place to continue playing. ZHE thought casually. The fishing rod shook. The first one was a Magikarp. Looking at the Magikarp with red scales all over its body jumping up and down on the ground, ZHE's face was calm. It was normal to catch the first Magikarp. It was just a good start. It was a good thing. He kicked the Magikarp into the sea and continued fishing. The fishing rod shook again. The second one was a Magikarp. It was normal. It was normal for a large number of Magikarp to survive. It was normal to grab something to eat. ZHE was still calm. The fishing rod shook for the third time. The third one was a Magikarp. The speed of this Magikarp taking the bait was a bit fast. Although thinking so, ZHE's heart remained calm. Magikarp, Magikarp, Magikarp. Finally, a long and short hour passed. After catching the 73rd Magikarp, ZHE felt that he was about to become a Magikarp and despaired. He finally understood what the first other on the sign at the entrance meant. Could it really be that only Magikarp would take the bait? The fishing ground here is like this. I don't know if it's because there are too many people fishing every day, so these elves have become smarter, and it's rare for them to take the bait. The fisherman next to him, who was watching Zay go from excitement to numbness to despair, smiled and comforted him. Ordinary elves may take the bait because they are hungry, but starfish should not have this hope at all. This hermaphroditic elf that can build a romantic relationship with anyone does not have an organ like a mouth at all. Their way of eating is infinitely close to filtering, or they survive by absorbing energy from the red core in the middle of their bodies. If you want them to take the bait, you can only wait until they are curious about the fishhook. Zay, who challenged the difficulty right from the start, undoubtedly chose the wrong target to fish. Zay gritted his teeth, put away the bait and fishing rod, and went to the number 4 fishing ground, where the sun coral lived. It won't work here, but it will be okay to change to another place. Facts have proved that he thought too much. Goldfish, Magikarp, Magikarp, goldfish, Magikarp. Another hour passed, and Zay, who had caught 22 goldfish and 58 Magikarp again, was confused. Although the types of Pokémon he caught had changed a bit compared to the last location, to be honest, goldfish and Magikarp were really no different on land. Zay wanted to bang something to express his indignation. He just wanted to collect the horns of sun corals as decorations to see if they could really emit colorful light under the sun. Is there anything wrong with that? Well, the water quality in this area is still very good. The sun corals may be resting at night. You can try again tomorrow. The fisherman who had been staring at Zay made his own suggestion tactfully. What a pity. Such a good fishing rod. What a waste. The fisherman holding the worn-out fishing rod shook his head with regret. Zay subconsciously clenched the fishing rod in his hand. No, he came here as a fisherman this time. How could he return empty-handed? Fishermen never leave empty-handed. Tetsuya cried out in his heart. The Magikarp and the horned goldfish were nothing at all. He really didn't believe it. If he couldn't catch a sun coral today, he would not go back to rest. Unintentionally, he raised a huge flag. People's luck at a certain time often does not change because of personal changes. Tetsuya proved this point very well. In the next 3 hours, people around Tetsuya saw how unlucky a fisherman could be. The 386th one, good guy. The fisherman who was bored enough to count for Tetsuya sighed quietly. Although the sign said not to complain about fishing for Magikarp all day, it was indeed the first time he saw someone who only caught Magikarp at the fishing ground. This is a fishing ground, not the wild. The most strange thing is that the fishermen around Tetsuya have all caught sun corals, but he, the most unlucky one, was missed. Young people have good physical strength. Another honest fisherman looked at ZHE, who was already fishing like crazy, and felt a little nostalgic for his lost youth. Catching so many Magikarps was a very physically demanding task. ZHE, who was oblivious to the world outside, didn't care about the passage of time. He only did a few things, such as casting the hook, retrieving the hook, releasing the bait, and kicking the Magikarps away. He just couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch a sun coral by tomorrow morning. Chapter 306, Landing on the Island, Meeting Sukyun for the first time. As the night deepened, the number of people in the fishing ground became fewer and fewer. Well, another crazy one today. The staff of the fishing ground complained as usual, while looking at Zay, who was still fishing tirelessly. For him, this was not bad news. At least he didn't have to stay alone at the fishing ground to be on duty at night. At least there was someone to accompany him. Asterisk asterisk. The next moment, looking at Zay, who suddenly took out a Pokeball and released the Pokémon, the staff burst into swearing. With the faint light, it can be clearly seen that the Pokémon that appeared next to Zay was a pink-colored electric dragon. At this time, the electric dragon was fulfilling its duties, using its tail to glow as a light bulb. For it, this is also a good way to exercise its ability to control the size of the current. The staff smacked their lips in envy. This might be the life of the rich. He really didn't expect to use a flashing electric dragon to illuminate him. He suddenly felt that the good fishing rod in Zay's hand was not worthy of Zay. Zay certainly knew that the staff of the fishing ground were watching him not far away. Everyone could feel that kind of burning gaze. But what does it matter? Now he is not the ordinary person who had no strength, no background and no fame. The existence of flashing dragon is almost a well-known thing. In this case, it doesn't matter to release the dragon to get some fresh air. Besides, the worry of being robbed only happens in the world outside the city. As long as it is a place where humans still live, order and rules must always be followed. In the past, part of the reason why he didn't release the dragon directly in the city was that he was worried about being targeted. At that time, his strength was not enough. More importantly, the appearance of the dragon could easily cause a sensation and attract onlookers. For ZHE, who hates trouble, the latter is not acceptable. He is too lazy to cooperate with strangers, to do some boring things. The empty fishing ground is quite good and meets the ideal environment. The staff walked away quickly. Of course, before leaving, he didn't know how many photos of the dragon were taken by him. For him, this is quite a bragging capital. ZHE didn't care. He leaned back in the chair, casually hung the fishing rod to the side, and then took out the information related to the isolated island in the water that the owner put in the box and called it free. It was very thin, only one sheet, and when unfolded, it barely covered the entire palm. The following information about the underwater island at the seaside of Johor City is guaranteed to be absolutely true by my own reputation, but no one has been there since I first landed on that island. A line of sharp handwriting appeared at the beginning of the information, and ZHE also knew the name of the store owner for the first time. He did remember the name Sato Munir, but only from books. Because ZHE had not even come to this world when the store owner became famous. To put it simply, this is a guy who has full talent and ability in fishing. In other words, it is not accurate to describe his ability as a talent for fishing. He should be described as having a maximum affinity with water-type Pokémon. People with such strong affinity are not too rare in the elf world, of course, compared to the even rarer superpowers. If you look at the entire population, the proportion is still extremely rare. In a few years, there will be 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 guys in each region who have a natural affinity with different types of elves. Such people may not necessarily become very powerful trainers or good enough breeders, because becoming these professions requires other talents. But even without other talents, they often have different roles for the alliance. This is reflected in many aspects, such as communication and negotiation with wild Pokémon, and the comfort of farmed Pokémon, etc. Sato Munir is an example. As a trainer, his strength level has always remained at the elite level, and has not risen to the qua-seeking level, but in the direction of fishing, he has explored a different path with his affinity for water Pokémon. From Tetsua's perspective, his fishing method is just like Giantagang in his previous life, which is really willing to take the bait. For the Pokémon he caught, it is not that they are caught, but that they are willing to get close to Sato Munir. With this ability, Sato Munir was really popular in the fishing world back then. I don't know how many people hope that Sato Munir can help them catch the water Pokémon they want. Sato Munir probably lived in seclusion in the small Johor city in the Johto area because he was fed up with it. Now Tetsuya also understood the origin of those high-end fishing rods with signatures hanging in the fishing tackle shop. He continued to read. The whole information is actually very simple. It is more like a travel note of Sato Munia on that island. Putting aside those useless descriptions, Tetsuya closed his eyes and simplified all the contents. First, this is a very ordinary island. Basically, all the islands seen along the coast look like this. Second, the special thing about the island is that although it is in the ocean, it has an extremely clear freshwater lake on it. Third, the island suddenly appeared in front of Sato Munia, who was playing on the beach. After he explored the island, he could not see it anymore. Fourth, in Sato Munia's vision, a scene similar to the aurora appeared on the island. Tetsuya's hand kept tapping on the fishing rod unconsciously. These information combined, and in the Johto region, it is really hard not to think of that Pokémon. His eyes were thoughtful. The aurora and the clear lake, these two key points directly point to Suicune. For Suicune, a mythical creature, it is a simple matter to hide an island that may be where he lives. In this way, it can be explained that Sato Munia has an affinity for water-type Pokémon. In fact, Sato Munia may not have an affinity for water-type Pokémon since he was born. The reason why water-type Pokémon want to get close to him is simply because of the remaining Suicune aura on him. This is very reasonable. The aura of a mythical creature is irresistible to any Pokémon, especially when the attributes are the same. Pokémon of other attributes may not be so sensitive, but water-type Pokémon are different. As the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune is not only powerful, but also considered to be the representative and symbol of peace. Among the 3 Pokémon transformed from the unknown Pokémon that was burned to death in the burnt tower, Suicune is also recognized as the mythical creature with the best temper. After all, Yandy and Lei Gong rarely appeared in people's sight after leaving Enju City, while Suicune often traveled around to purify water sources and occasionally helped people in danger of life. There were many lucky people who had a one-time encounter with it. In this comparison, Suicune's image is much better than the other 2. Could it be that I will see the mythical beast for the first time? Tetsuya's mood inevitably became a little excited because of this sudden news, and the fishing rod in his hand was a little unstable. However, he quickly gave up his meaningless association. Today's goal is still to catch a sun coral for the time being. Tetsuya lazily collapsed. After so many years, and so many people, he must be more than the only one who thought about the problem of Suicune. I guess Sato Munia's purpose of selling information is also somewhat related to this. But even so, no one can see Suicune, and he doesn't think he has this kind of luck. To put it bluntly, for Suicune, who it wants to see, and who it doesn't want to see, is entirely up to itself. Please, I won't be so unlucky today. Zaya, who released another Magikarp under the dim light of Dragonite, wailed in despair. Boo Dragonite, who secretly put his hand into the sea, while Zaya was not paying attention, was obviously frightened by the wailing of his trainer. It trembled all over, and an extremely weak yellow electric current rushed into the water. Gurgle, a subtle bubbling sound was heard. 5 or 6 Magikarp floated on the water with their bellies up. Dragonite smiled awkwardly at Zaya, who was looking at him, and made a mistake. It's okay. It seems that you are as unlucky as me, and you can only electrocute Magikarp. Zaya was comforted by Dragonite's operation. The dragon head of the Dragonite, which was holding its tail to illuminate, tilted. Neither the man nor the Pokémon paid attention to the unlucky Magikarp. If the vitality of these Pokémons was so tenacious that they died so easily, it would be too much to underestimate them. Sure enough, before Tetsuya cast his fishing rod for a few seconds, all the Magikarp that were just floating on the water surface returned to normal and dived back into the sea. He could only hope that these brainless Pokémons would suddenly have a flash of inspiration tonight and become smarter. At least stay away from here after being electrocuted. Magikarp is good. Magikarp is great. Magikarp is great. Tetsuya, who couldn't figure out why he was so unlucky, muttered his own Magikarp praise song while fishing. Dragonite looked at his trainer with concern. Don't worry that the failure in the battle didn't break your mentality, but it ended up breaking down in the matter of fishing. It's okay. If it doesn't work, I'll find a Magikarp with super talent to breed into Gyarados. Tetsuya forced a wave of comfort in the face of Dragonite's eyes. To be honest, Gyarados is indeed a very powerful water Pokémon. Don't you see that Mirato's red Gyarados is also one of his main forces? In Tetsua's imagination, there is indeed a place for Gyarados in his position as the main force of the water system. The main reason why he didn't cultivate Gyarados was that it was not worth wasting time on Magikarp in the early stage. Unless you are desperate, you will gamble on cultivating Magikarp, otherwise normal people will not choose this method. Magikarp has a large base, so there must be more individuals with excellent qualifications, but this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In addition to patience, you also need luck. God knows whether these outstanding individuals are all nesting in a corner of the world's ocean and staring blankly. This is a bit extreme, but it is not impossible. Guess, can we catch a future partner here? Tetsuya said to the Dragonite with some fun in the midst of suffering. Boo-hoo. Dragonite slowly shook its head to show its attitude. It has no desire to pay attention to these weak Magikarp that can't be any weaker. Soon, the fishing field became quiet. Tetsuya fished quietly, and Dragonite quietly shone the light. Under the night, it was an unusually harmonious scene. Apart from Magikarp's words, time passed by minute. It was unknown how long it had been. The sky was a little white, but Tetsuya still failed to achieve his goal. After casting the hook again, Tetsuya and Dragonite sighed in an unusually synchronized manner. They were not too tired. For either of them, not sleeping for a night had little impact. But the psychological sadness could not be eliminated. Boo-hoo. Dragonite called to his trainer. Change place. Tetsuya thought about Dragonite's suggestion. I think it's good. He agreed to Dragonite's suggestion without even thinking about it for 3 seconds. This night of fishing was considered to have made him numb. Besides, the fishing ground was so big that he should have moved a little earlier. After putting away the chair, Tetsuya put the fishing rod on his shoulder and wandered along the coast of fishing ground number 4. Dragonite followed him, swinging its tail. The man and the Pokémon seemed to be patrolling. The fishing grounds were still extremely quiet at this time. Apart from the two of them, no other fisherman would show up at the fishing ground so early. By the way, is there something wrong with my eyes? Swinging, Tetsuya, who had not slept all night, pointed to the strange scenery on the seashore not far away and asked Dianlong. Dianlong responded with a caring look. It felt that its boss's brain was really a little unclear. This shouldn't be. Tetsuya shrunk the fishing rod and rubbed his temples and once again focused on a small island that suddenly appeared on the seashore. Just as the owner Sato Munir described, this island was no different from an ordinary island. But Tetsuya and Dianlong were very sure that there shouldn't be an island at that location. Interesting. Tetsuya, who was a little confused, suddenly cheered up, and his eyes also emitted a different light. Pidgeot, please. The next moment, Tetsuya put his right hand on the belt and threw Pidgeot's luxury ball. Pidgeot, who was awakened early in the morning, looked at Tetsuya in confusion. Today's morning training started a little too early. Take me and Ennis over there. Tetsuya pointed at the island and said. Pidgeot nodded in understanding. It can be used as a means of transportation. It is familiar with this matter, as long as it is not for training. Climbing on the back of the crouching Pidgeot, with its help, Tetsuya quickly landed on the island, where Suicune might be alive. Wait, probably, not probably. The moment he took back Pidgeot, Tetsuya looked at the fairy in front of him, surrounded by white wine-like ribbons, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me, Tetsuya said hesitantly. Hello, human. Chapter 307, Suicune's Gift. An elegant female voice sounded in Tetsuya's mind. After all, it is a divine beast, so it is normal for Suicune to have telepathic abilities. Tetsuya, with his eyes wide open, was not surprised by this. He was simply confused that Suicune appeared in front of him so easily. Indeed, Suicune is a very kind existence in the eyes of the people of Johto, and more people have seen it than other divine beasts. But this does not mean that Suicune will take the initiative to appear in front of humans. People can only find it because Suicune did not deliberately avoid it when purifying the water source. It's like the island under Tetsuya's feet. Once Suicune doesn't want to be discovered, no one can get on it for so many years. Suicune watched Tetsuya, whose psychological fluctuations kept changing in his perception, and felt a little helpless. The last time it saw Tetsuya in the forest outside Wakaba town, it wanted to say hello, but considering that the other party left in a hurry, it didn't look for him. This time, it came here to rest by chance, and found that Tetsuya happened to be in this city, and it happened to be by the sea, so it wanted to let him come to the island. As a result, this guy stared at one place, and refused to move. Sukyun couldn't figure it out. He had been asking Magikarp to bite the hook, so why was this human so Sukyun thought about it, and remembered the human description of this kind of person, stubborn. Of course, they didn't know that his bad luck for the whole night was specially created by Sukyun for the meeting, otherwise he would have complained a few words. If you really can't do it, can't you just call me in my head with telepathy? Why do you have to make it so complicated? You seem confused. Sukyun asked Zay calmly. Feeling the emotional fluctuations, ZHE didn't reply to Sukyun's question immediately, but analyzed the ability of the beast in front of him in his mind. It's not that he didn't want to use Zero, but mainly when he looked at Sukyun with Zero, he could only see the other party's race name, and the rest, such as strength and potential, were all question marks. From this point, it can be roughly judged that the strength and potential of the Sukyun in front of him are above the champion. For the same reason, the information displayed on the Zero panel is based on Zay's own knowledge system and scope. Since he himself didn't know much about the legendary beasts, Zero, as a cheat code, couldn't generate information out of thin air. If he could see a dozen or 20 Sukyuns, and understand the general performance of the strength above the champion, then Zero could give an accurate judgment. I'm just curious about how you appeared in front of me so easily. ZHE also directly explained the reason for his doubts to Sukyun. Legendary beasts are also Pokémon, so it's better to be direct when communicating with them. Last time I saw you, and your spirit in the forest, and by the way, I felt the smell of nature from you. Sukyun responded as ZHE thought. The forest last time. ZHE was stunned, he didn't remember it. However, combined with the animation he watched in the previous life, he quickly reacted. After all, when Zaozi arrived in the Johto region, he saw Sukyun in the forest near Wakaba town, probably there. The smell of nature? The doubt about last time was quickly explained. ZHE was a little curious about the second half of Sukyun's statement, and asked again directly. After all, no matter how you look at it, this reason is the main point of Sukyun's meeting with him. This time, Sukyun did not answer his question immediately, but obviously thought about it. Could it be that the adult had not met the human in front of him, and the breath on his body was simply left by accident? Or did the human not know after meeting? Sukyun couldn't figure out the reason for a while. It quickly gave up thinking. Anyway, the specifics are not very important to it. It is the god of the King of Phoenix, not the other person, but the King of Phoenix and the other person have a good relationship. Well, the breath of nature. Sukyun repeated Tetsuya's words again. Tetsuya roughly understood that this meant that the other party didn't want to explain. He had to keep the question in his heart and think about it himself. For Tetsuya himself, there are only two places that are closely related to nature: Viridian Forest and Mysterious Garden. He personally prefers the second one. Because there are countless people living near Viridian Forest, it is impossible that he is the only one who is special. ZHE also has a very clear understanding of this point. He does not think that he is the only lucky person in the world, except for Zero. So what kind of spirits or mythical beasts are related to the wonderful garden? Many names of spirits flashed through ZHE's mind. Garden, nature, plants, life. To be honest, there are a lot of them, and the key is that they all seem to have something to do with the Ho-Oh. Sukyun quickly interrupted ZHE's meaningless thinking. Are there any other questions? It was still as calm and peaceful as before. ZHE put the questions in his mind aside for the time being. With the mythical beasts in front of him, he could ask questions that he was interested in, and that the other party would answer. Such questions that could not be answered could be thought about by himself after returning. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to tell me, are you the Sukyun who was rescued by the Ho-Oh in Enju City that year? The first question was very straightforward. The main reason was that ZHE had always been curious about the origins of the mythical beasts such as the three sacred beasts. If so, He might be the first person to know what kind of spirits the 3 unknown Pokémon that were burned to death in the fire in the Scorched Tower were. Not really. Sukyun's answer was straightforward. As the gods of the Ho-Oh, most of our tribe members, including the Reikau and Entei tribes, live all over the world. Once the Ho-Oh needs something, the tribe members in that area will offer their strength. In fact, we are not much different from the ordinary elves you humans know, except that we have some differences in abilities. It is very rare for the 3 rescued elves to become our partners. Sukyun was very patient and even explained. Tetsuya felt that it was fortunate that he met Sukyun. If it was the other 2, whether he could meet him or not would be a different matter, not to mention so much talk. Reikau and Entei are not as irritable as you see them. In your human words, they cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. They are more hate evil as much as they hate evil. Sukyun obviously guessed Tetsuya's thoughts and slightly defended his friends from the other 2 tribes. He even knew how to use idioms. Tetsuya sighed subconsciously. I would also like to ask, after reaching champion strength, what will happen to the abilities of Pokémon if they become stronger? Or, how can a common Pokémon become as strong as you? After chatting about gossip, Zay quickly turned to the most important thing for a trainer. Sukyun pondered for a moment. To be honest, the division of strength among Pokémon is not the same as that of humans. They have their own cognition, which may even be a little strange if it is transformed into human language. However, as a Pokémon who has lived for so long, Sukyun still has a relatively clear understanding of the champion strength that Zay mentioned. After all, in his long life experience, he has also met several so-called champions in the human group. Regarding this question, I can only say that I can't answer you 100% accurately because there are errors in our cognition. Sukyun said slowly. To put it simply, compared with the champion you mentioned, my strength is only stronger in being able to attract more natural forces. Sukyun thought there was nothing wrong with this. As it said before, it didn't think that its own tribe was any different from other Pokémon tribes. If it can be so strong, other Pokémon can also be so strong. It didn't have the so-called divine beast baggage as Zay had imagined. Zay was thoughtful. Although this answer was good, it obviously didn't satisfy him. So, how is your strength among the divine beasts? He asked a question that seemed a bit impolite to humans. It was like pointing at someone you just met and asking you how much money you can make in a month. Average, or even relatively poor. However, there is a clear difference between the thinking patterns of Pokémon and humans, and Sukyun didn't think it was strange at all. They also saw this in the short time they spent together. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked for death for no reason. God knows what Sukyun will do to him when he gets angry, and Zay doesn't want to gamble. He frowned and thought for a while. Sukyun's random words made him even more confused. After all, Sukyun couldn't completely translate what it wanted to express into words that humans could understand. Zay felt that Meowth of Team Rocket was really a genius, and he really wanted a Pokémon like Meowth to help translate. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. HMM. To be honest, I don't quite understand what you mean. I wonder if my partner can help me convey it. That's right, there is no Meowth, but it doesn't mean that ZHE has no Pokémon that can convey information. The translation of his partner and the legendary beast he just met must be more accurate. Okay. Sukyun nodded slightly. It just so happened that it was a bit of a headache how to explain. Then, come out, Blaziken. After getting Sukyun's consent, ZHE also threw the luxury ball. Oh my. An excited voice sounded, and a fiery red Blaziken appeared. Its eyes sparkled. The Blaziken in the Pokeball can sense the situation outside. The Pokeball is equivalent to a one-way visible mirror. It has long been curious about the extremely powerful Sukyun. Then, please translate it for Blaziken. ZHE also said with a smile. Blaziken raised its right paw to indicate that it understood. It is very interested in its future path to becoming stronger. Sukyun quickly communicated with Blaziken in the language of the Pokémon. The communication between the two Pokémons was much easier than narrating to ZHE one-sidedly. Even Sukyun was obviously relieved. Even Tetsuya felt a little itchy and curious. It is true that humans can simply understand what Pokémon say, but the premise is that it is combined with the external actions and emotional expressions of Pokémons. It is impossible to understand it directly with simple and plain narration. To put it bluntly, it is just guessing. This is also the reason why many Pokémons are weird when communicating. If they don't express themselves in this way, their trainers will not understand at all. There is even a course in the Pokémon school that specifically teaches the meaning of Pokémon's external performance and expressions. It is extremely complicated. Not long after, the communication between Blaziken and Suicune ended. Then it was time for Blaziken to use the wave guide to explain to Tetsuya. Suicune showed considerable patience in this. It took an elegant step on the lake of the island. Wherever it passed, the lake was as clear as a mirror. After Blaziken's description, Tetsuya roughly understood. Before knowing the difference above the champion, the first thing to understand is the difference between the king, the semi-champion and the champion. To put it in the simplest and most fantasy-like way, the king controls his own energy with bonds, the quasi-champion awakens natural energy with bonds, and the champion manipulates natural energy with bonds. It is easy to understand that even for elves, their own power cannot compete with the nearly endless nature. The meaning of bonds here is also very broad for elves, mainly targeting the objects they cherish. There is one kind of bond with the trainer, and another kind of bond with the tribe. There are many kinds of bonds. From Zay's understanding, it seems more like idealism. It is unscientific, but very elf. In the Quasi-King and previous levels, the improvement of the elf's own strength is more reflected in the physical attack, defense and speed. The control of energy is limited to the mastery of skills. In fact, this is not the real mastery of energy. This is also the reason why many elves and trainers cannot improve their skills, because their own abilities do not allow them to do so. The most intuitive point of the king level elves' external performance is that their skills are often used in an unconventional way, and the forms of expression are various. The quasi-king level elves are more or less reflected in this aspect. Then there is the power classification above the champion. To be honest, he personally thinks that it is not much different from the classification of legendary Pokémon by Pokémon fans in his previous life. To put it simply, there are first, second, and third level gods, from strong to weak. For example, the third level god is Suicune now. The difference between it and the champion elf is really just the amount of natural energy it controls, but this amount is divided by several times. According to Blaziken's translation, the energy that the weakest third level god can control is more than 5 times that of the strongest champion elf. As for the second level god or even the first level god, in human language, these elves master the power of nature, rather than the energy of nature. Take Ho-Oh as an example. It controls the power related to fire, whether it is burning or resurrection. It is very similar to the so-called laws in the fantasy novels that Tetsuya read in his previous life, but the elves themselves are also a kind of fantasy creatures. So for this statement, Tetsuya can accept it quite well. As for how to reach above the champion, Suicune said that the third level god can be achieved through hard work, but the second level god is not necessarily, and the first level god is impossible. Suicune didn't say the specific reason, but it's not difficult to guess. According to Tetsuya's idea, it's very simple. That is, the alpaca won't give it. This is the real creator of the elf world, who really exists, and is not a fictional one. As the rule maker, it makes the rules, and humans and elves can only abide by them, and cannot change them. Are you done talking? The next moment, Suicune appeared in front of Flame Chicken and Tetsuya. I don't know why, but Tetsuya always has a feeling that Suicune in front of him seems to have not talked to him for a long time and wants to chat with him. Well, thank you, I think I understand. Putting this feeling behind him, Tetsuya thanked him very solemnly. Let's not talk about the breakthrough king for now. In fact, he doesn't know much about the strength difference after the semi-championship starts. It is still very meaningful for him to know these from Suicune. In addition, Tetsuya also learned from Suicune a concept that subverts his long-standing cognition. I will try my best to modify the fact that the title is irrelevant to the content. The main reason is that I wrote it off track while writing. Chapter 308 Mysterious Water Drop. In fact, it is not a subversion, but only a supplement. To put it simply, people's research now unanimously believes that champion qualifications are not the end of Pokémon qualifications. There must be stronger qualifications above it, but they have not been discovered. ZHE also thinks the same, otherwise the existence of legendary beasts is difficult to explain. But according to Sukyun, a Pokémon with champion qualifications is already the limit of talent within the species, and this limit is limited by the rules, and cannot be broken. Even the Phoenix King can't do it. The Phoenix King can only improve the opponent to the limit. When a Pokémon's talents in all aspects reach the strongest in its species, then the final decisive factor can only be acquired efforts. The meaning of the translation of Flame Chicken is roughly like this. In other words, after becoming a champion, whether you can break through to the so-called third level god strength depends entirely on the efforts of the trainer and the Pokémon, if you work in the right direction. Although it is still a bit far away from me, this news is quite good for Zay. At least, it once again confirms the importance of trainers from the side. Two people working together is at least more efficient than working alone. As for the fact that most of the legendary beasts seen by humans are exaggeratedly strong, the reason given by Sukyun is very simple. If there are more individuals in the tribe, those weak little guys are not allowed to run out. For example, our Sukyun tribe usually has a boundary ridge that is about the king level in human terms, but there are exceptions, and those adults who are less, or only exist as a single individual, are truly favored by the world. Not to mention how long it has been since the birth of the world. Even the speed at which newborns improve their strength is not comparable to ours. When it comes to the second point, even Sukyun can't help but reveal a trace of envy. The world favors. ZHE also thought the sleeping Arceus is indeed everywhere. In an unknown area where darkness and light intertwine, a white elf that looks like a horse or a unicorn with a golden cross-shaped wheel on its waist trembled slightly. Of course, ZHE also believes that it is normal for the latter to make rapid progress with one-on-one teaching from an elf. Apart from anything else, if the Phoenix King were to teach Flame Chicken now, it would probably take a while for the latter to break through to the third level of God, which is a realm that humans cannot reach. You can't fight Ho-Oh with your physical body. It's not enough to get burned by a sneeze. No, maybe you'll die of heat before you can get close to him. And according to Sukyun, those Pokémon with naturally long lifespans are very advantageous, such as ghost types, psychic types, or more specifically, Blastoise or Ninetales. But ZHE thought about it carefully, and it seems that there is no need to worry too much. Although the average lifespan of humans in the Pokémon world is much higher than in the previous life, it is still somewhat dwarfed by Pokémon. Even the recognized shortest-lived bug-type Pokémon can accompany their trainers through their lives without any injuries. The reason why most Pokémon live shorter lives than humans is mainly due to the death caused by the outbreak of injuries accumulated from continuous fighting. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise humans will not have any living space left in this world. Through the issue of potential, combined with the previous classification of the strength of the legendary beasts, ZHE has some bolder guesses. The so-called power of the mythical beasts can actually be understood as a bond to certain things, which can be invisible or tangible, such as the Ho-Oh for fire, Dialga for time, Palkia for space, and Giratina for the reversed world. It is also like the white dragon Reshiram believes in truth, and the black dragon Zekrom believes in ideals. As long as these two things exist in the world, these two mythical beasts will continue to be strong. When these things are destroyed or occupied, the strength of these mythical beasts will naturally be affected. This is probably one of the reasons why Giratina attaches so much importance to the reversed world. For it, the loss of strength is a threat to its life. Or to be more specific, the reason why some mythical beasts, such as the 3 mythical birds and the 3 sacred beasts, cannot compare with more powerful mythical beasts in strength is that the bonds brought by the things they cherish are far less than those of other mythical beasts. Then it is understandable that the two gods of Hoenn often fight each other and cannot beat Rayquaza 2 against 1. In addition to fighting for territory, the change in strength is what both sides value more. In addition, this also explains why Sukyun said that the first level god cannot be achieved through hard work. It is simply impossible for the bond between a trainer and a Pokémon to surpass the power of nature or countless years of faith in their lifetime. Unless both parties live together for hundreds or even thousands of years. So, as long as the bond is deep enough, it doesn't matter whether the talent can reach the champion. Can't we just skip the front and reach the third level god? ZHE also had another sudden thought. The next moment, he felt that his mind was a little unclear because of staying up late. Sukyun's answer was not much different from his reaction. He just shook his head slightly. Not really. The bond is one aspect, but the ability itself is also a necessary foundation. It is easy to understand. Just like take I, the premise of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds is that you must have the so-called 4 ounces of strength, otherwise it is useless. Pokémon can't control the power of nature out of thin air with the power of the mind. The small island fell into silence for a moment. Anyway, thank you very much for your answer. ZHE also bowed to Sukyun politely. Although he still didn't know why Sukyun took the initiative to meet him, it told him a lot of things and confirmed many of his inner guesses. He was very grateful for this. You're welcome. Sukyun also nodded slightly. Unknowingly, the man and the spirit had been communicating for more than an hour. The sky was gradually turning white, and the sun would soon come out. Before you leave, I'll give you a few gifts. Sukyun stayed on the water surface, and his quiet voice sounded again in Tetsuya's mind. 2 completely different gems floated up from under the water. Under Sukyun's control, they soon landed on Tetsuya's subconsciously open palm. One of the 2 gems was shaped like a water drop, and the other was shaped like a diamond. Tetsuya certainly knew these 2 props, the mysterious water drop and the water gem. This mysterious water drop can have a 20% amplification effect, and the water gem can also help your spirit better understand the power of water. Sukyun even explained it a little. Tetsuya took a breath. Wow, the beast's move was indeed extraordinary. It directly gave a water item with the best effect. The price of this amplification item is not something that can be measured by the price of a normal item. If the attribute given by the beast is added, it will at least double. Moreover, he did not think that the effect of the water gems condensed in the place where Sukyun lived would be the same as those produced in ordinary waters. It must have more effective effect. ZHE also unconsciously looked at the lake where Sukyun stepped. Could it be that there were all these things in it? Any other questions? Sukyun sensed Zay's psychology. It didn't know why it was speechless. It felt this way for the first time and hurriedly stopped Zay from thinking. Zay quickly came to his senses. It seemed very rude and suicidal to do this in front of the other party. I wonder if you can give me another colorful branch that fell off the sun coral? He thought about it and actually made a request. The front end of the sun coral's head will continue to grow and fall off, so this request is also very simple. Sukyun didn't quite understand what this thing was for, since it couldn't improve his strength nor be eaten, but at least ZHE didn't think about his treasure house anymore. For some reason, Sukyun didn't feel displeased by ZHE's thoughts, even with the so-called natural aura, which was hard to understand. Perhaps it was because in all his years of life, ZHE was one of the humans that he liked very much. Wait a minute. Sukyun said to ZHE, and then a blue light like water waves appeared in his eyes. Different from the blue light formed by the Wava guide, this blue light was more gentle, and people felt very calm at first glance. The sea level outside the island vibrated at a frequency that normal humans and even elves could not detect, and objects entered the island from the seabed. After a while, 7 or 8 colorful branches were lined up in front of ZHE. Enough. He quickly stopped Sukyun. This was a bit too efficient. The blue light in Sukyun's eyes quickly dissipated with ZHE shouting. Are these useful to you? It asked curiously. Sukyun could sense Tetsuya's joy when he saw the colorful branches, which was a change that had never occurred before. Yeah, it's very useful, so thank you very much. Looking at the coral branches emitting colorful light under the rising sun, Tetsuya nodded frantically while putting them into his space backpack. He didn't expect Sukyun to really get him so many colorful branches. Although it is called colorful branches, not all the front ends of the sun corals can emit colorful light under the sun. 2 or 3 colors are the norm, and 5 colors are quite rare. Even if they are useless to elves, they are treasures for those rich people and collectors. It is not an exaggeration to say that the price of these 7 colorful branches is no less than the mysterious water drop that Sukyun just gave. Of course, for Tetsuya, the value of the latter is definitely higher. Money can be earned again if it is lost, but strength cannot be improved so easily. He has already started thinking about how to sell these high-value colorful branches bit by bit over a long period of time. This is not an easy job. You can't let them all appear on the market at once to affect the price. Looking at Zaya, who left the island happily, Sukyun still couldn't understand what the useless waste was for. Humans are really a difficult biological group to understand. It thought silently. At this moment, there are many anglers coming to the fishing grounds to fish, but no one can see Sukyun and the island under it. It is close at hand, but it seems far away in the sky. The next moment, the breeze blows, and Sukyun's figure on the island has disappeared. For it, Zaya is just a small episode, and it will be easy to find him in the future. It has left its own breath on him. The most important thing is that for some reason, Sukyun always feels that he will see this human again soon. On the other side, Zaya, who returned to the Pokémon Center, smiled from ear to ear. "What are you doing?" Miss Joy, who had just opened the door and was preparing to work, cast a puzzled look. "I fished all night last night. Look at this." Zay childishly took out a colorful branch from his backpack and showed it off to her. Due to the design of the elf center, the sunlight naturally shone on the colorful branch, making it emit 7-color light. "Wow, so beautiful." Miss Joy gave the first response from a female perspective. Then the next moment, she subconsciously called out, "Colorful?" Miss Joy's tone was full of surprise. Zay smiled but said nothing. Miss Joy quickly returned to normal. As a Joy, she still had this psychological quality, but she was just too surprised at once. Fortunately, it was not too late, and there were not too many people in the elf center. The few people around just looked at her with envy and did not come over. "Congratulations, I didn't expect that there were real colorful branches in our Johor city," Miss Joy said with admiration. "No more talking, let's get a room first. I'm almost exhausted after fishing all night." Zay took out his ID card quickly. He had acquired a lot of information overnight, so he needed some time to sort it out. So he decided to rest in Johor City for a day today. It would not be too late to set off tomorrow. Miss Joy quickly completed the registration and handed the room card and ID card back to Tetsuya. "I wish you a good sleep." Tetsuya smiled politely and walked into the Pokémon Center. On the way to the room, he took out his watch and sent a message to Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi, who were far away in the Kanto region. Before receiving a reply, Tetsuya fell asleep after entering the room and touching the pillow. Ding. Buzz. Ding. In his sleep, the message notification sound and the vibration sound of the phone call rang. Obviously, the sleeping Tetsuya would not hear it. This state continued until the afterglow of the sunsets fell on Tetsuya through the window. "The champion is calling, the champion is calling." A completely different alarm sounded. Tetsuya closed his eyes tightly, frowned on his handsome face, and subconsciously groped for the watch on the bedside. "Hello," a confused voice sounded. "You just woke up." Sarona's smiling voice came from the watch. "My grandfather and Professor Oak are so worried that they are going crazy." Chapter 309. Sweet. Tetsuya, who was still in a coma and not fully awake just now, suddenly became energetic. "Aha, is that so?" Sharona even heard a hint of gloating in his voice. This is probably one of the reasons why the two old naughty doctors liked Tetsuya. The three of them are unusually similar in handling some things. "I know, I'll call them back right away." However, Tetsuya also quickly put away his giggling attitude. Dr. Yamanashi must have been really anxious to make Sharona call him. He himself didn't expect to sleep for so long. "Yeah." Sharona responded and hung up the phone in a very stylish manner. Tetsuya shrugged his shoulders when he heard the busy tone in his ear. This style of doing things is really too swift and decisive. Thinking of this, he dialed the special line of Dr. Yamanashi at the Oak Research Institute without stopping. "Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Yamanashi. Did you meet Sukyun? What did it communicate with you?" Before Tetsuya could finish the daily polite language of the phone call, Dr. Yamanashi could not wait to interrupt him and ask the question directly. Tetsuya was used to this kind of researcher's style. so he slightly modified Sukyun's words and restated them. During the process, the exclamations of Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Roke came from the other end of the phone from time to time. That's about it. Tetsuya, who took the time to order dinner, chewed the food, and finished his report incoherently. Interesting, really interesting. Dr. Yamanashi looked at the summarized points and sighed involuntarily. Haven't the mythical beasts that have come into contact with humans said these things before? Tetsuya was quite curious. These contents would not be kept secret by the mythical beasts. Sukyun looked at the appearance and said it without any concern. He didn't believe that he was the only one who had seen the mythical beasts face to face and communicated with them. Ho-Oh, Rayquaza, and even Lugia, the first level gods, may not have really met humans, but there must be many third level and even second level gods who have communicated with humans. In his cognition, Kona, who has already subdued Articuno, is the best example. How should I put it? Probably, but the information is definitely not as detailed and accurate as yours. The two doctors were also somewhat helpless. Not everyone has the same idea as Tetsuya. The biggest problem is that the legendary beasts rarely appear in front of humans to actively communicate, and the language problem of cross-species, but mainly because of the so-called information barrier. Going deeper, the initial establishment of the alliance is more like the product of the reconciliation and compromise of various major families, which led to the emergence of this problem. Although so many years have passed, the situation of the alliance has greatly improved under the operation of multiple alliance chairmen, but some things cannot be supplemented in a short time, especially the knowledge about legendary beasts. Moreover, Tetsuya's thinking is indeed closer to that of a researcher. When a trainer in the general Pokémon world sees a legendary beast, the first reaction in his mind is probably subdue it instead of asking questions. In this case, it was good enough that he was not killed by the beast. Okay, it was not impossible for ZHE to accept this. No matter what the situation was, some extremely high-end knowledge was often understood and mastered by the fewest people. After explaining the relevant information, ZHE simply reported his gains to the two doctors. Normally, he would definitely not tell them. For example, to Miss Joy just now, the 7-colored branch he asked Sukyun for would come in handy at this time. But there was no need to hide so much from the two doctors. Except for the deepest secrets in his heart, the two doctors probably would not look down on other things. Sukyun's water gem, let me think about it. I remember there was a record of its effect. Dr. Yamanashi, who also had a deep study of elf props, touched his chin and thought. After all, if he did not have a full understanding of elf props, he would not be able to figure out so many elves that could be evolved using props. If there are wise men in this world, the two people ZHE is talking to now must be two of them, and together they are comparable to the Pokémon Encyclopedia. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the research related to elves in this world is within the knowledge system of the two doctors. Ah, I remember now. In addition to being able to perceive water energy like ordinary water gems, it can also be placed on unhatched water Pokémon eggs in an environment where the sea-tide incense is burning, which seems to have the effect of increasing potential. Of course, in this case, it can't last for a period of time like the first use. It can only be a one-time use. Dr. Yamanashi clapped his hands and said to Tetsuya excitedly. Tetsuya's eating speed slowed down because of this news. He quickly drank a sip of water to suppress the rice and asked anxiously, is there a limit? Can it only be used on elves with qualifications below the champion or the king? This is a very important point. The value of this water gem is completely different every time it rises to a higher level. As for the first use, what is that thing? With the effect of increasing potential, who will care about the effect of perceiving energy that can be achieved by spending a little money? There is no relevant data for this. The sample size is too small to explain anything. Dr. Yamanashi's regretful words seemed to pour a bucket of water on Tetsuya's head. Come to think of it, the person who can explore this method is a talent. Who would do such a thing? Not to mention the conclusion of a large amount of data output. It is unrealistic in terms of quantity. Tetsuya could only express regret for this. But it's not bad. Because in Tetsuya's original idea, after the 6 Pokémons in his hands have reached the qua-seeking level, he will start to cultivate the Pokémons in the future. After all, he is a powerful trainer. If he only has 6 Pokémons, it would be a bit embarrassing. And generally speaking, mature trainers basically have at least 2 or even 3 teams of Pokémons, mainly to meet the requirements of being able to respond freely to different situations and different needs. It doesn't mean that one team of Pokémons is definitely stronger than 2 teams, but it may focus on different directions. Tetsuya was not sure what his 7th Pokémon would look like, but now he has confirmed that it is a water-attributed Pokémon. Cultivating new elves was a plan that had been put on the agenda long ago. Even a talented, cheating person like Tetsuya could not guarantee that his elves could quickly break through from the quasi-king level to the king level. It sounds easy to say that mastering one's own energy with a bond is actually extremely difficult, otherwise there would not be so many quasi-king elves stuck at this step. Fortunately, Nobuhiko taught him a lot when he was in the Golden City fighting Gim before, and Tetsuya has been practicing for so long. Otherwise the difficulty of breaking through the king level would have to be more than doubled. Tetsuya suddenly sighed that if he had not been accepted as a disciple by the 4th generation master, his strength would definitely be much slower in the future. Then the 2 of us will study these contents first, and you can contact us if you have anything. In the watch, Dr. Yamanish's impatient voice also reached Tetsuya's ears. Okay, both doctors, please pay attention to eating and rest. With Tetsuya's polite care, he was hung up directly, and the familiar busy tone sounded again. Asterisk. Alas, he sighed helplessly again. Really, it's exactly the same. After quickly finishing the last bite of rice, he started the first big project after waking up. Guys, it's time to eat. 6 red lights flashed with different shouts, and the whole room immediately became much smaller. Tetsuya, who had transformed into a nutritionist, turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed man, frantically preparing dinner for the 6 companions at a speed that only the afterimage could be seen. He really didn't know why the eating scene in the animation of the previous life was so relaxed. Zyozzy and his group's meals were prepared by Zyugang alone. It can only be said that she is worthy of being a full-time nanny who grew up taking care of a group of younger brothers and sisters. Her ability in this regard is so terrifying. Of course, this is probably related to Tetsuya's one-handed grasp. Oh, it's scary. Beep. The eldest and the second who had their meals first excitedly exchanged the taste of their food. It was impossible to taste it. Pidgeot, whose diet was mainly based on light and slightly sour taste, was completely in a state of keeping away from the spicy and even deadly food on the other side. The same was true in reverse. Flame Chicken had no interest in the tasteless Pidgeot food. Let's go. Today's daily training will be in the evening. We have to make up for it. After all the companions had finished eating and digesting, Zeo snapped his fingers, which meant that they would face another difficult training time. Only with unremitting training day after day can the elves become stronger. The next day, Zeo checked out and left Johua City and set out on a journey again. The location of Heracross Forest is. He was holding a yellowed map with a very old atmosphere in his hand and thinking about how to move forward. Since we have come to the Johto area with a long history, there are many places that must be visited. The Heracross Forest is a very representative protected area. The Heracross living here is a famous strongman elf in the Johto area. Even the weakest of these giant rhinoceros beetle-like Pokémon can lift objects 100 times its own weight, which is an exaggeration. In addition, it has an extremely hard shell and strong legs. It can be said that, except for its 4-fold weak flying attribute and a limited attack range of its skills, Heracross is an extremely ideal Pokémon suitable for all new trainers to cultivate. In particular, its docile character will add a lot of points. Of course, for powerful trainers, these few shortcomings can declare it to be unilaterally passed. For new trainers, a docile character is a good thing, but for powerful trainers, it is different. Even though Heracross is not bad at fighting, the lack of desire for victory at critical moments is a very fatal shortcoming. Its neighbors are the best embodiment of this shortcoming. There is a river at the far right end of the Heracross forest. On the other side of the river is the Karis forest, which is the forest where the so-called Bighorn tribe lives. Unlike the gentle Heracross, Karis, who also likes to suck tree sap and nectar, has a bad temper. They will cross the river from time to time to harass Heracross. If it were a Pokémon with a slightly temper, Karis would definitely be driven away by the stronger party. After all, the conflict between food and territory is the bottom line for wild Pokémon. But the choice of the powerful Heracross is completely different. They will only passively repel Karis, and will not make any further moves. If it weren't for the fact that Pokémon like Karis are afraid of the cold and hide in the soil most of the time, it would be hard to say whether Karis would step by step to drive Heracross out of their territory. Even the competition for food is only this level, so it is not difficult to imagine the ability that Heracross can show in regular battles. Many people regret this. Of course, the exceptional Heracross who likes to fight is quite popular, but unfortunately there are very few of them. Tetsuya was not going to the Heracross forest this time to capture a warlike Heracross. He was not very interested in this enlarged version of an insect Pokémon. Even though Heracross's appearance was pretty good among insect Pokémons, it was the same. He went there mainly for the sweet Pokémon. This Pokémon food, which is commonly found in the Sinnoh region and produced by 3 bees, will also appear where Heracross lives. In other words, as long as a place has sweet Pokémon produced, the Heracross will migrate here with their entire family. It is still necessary to figure out who comes first. As a sweet and fragrant nectar, one of the main functions of sweet Pokémon is to attract Pokémon in the wild, regardless of size or type. For bounty hunters who often live in the wild, in addition to being able to complete tasks and find the target of the task, it is more important to distract the attention of the Pokémon that is chasing them. It even works on the killing thrilled giant bees and even the brooding bears in the spawning period. This is a good treasure for survival. So although it is not uncommon, sweet Pokémon has always been in short supply in the market. As the main production area, the Sinnoh Alliance has earned a lot of extra money from other regions with this specialty. Since ZHE will often spend time outdoors in the future, sweetness is naturally an indispensable item. Compared with spending money and time to purchase, his choice is to rely on his own ability to collect. He quickly found a direction and walked. In a corner that ZHE did not notice, a very familiar elf covered with white hair appeared behind him again and stared at his back quietly. Chapter 310, Forest Guard and Temporary Recruitment. The Johto Forest Guard is affiliated to the Fairy Ranger, Forest Ranger, Union. Its members are mainly composed of rangers who have not passed the final test and a small number of recognized trainers. The so-called final test refers to the application assessment of the hunting cursor. Those rangers who cannot use the hunting cursor to calm frightened Pokémon, release controlled Pokémon, and communicate with Pokémon can only join the forest guards in various regions as candidates to maintain forest peace. They cannot advance and upgrade their positions to perform more difficult tasks. It has to be said that this is somewhat regrettable. Of course, most rangers will not have any objections to this, because they are people who truly love and are willing to devote everything they have to the forest. There is no doubt about it. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the entrance examination of the Special Ranger School. Generally speaking, after completing the Special Ranger School, the ranger will be sent to the Ranger Union in Firay, Almia or Oblivia as a regional ranger. Because these 3 places are less urbanized than other areas, they retain the original appearance of nature to a greater extent. For rangers who need to get close to nature, they are more suitable for the initial adaptation stage. However, although they did not pass the final test, this does not mean that there is a gap in the strength of the two. In simple terms, the rangers, or forest rangers, that people usually refer to, will only have one elf partner, and they mostly use the function of hunting cursors to request the assistance of wild elves. The regional rangers of the guard team, like ordinary trainers, cultivate multiple elves to fight together. Each has its own characteristics and is powerful. Don't underestimate the role of rangers and forest guards. Their tasks include resolving various conflicts and even confronting evil organizations. The actual scope of work covers most of the content from convenience teams to police in reality. It is no exaggeration to say that if the order in the city is maintained by the Junsha clan, then the order in the wild is largely maintained by the Ranger Alliance and the Forest Guard. There are members of the Forest Guard stationed in the Heracross Forest and the Karis Forest across the river. They aim to protect the ecological balance of the forest. According to the information provided by Miss Joy from the Johor City Pokémon Center. The person in charge has just changed recently. His name is Morinan. He is about 30 years old, has a steady style of doing things, is bold and careful, and is a trustworthy guy. If you encounter any problems, you can contact him at any time to help you solve them. Walking on the road, ZHE also remembered the tone of praise that Miss Joy had given him when she talked about him. In such a short time, since he took office, he has been recognized by Miss Joy for his interpersonal skills. He must be a very good ranger. However, ZHE did not think about meeting him this time, because it was meaningless and nothing big happened. As long as the trainer does not set a large fire to burn the forest, or capture several groups of Pokémon in one go, or provoke a fight between Pokémon tribes, the guard will not interfere with general exploration activities. After all, humans are also part of nature, and the forest guards have to stop those guys who maliciously destroy things. We are here. After walking along the main road for a long time, ZHE finally saw a road sign with the words Heracross Forest standing on the side of the road. He walked straight in without paying attention to the word evil with a big X next to him. The moment Tetsuya's right foot stepped into the forest, his identity information within the Alliance was transmitted to the branch command center of the forest guard team located here through the computer. Direct trainer, no bad history, extremely low alert level. A man with glasses wearing a standard red top made a calm judgment. Well, just observe for a while. Another man with a beard, even the beard and hair seemed to be connected together, nodded calmly. By the way, Mr. Mori, this is the strongest newcomer from the Kanto League this year. Another member of the guard team came over curiously and asked. The daily work of the forest guard team is still relatively boring and tense. Their behavior pattern is very similar to that of firefighters. Once something happens, they must be dispatched immediately to solve it. In this case, Tetsuya's identity and performance are undoubtedly a topic worth discussing to pass the boring time. It looks like nothing, just like a fool. The rangers looked at the young man looking around on the screen and gave a definition. Not necessarily. Mori's brief words undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of the guards. They were still quite convinced of this new boss, and this was the respect he won with his strength and attitude. But ZHE's performance was really like a fool. Look carefully at the position he is observing. Mori's eyes flashed, and he said to his men, "Observation position?" Everyone stared at the screen curiously for a while. "He seems to be confirming the location of our monitor," a team member said uncertainly. Not only that, the directions he looked at happened to be the places where the Heracross tribe frequently appeared recently. Another team member who was on duty added, "It's not surprising that these experienced veterans couldn't see it, mainly because ZHE's perspective moved too fast and too hidden, giving people the feeling that he was looking around aimlessly. But once or twice is accidental, and finding it every time can only be inevitable." The team members were very surprised. These monitors not only incorporate the latest technology, but are also placed in a location that experienced rangers believe is least likely to be discovered, not to mention that rangers have their own set of placement rules. With multiple factors combined, it is impossible for normal people to discover them. Who placed the number 8 machine? Nan suddenly asked. Oh no, the team members were all shocked. It must be bad to ask such a question. I placed it. A weak voice sounded. Move it up a distance later. There is probably a slight color difference in that position. Unexpectedly, Nan did not blame him too much, but simply said one sentence and let him go. This is not like the style of this new boss. Everyone looked at each other. The huge forest and the few members, the two most direct reasons determine the importance of monitors. These monitors are like their eyes. As long as one of them has a problem, the forest may be damaged. Of course, being discovered is a big problem. Usually, such problems will be scolded. Look carefully, this guy has found all the surveillance locations you have arranged. Take this opportunity to find out if there are any blind spots. Morinan, facing the eyes of many subordinates, did not mean to explain, but issued another order. It is obvious that the young man on the screen is not within the range of normal people. Yes. The team members also knew that this was a big deal, and they all devoted some of their energy to the surveillance screens they arranged. Monitor number 22 needs to be tilted to the left. Monitor number 78 needs to be lowered. Monitor number 96 applies for a change of location. For a while, the small command center was filled with the team members' reports. It is normal to have mistakes. After all, the team members are still thinking with human brains, and it is impossible to be perfect. But if there are mistakes, they must be corrected. Before, they were confused by the authorities, and the appearance of Zay undoubtedly gave them a good reference for error correction. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. This young man has disappeared from the surveillance for the nth time. If it is a member of the dark organization who has malicious intentions to destroy, then they will be very busy today, and they may even lose their lives. Fortunately, a member of the guard team muttered to himself, "Boss, is it possible?" The man with glasses at the beginning was the fastest to think, and he looked at his superior with an inquiring tone. Morinan shook his head seriously. Of course he knew what his partner was going to say, but this was unrealistic. Tetsua's exploration had obviously exceeded the normal limit, which meant that he must have extraordinary abilities, otherwise he would not be able to do this, no matter how experienced he was. Their guard team did not have so much budget to ask the other party for help, so they could only take advantage of this period of time to pay more attention and correct it quickly. Everyone in the command center sighed. At this moment, Tetsuya, who was gradually moving deeper into the forest, naturally did not know what the forest guards led by Morinan were talking about, let alone that they regarded his search as a correction. At this moment, he was still sighing at the tight defense of this forest. Thank goodness that the Tokiwa forest is too big, otherwise I probably wouldn't have been able to survive there at the beginning. Tetsuya secretly smacked his lips. Of course, there are members of the forest guard and even senior forest rangers in the evergreen forest, but compared to its area, the number of people seems insignificant. Except for a few areas with higher numbers that are protected by the Ranger Alliance, most areas of the evergreen forest are no different from ordinary wilderness. We are almost there. Zay muttered to himself as he looked at the blue panel that suddenly appeared in his sight. It's just a hack to find elves, a routine operation. Come out, Monarch Snake. He put his right hand on his waist and threw out a luxurious ball. Even if Heracross's personality is as gentle as can be, Zaya feels that he still needs to be protected. That kind of strange power is really no joke. He can smash him into a pulp with one punch. And of course, the elves with forest as their main field must be sent to the forest. The others are either too big or not suitable. After coming out, Monarch Snake took a deep breath at the long lost forest atmosphere and sighed. Then, its upper body suddenly stood up. Sniff, its nose twitched wildly, and then its eyes shone brightly. Smells good, right? Zaya asked with a smile. The king snake nodded frantically. To it, this smell is like the tail of slowpoke to flame chicken. Let's go, let's pick some. Zaya strode towards the source of the fragrance hidden behind the bushes. Chirp, the king snake was flustered. It smells good, but we can't die. This kind of thing must be guarded by a very powerful Pokémon, otherwise we can slowly touch it. It's okay, hurry up and catch up. Zaya greeted without turning his head. Looking at the trainer who had already opened up a distance from him, the king snake had no choice but to sway his body and catch up. To be honest, will he really not be beaten? The king snake expressed his concern. Well, another one comes for sweetness. The guards in the command center were also mentally prepared for this. This is the only attractive thing in this forest. Just follow the rules. He doesn't look like an expert. A team member who was frantically calculating the angle of the monitor he had just placed, said without looking up. To be honest, it's not a problem for him to take more. After all, 8,000 words of self-review, give it to me before dinner tonight. Mori's ruthless words interrupted his subordinate. No matter what the reason is, it cannot be a reason to break the rules. Sorry, Captain, it's my fault. The team member who said Zheng could take more also realized his mistake immediately and lowered his head in guilt. Captain, there seems to be something wrong in water area number 3. Come and take a look. At this time, the team member at the other end of the command center called out. Mori immediately walked over quickly. How did you learn the forest protection course back then? An older member of the guard team shook his head helplessly at the young member who made a mistake, but this was also human nature. He had the same idea back then. Come on, 8,000 words, you still have more than 6 hours. The team member next to him gave his unique blessing of gloating. The command center quickly returned to its daily busy state of chaos and order. On the other side. So, don't worry, they won't attack us. Zay calmly used his knife to scrape the layer of sweetness on the tree. On the trunks of the surrounding trees, there were one or even several heracruses lying on them, sucking. The monarch snake looked around, as if it was facing a great enemy. It felt that, although it was strong, it was not enough to fight dozens of elite and ordinary elves. This damn place was too dangerous. Relax, they comforted with a smile. It was also the first time he really saw the docility of Heracrus, which was indeed a bit exaggerated. As he said this, his hands did not slow down at all. Gradually, the jar used to collect sweetness was soon full. Almost. Zay sealed the jar tightly with satisfaction and stuffed it into the space backpack. There are also rules for collecting sweetness in the Heracrus forest. The can in his hand can only hold the maximum amount that can be collected according to this rule. This is also proposed for sustainable development. Otherwise, if one person takes it all away at once, not to mention the needs of future generations, the ecology of the Pokémon and the entire forest will be threatened, and the nearest human city will be the one in trouble. Watching Tetsuya climb down from the high tree trunk, the king serpent, who had been on edge, finally relaxed a little. It looked up at the sweet spot that was quickly occupied by a Heracrus after Tetsuya left, and its mind was full of doubts. That guy Togekiss would fight with it for a whole day for a snack. The king serpent really couldn't understand the thoughts of these Pokémon who didn't even fight for food. Or are they stupid enough to regard their own trainers as the same kind? Hiss. At this moment, as if there was a problem with the machinery, a noisy electric current sound was heard. Tetsuya's face changed, and he immediately looked at the watch on his hand that was flashing red. Temporary call for an emergency mission. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Natural Disasters. The sound just now certainly did not mean that there was something wrong with Tetsuya's watch. As the red flashing message prompt indicated, the beeping sound was more to highlight the urgency of the situation. It was not the first time that Tetsuya encountered a temporary mission where the Alliance recruited direct trainers. The last time he cleared the rocket team's underground laboratory in the Evergreen Forest was a temporary mission. However, unlike the last mission, the form of this mission was quite surprising. The last mission was only issued as a temporary mission, and it did not require direct trainers to participate. In simple terms, it was similar to the bounty mission officially issued by the Regional Alliance. However, this mission was an emergency mission, and it was directly recruited. That is, all direct trainers nearby must participate, otherwise they will face penalties issued by the Alliance afterwards. This is a very rare form of mission. Generally speaking, this often means that there is a phenomenon that endangers nearby cities. Otherwise, the Alliance would not be so inhumane. Serpent, come back first. Pidgeot, please. After looking at the gathering place for the mission, Tetsuya decisively took back the confused serpent and released Pidgeot. Then, Tetsuya climbed onto Pidgeot's back and pointed in a direction. Beep. Although he didn't know why his trainer was so anxious, Pidgeot, who sensed Tetsuya's movements and mood, flapped his wings and flew into the sky. After he sat firmly, when he was in the air and looked around, Tetsuya could vaguely see that there seemed to be 2 or 3 Pokémons in the distance who were taking off into the sky like him. Their destinations were all pointing in one direction, the command center of the forest guard. Soon, with Pidgeot's superb speed and Tetsuya's extraordinary physical fitness, 1 man and 1 Pokémon arrived at the command center first. After landing on the ground and taking back Pidgeot, Tetsuya took out his red Pokémon to prove his identity when facing the guard members who were walking towards him. Turn right at the second passage after entering the door, the second room. After confirming, the guard member told Tetsuya the gathering place at a very fast speed. Thank you. Tetsuya nodded at him and then walked quickly into the command center. After pushing open the door of the room, there were already several trainers sitting in 2s and 3s. It seemed that he was not the fastest one. It was normal. After all, Tetsuya's position just now was not too close to here. No matter how fast Pidgeot was, it could not shorten the distance conceptually. He found a seat at the back and sat down. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the number of trainers in the room had reached 20. This was a very large number. You have to know that this was just a forest in the Johto region that was not too big or very popular, not like the Viridian forest before. I'm sorry to recruit you all, but our forest guard must need your help in this incident. Just as the trainers looked at each other, a deep male voice came from the door. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the captain of the forest guard of Heracross Forest, Morinan. Standing in front of the trainers was the bearded Morinan. This is an emergency, so let's be brief. If you have any questions, you can ask them after I finish speaking. Morinan was quite resolute and went straight to the point. From his summary, Tetsuya and other trainers gradually understood the general reason for this mission. There are not many situations that can endanger the city. They are nothing more than natural disasters or man-made disasters. Man-made disasters are easy to understand. Usually, the dark organizations have caused big trouble, and they are definitely not ordinary small organizations. They will only focus on the leaders of dark organizations in various regions, such as Team Rocket. Ordinary small organizations cannot do anything, because they don't have the ability. Or it is like the previous mission at the Metropolitan Waterfall, where the expansion of human living space leads to the riot of elves and the impact of the city. This kind of situation will be slightly more common, because human exploration and expansion of the world has never stopped. Even if human cities that have existed for a long time are inevitably encountered occasionally. This is also one of the reasons why there are so many wandering elves in many cities. As for natural disasters, there are too many. The elf world also has a series of natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and landslides, and the power and damage that can be caused are more terrifying than Tetsuya's previous life. I don't know if it is because of the existence of attribute energy, not to mention a series of problems caused by natural disasters. The riot of elves is a normal state at this time. As creatures, they will instinctively run to a safer place. Compared with the two, of course, the latter is more difficult to deal with. This time, the Heracross Forest is facing a very headache-inducing natural disaster. As mentioned before, there is a river to the west of the Heracross Forest, which divides it from the Karas Forest. But rather than a river, it is more like a cliff, and the river is located below the cliff. If people want to travel between the two forests, they usually use the suspension bridge on the cliff. The main reason for this situation is that the water level of this river will often surge. If it is not such an environment, then let alone the forest, several small towns not far from here may be at risk of being flooded. The reason for the deep investigation is probably due to the terrain problems of the four neighboring areas of Sinnoh, Kanto City and Hone. First of all, Sinnoh, located in the far north, is the highest region. Apart from the sea around it, you can hardly see too many lakes there. Therefore, there is snow on the mountainside of Shianguan Mountain all year round. Secondly, it is a little lower, and it is located in the west. Kanto is the most suitable place for human habitation in terms of terrain and seasonal climate. You can find plains, mountains, hills, and islands here. Therefore, there are many kinds of Pokémon living here. The other two regions, Johto and Hone, are more awkward. Hone is not so bad. Located in the southeast, most of its areas are a combination of land and water. There are tropical rainforests on one side and deserts on the other side, which are very common natural landscapes. Some locations in the Hone region can only be reached by water, and a few islands can even dive. This is the sequel left by the fight between Groudon and Kyogre for territory. Apart from anything else, have you seen a city built on a dome and volcano on the seabed? The city of Liuli in the Hone region is one. The Johto region is sandwiched in the middle, and there is no need to describe what it looks like. To put it simply, it is all low-lying areas and forests. This peculiar terrain determines that the Johto region will inevitably be frequently attacked by tsunamis and floods. The river next to the Heracross Forest is such a place. The key is that the surge in the water level of the river here has always been irregular, which is very distressing. The forest guards have to spend a considerable part of their energy on vigilance every day. They are not without ways to deal with it. After all, they have been here for so many years and are almost proficient. But this sudden flood attack is more fierce than before. According to the estimation of the guards using professional equipment, in 2 hours, the water level of the river will officially exceed the height of the suspension bridge on the cliff and enter the forest. And then in 5 hours, it will break through the forest defense line and point directly to the human settlement. Zay's memory is of course as good as it can be. Under the detailed description of Morinan, he even gradually constructed a map in his mind. In other words, if we follow this route, this flood may even affect Johor City. Zay, who quickly came to the conclusion, took a breath of cold air. As for why it disappeared after reaching Johor City, that is of course nonsense, because there is a sea behind Johor City, and the flood will disappear naturally if it directly enters the sea. If this really happened, it would be a disaster for the Johor Alliance, which has always been miserable. Fortunately, the forest guard discovered it in time. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be participated by only the 20 trainers present. After Mori reported it to the higher authorities, the Johor Alliance has already responded very quickly. All personnel and materials are on the way. Natural disasters are strong, but as long as they are discovered in advance, they can be solved for this world with Pokémon. What people fear most is the natural disasters that occur suddenly without any signs. Perhaps this is unrealistic in the previous life, because there will probably be signs before a natural disaster occurs. But Pokémons make or break things, and anything can happen suddenly in a place where Pokémons exist. Maybe the earthquake is just Groudon sleeping underground and turning over, and that tsunami may be just Kyogre sneezing. According to the information that Morinan said, in order to stabilize the morale of the troops, ZHEE estimated that there was a high probability that one or more of the 8 gym leaders in Johto would be there to solve the problem. His cheap senior brother probably couldn't do that, because fighting type Pokémon were still lacking in this aspect. However, ZHEE had a guess in his mind about the gym leader, who could deal with the flood. As the latest advanced team, what ZHEE and his team had to do was not too difficult. The main thing was to assist the forest guards, to appease the Pokémons in the vicinity. This was not an easy job. The forest guards had only 16 members in total, including 20 trainers, which added up to 36. The forest here was small, but that was compared to the evergreen forest. Even if the 36 humans and their Pokémons were counted, they would be just a drop in the ocean when scattered throughout the forest. Not to mention that the guards had to leave a considerable number of people in the command center to observe the river water level and various docking and command work. As for how to appease them, that was of course the simplest and most direct way. Knock out the Pokémons that escaped from the forest and collect them aside, and then release them back to nature after the incident. Protection is protection, but priorities must be distinguished. That means, we 28 people have to complete the defense of the entire forest. A middle-aged male trainer's face was very ugly. Unfortunately, I tell you, to be precise, there are 2. The forest man laughed and told him a worse news. We can leave fewer people in the Heracross forest. After all, Karis has a more violent personality. Maybe those Heracross won't even run away. There are also trainers who immediately began to plan a plan. It is meaningless to ask whether it is difficult or not. He doesn't want to be dragged into some unknown blacklist by the Alliance. The forest man shook his head. It's not possible, because there have been examples before. When their lives are threatened, Heracross will still choose to flee, and they are stronger. Once something goes wrong, it will be more troublesome than Karis. Actually, it's not bad. The side we mainly defend is in the west, where the terrain is higher. There is nothing we can do about those who slip through the net on the other side. Another trainer said. Indeed, the Pokémons fleeing the flood will definitely run to higher ground. Although they have no concept of terrain, they know where they can save their lives. This time we are recruiting trainers above the elite level in the 2 forests. Unfortunately, there are only 20 of them here. The rest of the weaker trainers have already issued a notice to evacuate. Speaking of the shortage of manpower, the forest man seemed to be very troubled. As long as he was given enough manpower, all problems would no longer be a problem, but there just weren't so many people. The main reason was that trainers below the elite level could not help at all in defending against the impact of wild Pokémons, but would instead hinder them. We have prepared all the defense positions for everyone according to the habits of the major tribes in the forest. You only need to choose the most suitable position according to the characteristics of your Pokémons. If there is a conflict, report it immediately. The forest man placed a diagram on the blackboard at the front of the room. There were about 20 red dots scattered on it. I guess this was the prepared position he mentioned. I'll take position 3. My Pokémon is very suitable for dealing with Barday. I'll take position 5. It's more suitable for me to perform. I'll take position 8. I'll take position 22. Knowing the urgency of the situation, the trainers immediately divided up all the defense locations. Tetsuya also chose a more difficult defense point. Then, please, Morinan bowed to everyone very seriously. Duty. Everyone had the same attitude, which was the concept that every member of the alliance was taught since childhood. Mr. Tetsuya, please stay. Just as everyone was leaving the room, Morinan stopped Tetsuya. What's the matter? Tetsuya asked curiously. It's like this, you are the strongest trainer among all the trainers recruited this time, and my own strength is far inferior to yours. Morinan came up and praised Tetsuya first. Then he said embarrassedly, according to the original plan, I, as the captain, should be responsible for mobile defense, but I personally think you are more suitable than me. I wonder if I can go to the area you choose to defend, and you will be responsible for mobile defense. The so-called mobile defense, in the most direct way, is like a brick, moving wherever there is unexpected danger. After all, although there are no king Pokémon in the entire forest, there are still many Quaseekings. Most elite trainers do not have the ability to deal with a Quaseeking and a group of elite and ordinary Pokémon at the same time. This is also the most dangerous and tiring position. Chapter 312. People who understand the harshness of winter. Me. ZHE was stunned subconsciously. He really didn't expect Moriman to suddenly ask him such a request. But then again, according to Moriman, he is indeed the most suitable person to do mobile defense. At least his elves have a considerable advantage when facing the wild elves in the forest here. In addition to strength, there are also attributes. Okay. After a simple thought, ZHE slowly nodded under Moriman's gaze and agreed to his request. This is no loss for him, right? He has no reason to refuse. Thank you very much. Moriman was very happy. Sure enough, as a talented rookie trainer promoted by the Alliance, his quality is still reassuring. During the next mission, please be sure to keep your call channel on number 3. Someone in it will promptly convey the crisis that needs to be resolved to you. The two of them exchanged a few words and hurried out. According to the report of the security team in the monitoring room, although it will take some time for the flood to spread and rise to the cliff, the elves in the forest are already a little restless. Some tribes that value their lives have even shown a tendency to move to the west of the forest. Some Heracross even showed a rare intention to leave their tribe's place of residence, which was a strange phenomenon that had never been seen before. This also meant that the task of the trainers who were deployed to defend the forest became more severe. Leave it to you, Pidgeot. After leaving the command center, Zaire first released Pidgeot and let it take him to the sky. In the beginning, he actually had very little to do, because most of the problems could be solved by the trainers participating in the mission alone. There was no pressure at all for some scattered weak Pokémon tribes to flee. Zaire's real busy time was concentrated between 2 and 4 hours after the water level rose. Because during that time, most of the native Pokémon in the forest would flee to the outside like crazy. I don't know when the gym leader will arrive. Zaire closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on Pidgeot's back, thinking quietly. Among the 8 major gym leaders in the Johto region, the only senior trainer who can fully cope with the flood is probably Winter Liubo, or Ruthless Liubo. Liubo, who specializes in ice, is the gym leader of Kaji Gym in Kaju Town. His strength is unquestionable. Not to mention that Kaju Town is rumored to be the birthplace of ninjas. Liubo's training methods revealed by the gym apprentices and members on a daily basis are enough to scare people. It may be hard to believe, but the fact is that Liubo, who is now in his 50s and is of the same generation as Kikuko Tenao, Professor Oak, Mr. Steel, and even Zabo, usually exercises by meditating under a waterfall or sitting on ice. Anyway, Tetsuya thinks that it is difficult for him to keep up this training method, which is enough to be called self-abuse. It is also, because of this kind of daily training, that makes people feel extremely cruel just thinking about it, that Liubo has an extremely amazing willpower. Although many people don't know why Liubo, who was not introverted and cold when he was young, suddenly became extremely cold and even called Hanbing, but Zay, as a time traveler, still has foresight. It can only be said that the misunderstandings between elves and humans due to language barriers are really frustrating. However, although it is still unknown whether Liubo will solve the flood and when he will arrive, the Alliance has not given Zay and his group of trainers who are defending first. Under the rapid response of the Johto Alliance, several cities near the Heracross Forest are recruiting trainers to assist in the defense. According to the most optimistic estimate, it will be possible to arrive here 3 hours after the water level rises. This is already a very fast time. After all, gathering and rushing to assign tasks are not tasks that can be completed instantly. Of course, according to the Alliance, some trainers who have elves that can carry people will come here to support in advance, which can also be regarded as a time node for breathing. But the key to whether this flood can be solved or not is when Liubo or another gym trainer arrives. ZHE also thought silently. These not very strong trainers can only solve the aftermath of the flood. And maybe they can't solve it well. He once again felt that his strength was far from strong enough. If he was strong enough, not to mention the grass type Monarch, even the fire type Blaziken and the rock type Galchus could solve the flood. Attention, point 8, a group of Scythers are approaching you, with a strength of 2 elites and 4 ordinary ones. Just as ZHE was thinking silently in the air, the voice of the Forest Guard Command Center came from the headset. Received, solved. 10 minutes later, the trainer in charge of the defense of Point 8 gave a reply. Everyone knew that this was just an appetizer, and the time for real defense had not yet come. Attention, number 15, a group of tailed Pokémons are approaching you, with a strength of 4 elites and 6 common ones. Attention, number 22, a group of long-tailed Stinker are approaching you, with a strength of 2 elites and 3 common ones. Attention, number 17, a group of blue Pokémons are approaching you, with a strength of 1 elite and 3 common ones. The next moment, 3 prompts sounded almost at the same time. ZHE also frowned. Is this frequency normal? He was not the only one who thought so. Trainers who had not been affected by Pokémon shocks also raised similar questions in the channel. It is within the normal range now. These Pokémons are all relatively lively types. The response of the Forest Guard seemed particularly calm. They understood the concerns of these trainers very well, and they were also afraid. But as they have been doing protection work in the forest for many years, they naturally know more about the personalities of wild Pokémons than ordinary people. In their opinion, the personalities of some Pokémons are even better than those described in books. Especially long-tailed Stinker. These guys are quite a headache, and it is not surprising that they do anything. Maybe they just think it's fun to run around. They are not fleeing at all. After all, these Pokémons living on the top of tall trees don't actually have to worry about being flooded or having nothing to eat. But in this situation, everything has to be treated as a big deal. Otherwise it would be too bad if it causes a chain reaction. Solved point quote asterisk 3. Without paying attention to what their temporary colleagues were talking about, the 3 trainers who received defense tasks in different locations completed their duties very straightforwardly. Fortunately, these defense points are divided according to strength, otherwise some trainers with not too strong strength would probably have to seek help from Zaya, who is in mobile defense. The gap between elite trainers is quite large, not to mention that there are ordinary trainers who are not direct trainers among the trainers recruited this time. If you need Pokémon recovery, you can find me. My Serpentine can provide a green grass field. Be careful not to be unable to recover due to too frequent battles. Zaya said calmly in the channel. Many people may not have any experience or concept of long-term combat. He always feels that, if he doesn't mention it, this matter will be forgotten. This is different from ordinary outdoor battles. You can't just leave whenever you want. Even if you want to leave, the consequences may be serious, and no one is willing to bear such consequences. Point 4 can also provide recovery. If necessary, go to the nearest point. Same for point the 8th of November 22. Under his reminder, some trainers with similar recovery abilities also reported their positions in the channel in tacit understanding. It's confirmed. Master Liubo of Kaji Gym will arrive in about 5 hours. Before that, it depends on your efforts. At the same time, Morinan also gave another good news. Sure enough, Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. It was exactly what he thought. And 5 hours was just the right time. It was probably that this flood was used as a real combat drill. Tetsuya said that he was very familiar with the official operation of the league. He didn't believe that as a trainer who started at least at the king level, Liubo would not have a sky Pokémon to use for travel. Judging from Liubo's ability and the strength of the elves in his hands, even if Kaju Town and Heracross Forest are located near the northernmost end of Johto and the southernmost end of Johto respectively, it would not take so long. It only takes Tetsuya more than 4 hours to travel from the northernmost to the southernmost in Kanto at the speed of Bidyo. The span between the northern and southern ends of Johto is not as wide as that of Kanto. Of course, maybe he was overthinking it. It is entirely possible that it took too long because he could not contact Liubo temporarily. But this reason is really unconvincing. Is the scale of this flood considered large? Curious, Tetsuya sent a message to Morinan privately. He has lived in Kanto since he was a child. Although he has a wide range of knowledge, he is not very familiar with these things after all. If the scope of the occurrence is limited to this forest, it is very large. If it is in the history of the Johto Alliance, it is not a big deal at all. Morinan's reply clearly confirmed Tetsuya's initial thoughts. He shrugged helplessly. Okay, he didn't know what the people above were thinking. Anyway, as a subordinate, he could only contribute. Obviously, after learning this news, not only him, but all the trainers felt more at ease. Sometimes they would even exchange the process of defense in the channel. Liubo's title of the man who understands the harshness of winter really shows the strength of his ice-type Pokémon. If he had not given up the competition for the 4 Heavenly Kings of the region like most of the old people, who knows who the 4 Heavenly Kings would be now? A Quasi-King level Pokémon appeared at point 12, and the defenders requested help. As time went by, ZHE, who was relaxed at the beginning, became busy. In his headset, information that only he could hear came. Understood, I'll be there soon. ZHE responded with a relaxed expression. It has been an hour since the water level rose. From his perspective in the sky, it is obvious that the waves between the cliffs are surging. The suspension bridge that originally connected the cliffs is already in danger. Fortunately, all the processes are going on as the forest guards expected at the beginning, including the escape of the Pokémon. As long as there are no accidents, everything is acceptable. Then, I'll leave it to you. Zaya shouted to the flame chicken, who was on the same level as him. It was sitting on the branch of an extremely huge tree. Down. Flame chicken shouted, and jumped down from the sky very swiftly. There was no big noise when it landed, and it disappeared in the dense woods in a flash. Zaya was naturally not worried that Flame Chicken would not be able to solve the problem. On the one hand, Flame Chicken's strength was there. At least the wild Pokémon here at the same level could not be the opponent of Flame Chicken, even if it had the help of its minions and Flame Chicken did not have his command. On the other hand, Flame Chicken with the Wava Guide was quite advantageous in identifying teammates and enemies. Zaya did not need to lead the way. It could sense the approximate location by itself. Just like before, Zaya heard the message crisis resolved in the headset 5 minutes later. Flame Chicken reappeared in time and returned to the tree. The Monarch Snake lying on another branch lazily opened the green grass field to help Flame Chicken recover its strength. It now feels like a tall snake, and there is nothing but green grass in the field. Zaya shook his head in anger and amusement when he saw its appearance. Let's go, I'll take you to exercise. Just at this time, another target came to be dealt with. Zaya called out to the serpent and asked Pidgeot to put him on the ground. Chew the serpent swam down from the tree while calling. Its red eyes blinked and stared at Zaya. It's a Diglett. It's more troublesome to deal with Blaziken. Zaya shuttled through the jungle and said to the serpent that followed him. The serpent nodded in understanding. Little mouse, it is familiar with it. It often dealt with it in the wild before. Soon, a man and a Pokémon rushed to the defense point of the trainer who asked for help. Finally, we are here. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. The trainer, who released all 6 Pokémon to resist the Diglett and the Diglett group with difficulty, saw Zaya's arrival as if he saw a savior. If it weren't for the sudden flood, even the guards wouldn't have thought that there would be a group of gophers led by the 3 gophers. No wonder the plants in the forest grow so well, probably thanks to these little guys. Monarch Snake, Vine Whip. Zaya looked at the situation and commanded the Monarch Snake to go straight ahead without saying hello. The green Vine Whip quickly spread towards the 3 gophers. The 3 gophers, who were concentrating on dealing with the elves in front of them, never thought that the opponent would suddenly come with an elf that was much stronger than it and was tied up by the Vine Whip without paying attention. Chapter 313, Snow Covered. Just as the battle began, a new message for help came through Tetsuo's earphones. Quick fight, we have to rush to the next location. His eyes flashed, and he immediately gave orders to the Monarch Snake. Use the energy ball. Taka. The Monarch Snake raised its head, and while it used the Vine Whip to firmly fix the 3 maggots, the green light points gathered from all directions quickly formed a huge light ball in front of its body. This is the forest, the world of grass-type Pokémon. In this situation, the preparation time and power of any grass-type skills will be greatly enhanced. In a moment, the energy ball was ready. In the slightly horrified eyes of the 3 maggots, the Monarch Snake flicked its tail, and the green energy ball rushed towards it at a high speed. Dana *3 The triplets, who are good at teamwork, shouted at the same time. It can be said that it is experienced in combat. When the 3 maggots found that they could not use their strength to break free from the Vine Whip, they immediately used the rock-type Rock Collapse to condense rocks in front of themselves as a defense. Unfortunately, in such a hurry, these rocks did not play the role they should have. Under the skillful control of the King Serpent, the energy ball avoided these rocks and successfully hit the body of the Diglett. Bang! The next moment, the Diglett was released and crashed directly into the tree. Give it the last blow, Magic Leaf. Zay commanded King Serpent to continue attacking without mercy. After all, it was a Qua-seeking level Pokémon. Even if the defenders here had consumed it before, and the effective attribute Restraint, Diglett would not lose its combat ability under one blow. Soon, the magic leaf emitting blue-purple light chased the figure of Diglett and knocked it unconscious. The rest is up to you. Zay patted King Serpent to show encouragement, then shouted to the defenders who were still fighting on the side, and prepared to go to the next location. Okay, thank you. The busy and sweaty trainer also took the time to reply, and then continued to return to the front line of combat command. It looked like he had a hard time. Before leaving, ZHE also used a Pokeball to help him collect the Diglett. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if it recovered later. On the way to the next location, ZHE also blew a whistle to call Pidgeot. This was to ask it to bring Blaziken over. Most of the Pokémon in the forest are still grass type and bug type. In this case, Blaziken is the most suitable main attacker. The ground type Diglett that we just met is a very rare guy. In fact, it is okay to let Serpentis deal with it, because as a Qua-seeking, the gap in strength between it and wild Pokémon is still very obvious. The Diglett just now is actually a Pokémon with quite amazing power, otherwise the special structure of the 3 heads would not allow them to dig to a place that is said to be more than 100 kilometers deep underground. The rocks and soil there are not ordinary hard. But even so, the wild Diglett is still not as strong as the Serpentis that he has cultivated since childhood. You know, Serpentis' strength is definitely one of the weaker ones in all its abilities. The comparison between the two is enough to show how strong the Monarch Snake is. But in the final analysis, the battle between the same family is still too time consuming, and it is far less efficient than that of Blaziken. Under the dual suppression of Blaziken's strength and attributes, basically one shot of flame can solve all the opponents encountered in the forest. If one shot doesn't work, then 2 shots. Soon, Pidgeot, who heard Tetsuo's call, appeared beside him with Blaziken. 500 meters ahead, there is a Qua-seeking level Ariadus. Another advantage of letting Blaziken do the work is that Tetsuya can save a lot of worry. He casually pointed in the direction of help, and Blaziken burst out at an unbearable speed and disappeared in front of his eyes. By the time Tetsuya ran to the scene, Blaziken had already helped the trainer solve this wave of battles. Well done. Tetsuya patted Blaziken's waist. Don't ask why he didn't pat his shoulder. He couldn't. In the next hour, Tetsuya and his elves fully felt how enthusiastic the elves in the Heracross forest could be before the flood. A series of Qua-seeking elves appeared frequently in the small forest. Even the members of the forest guards did not expect that there would be so many Qua-seeking Pokémons in this forest. This number is much more than they usually know. But looking at those Qua-seeking Pokémons that suddenly appeared, it seems normal that they did not notice them. The 3 moles that live deep underground and never show their faces, the tree that habitually pretends to be a bush and can stay motionless for a long time, the tree that is weird, also called the nonsense tree, the cunning predator Eriadus who can hide his strength, and the shuttlecock cotton that floats on the tall treetops with the help of air currents all day long. If it were not for the flood, these powerful wild Pokémons who are neighbors with the gentle Heracross tribe would probably spend their lives comfortably. Fortunately, their strength is strong enough, otherwise it would not be easy for anyone to fight a series of battles of the same level. Although he is strong, he is not strong enough to fight a large group of them in a round-robin battle. In this case, even a strong one like Blaziken had to take a break. A considerable number of opponents were also dealt with by Pidgeot, Giant Rock Monster and Monarch Serpent. TSK, it's really exaggerated. Zay climbed up a tall tree to take a break from his busy schedule. He looked at the scene in the distance and couldn't help but sigh at the power of nature. It can be seen that the water level has risen to a height higher than the cliffs on both sides and has begun to spread throughout the forest. Although it seems that it moves very slowly, in fact, the water in the entire forest has begun to cover people's shoes and is about to reach their ankles. This is a very exaggerated amount of water. In half an hour, the advanced support team sent by the nearest city will arrive. In the headset, Morinan calmly conveyed the good news. His attitude and the content of the message undoubtedly made the tired people feel a little happy. They didn't feel much about it. Originally, mobile defense should be the most tiring one, but his Pokémon is really too strong. It can be said that except for running around, it doesn't take any effort at all. He counted carefully. Since the first message for help, Blaziken and his companions have solved a total of 12 Qua-seeking level Pokémon. It can only be said that the forest guards here were quite conscientious in their previous work. Although compared to the huge number of wild elves, the number of Qua-seeking level elves is not as small as imagined, but it is not so rare that more than a dozen can be found in any forest. At least there are not many in the areas of the Evergreen Forest, where Zaya has been exploring to make money, otherwise he may not be alive now. In addition to the fact that the main elves living here are the extremely docile Heracross, the protection of the forest guards must have played a considerable role in it. Of course, this is also related to the different positioning of the two forests. The Evergreen Forest is the largest unknown area. It has attracted countless trainers to explore one after another. The areas where Zaya has been doing tasks have been searched many times. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as digging 3 feet into the ground, and no one cares. In this case, it is surprising that there are still Qua-seeking level elves. For example, the Heracross forest is not an area for exploration, and the most desirable sweet item in it cannot be considered a rare item. The forest guards also have a special team stationed here for protection. Due to various factors, the number of Qua-seeking level elves here is obviously above the standard. This is also one of the reasons why the guards are quite nervous. On weekdays, the presence of many Qua-seeking level elves can show that they are doing a good job, but when disaster strikes and causes elves to riot, the existence of these powerful elves is not so good. Request support at point 26 to Qua-seeking level Heracross. Just when Zay's thoughts were scattered, an urgent voice came from his headphones. Get to work, guys. He put away the indifferent and even somewhat bored expression on his face and took his companions to the defense work again. But this time, he was more relaxed than before. This is not difficult to imagine. The stronger the elves are, the more sensitive they are to abnormal perception of the surrounding environment. In the previous defense process, most of the Quasi-King level elves in the forest had already started the escape mode early. Of course, they were all stopped by Zay. According to the command center, the remaining Quasi-King elves are probably the elder brothers and sisters of the Heracross tribe. Thank you very much. Seeing ZHE also put a Heracross with a heart-shaped horn on its head into the elf ball, the forest man who was defending point 26 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is a couple, they cooperate really well. Thinking back to the attack and defense of the Heracross just now, ZHE couldn't help but admire it. The difference between male and female Heracross is relatively easy to recognize. The horns of male Heracross are sharply forked at the end, while the horns of females are heart-shaped. The one just now is undoubtedly a female. The one who fell before it should be its spouse. Well, these two Heracross are the leaders of the second largest tribe in this forest. They have been living together for about 10 years. The forest man nodded and replied, Liubo should be here soon. I think we can ask him to take action in advance. This time, things seem a little different. Solve it sooner and worry less. ZHE also expressed his feelings to Mori. To be honest, he didn't quite understand the elf riot caused by this flood. Mori also nodded with a thoughtful look. We also find it very strange. He paused, and then continued. According to the records of the security team and various places, the elf riot caused by this scale of flood should not be so watery. Mori even used the word watery to describe the outrageous degree of this elf riot. According to the normal written rating, this flood can almost reach the 3rd level, a total of 5 levels, in the Alliance's records, but the corresponding elf riot is at most 2 levels. These 2 levels are based on many elite level and even Quasi-King level elves. Otherwise, if you only look at the scene, people will believe that this is the lowest level 1 riot. You know, it is normal for a level 3 disaster to cause a level 4 elf riot, which is why natural disaster should be treated more seriously. It can cause many chain reactions. The strange thing about this Pokémon riot is that the vast majority of the novice and even ordinary Pokémon in the forest did not run around. They seemed to have received advance notice and had long been quietly staying high in many tall trees. The most peculiar thing is that many Pokémon that originally had grudges did not even clash under such circumstances. On the contrary, those Pokémon with strength above the elite level seemed to be real victims of the disaster. They were very active in escaping and saving their lives. Although it is a good thing that they did not run around, at least there is no need to worry about the trainers participating in the defense losing their lives, nor do they have to worry about the surrounding cities being damaged, but this scene can't help but make people feel uneasy. Let's contact Lord Liubo first. Things here are a little beyond our capabilities. Morinan thought about it and decided to call the higher-ups. Of course, Liubo had arrived a long time ago. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, the Johto Alliance would have nowhere to cry. This special situation, where Pokémon should have rioted, but did not riot, is a kind of accident. But Morinan definitely had no way to contact Liubo directly, so he could only report it 1 level at a time. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Liubo, who was wearing a blue coat, had silver hair, and was leaning on a cane with a serious face, landed near Zaya and Morinan with the help of the messenger bird. Before they could speak, Liubo signaled them to shut up. I know everything. No need to say more. Let's solve the flood first. As soon as Liubo opened his mouth, the feeling of keeping people away became more obvious. Under this icy aura, Zaya and Morinan swallowed their saliva involuntarily and dared not say anything more. Blizzard King, Snow. Liubo threw a somewhat old Pokeball with an indifferent face and gave an order to his Pokémon. The furry giant Pokémon Blizzard King landed directly in the forest full of water, splashing water everywhere. It took a deep breath and boldly activated its special ability to snow. In an instant, the originally bright weather immediately became dim. Snowflakes fell in the entire forest. It was the time when spring and summer were changing, and the temperature in the mild forest suddenly dropped by several degrees, and with the power of the Blizzard King, the temperature continued to drop. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the originally green forest had turned into a world covered in silver. Messenger bird, freeze everything. Seeing that the preparations were almost completed, Liubo simply directed his A-self to handle the work. The computer blue screen. All the writing was gone. Damn. Chapter 314 Disaster Beast. Zay, who was watching from the side, had his eyes moved. When Liubo appeared in front of him, he noticed this seemingly ordinary messenger bird. However, on the panel displayed by Zero, this messenger bird was not as harmless as it looked. The bright champion strength was particularly dazzling. Zay really couldn't imagine how Liubo trained a messenger bird to this point. Even if he had Zero as a golden finger, he didn't dare to boast that he had the confidence to train such an elf. The origin of the name of the messenger bird is largely because they carry food all day long and store food with their tails. Generally, they feed food to their young and also share food with humans trapped in the glacier. The so-called messenger refers to bringing hope of life to victims who are in trouble or even desperate. On the other hand, it is also because the messenger bird is particularly good at and likes to use the skill called gift, so the so-called messenger also means delivering gifts. This is a unique skill of this kind of elf. The hollow tail of the messenger bird hides an unknown mysterious gift. When the gift is passed to other elves, different effects will occur with probability. It may cause damage to the opponent, or it may restore the opponent. But this information also shows from the side that the frontal combat ability of the messenger bird is not strong. This is indeed the case. According to data calculations, the comprehensive ability of the messenger bird at the same level is only slightly stronger than the first form of the 3 starter elves. ZHE was also very curious. In this case, what kind of amazing big moves can Liubo's messenger bird make? You know, at the champion level, the strength of each elf is unimaginable to ordinary people. The red messenger bird, which looks like a penguin and is covered with a layer of white feathers on its face and chest, climbed leisurely into the sky under Liubo's command. ZHE was stunned for a moment. Why does it feel leisurely? Obviously, the messenger bird accelerates from a standstill in an instant and then flies to a high altitude. This extremely conflicting feeling makes ZHE quite uncomfortable. Even though he has been accustomed to similar actions of his own Pidgeot, this shows that the speed difference between the 2 elves is quite large. The champion elf's insignificant movement revealed a little of its powerful strength. Woo! The messenger bird climbed to a high altitude and cried softly, and then saw that the yellow part of its tail, which looked like a foot, was slightly stirred. A white cold current visible to the naked eye appeared from its tail and covered the entire sky in the blink of an eye. In the shocked eyes of Tetsuya and Morio, the sky, which had become a little dim due to the characteristics of snowfall, seemed to have flashed with aurora in an instant. Then, the silver-clad forest turned into a world of ice in the next moment. Whether it was the flowing water just now, or the snowflakes hanging on the trees, they all condensed into large blocks of blue ice crystals in an instant. From the site to the source of the water flow under the cliff in the distance, the flood at this moment turned into motionless ice. Both of them took a breath of cold air, and then their faces were red from the cold. The temperature in the forest is at least -30 degrees. With such a big temperature difference, it is fortunate that both of them have excellent physical fitness, otherwise they would have been sick for a few days. However, ZHE was more surprised than Mori, because when the messenger bird used its ability, the champion strength displayed on the 0 panel changed to 3 more dazzling words at that moment. Level 3 God. He never thought that before he saw how strong the general champion Pokémon was, he saw how exaggerated the strength of the general Pokémon with the strength of level 3 God was. And this Pokémon was the messenger bird, which was not strong in everyone's concept. No, ZHE subconsciously denied his idea. Liubo's messenger bird can be called a small frozen bird. In fact, except for the rarity of frozen birds, the strength of most individuals is estimated to be not as good as this messenger bird. Coincidentally, the messenger bird and the frozen bird are also the only 2 Pokémon with ice and flying attributes in all Pokémon. Boss, it's frozen. Tetsuya and Mori's headphones also heard the report from the guard team member in the command center. His tone was also full of disbelief. Normal people don't have the opportunity to see the ability of a 3rd level divine elf. If he knew, he would definitely brag about it. The most surprising thing is that even with such a large-scale use of super strong ice energy, the messenger bird ensured that no wild elf was attacked by it. In other words, it accurately controlled the use of ice energy to focus on the flood. This controllability is unparalleled. It's almost solved. You arrange the follow-up work. I'll go investigate the cause of the abnormal phenomenon. Liubo turned around, said a few words to the two of them, and then took back the Blizzard King and left with the messenger bird. His tone was unusually calm, as if he had completed a daily operation like eating and serving water. It's really difficult to get along with. Mori looked at Liubo, who disappeared, and whispered what was in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say it to his face. He even felt that with Liubo's personality, he would turn him into an ice sculpture on the spot. Speaking of which, won't these ices turn into water after they melt? Zay looked at the ice layer below and asked a question that was worth pondering. The two immediately fell silent. The flood problem was solved, but it didn't seem to be completely solved. But it seemed that the two had no other solution. Blazer, come out for a moment. Zay threw out his trump card, the luxury ball, and he had a bold idea. Use jet flames on the rock over there. He pointed to a rock that had turned into an ice ball not far away and said to Blaziken. Next, Blaziken nodded calmly. Raging flames spewed out of its mouth, blazing fire roasting the frozen rock. After half a minute, the ice on the rock showed a slight sign of melting. That's enough. Stop. They stopped Blaziken's continuous output. He felt that he was shocked more times today than in the past month. The quality of this ice energy was too high. You know, fire energy has a restraining effect on ice energy. Moreover, the intensity of the flame chicken is much stronger than that of normal elves of the same level. In this case, it took half a minute to burn the ice before it showed signs of melting. According to this situation, they estimated that if it was normal sunlight in this season, such a thick ice layer would take at least a week to melt. If this is the case, according to the surrounding terrain, a week can reduce the impact to a minimum or even no impact. Morinan, who was watching Zay's experiment, also made a judgment thoughtfully. Although he did not stay in the Heracross forest for a long time, he also learned relevant knowledge during his studies at the Forest Ranger School. It is not difficult to draw a conclusion by analogy and applying the formula. But the elves may not be able to hold on for so long. They said the same problem that Morinan was worried about. This is the Heracross forest in Johto, and all the elves living here are not elves with strong cold resistance. It is impossible to change this forest into a different appearance just to solve the flood. A week is enough for the elves that originally lived here to migrate to other places, and the original ecological environment of Heracross forest will be completely destroyed. Let's wait for Senior Liubo to come back and ask him. He should be prepared for this. Zay pondered for a while and finally gave up thinking. Maybe when he has the strength of a champion, he will be able to roughly think of how to solve it. At present, his strength and insight are not enough to support him to solve this problem. Well, I will report to the league first, and then the trainers who assist in the defense will also need to contact the Joai family and Professor Kanmu to place the rebellious elves that have just been captured. Morinan nodded in agreement and then started his work. How about it? Do you feel that the gap in strength is too big? A little frustrated, Zay, who had nothing to do, started chatting with his flame chicken. Since the end of the experiment just now, he could feel that flame chicken's psychological fluctuations changed abnormally quickly. Yeah. Flame chicken responded to Zay dully with the power of Wava Guide. There's nothing to be depressed about. Zay pulled it to sit on a thick branch. The chill from under his butt was ignored by him at this time. He seemed to be talking to Blaziken, or to the other 5 companions who could see the outside world in the Pokeball. But Blaziken's intense psychological fluctuations could also be clearly reflected in its Wava Guide. This is normal. Zay's tone involuntarily became heavier. If a Pokémon with the same talent as you has worked harder than you for more than 30 years, then it would be abnormal for it not to have such strength, right? He didn't think his Pokémon was any worse than Liubo's messenger bird. The 6 companions he had now were all carefully selected and carefully cultivated for a long time. Otherwise he would not have become the best among his peers. On the contrary, the strength of messenger bird further stimulated his inner confidence. If Liubo and Messenger Bird could do this, there was no reason why he and his companions couldn't do it, right? Blaziken didn't reply. Don't you have the confidence to become as strong as it? Zay glanced at it. This time Blaziken made a move. For Pokémons with pure minds, provocation is a very useful method. Of course. Flame was quite decisive. That's fine, or do you not believe that I can make you that strong? Tetsua's mouth was half smiled. This is also a job for a trainer. Pokémons also have psychological problems like humans. That is to say, their psychological problems are not difficult to solve. For a Pokémon like Flame, it is more like it suddenly got stuck in a dead end. After talking it out, it will be fine if it finds time to beat a dozen noobs. Of course not. Flame became more determined. Since childhood, it has always believed in Tetsua's ability, and it is still the same now. In fact, the reason why Flame is frustrated is nothing more than that it feels that its efforts have not been effective. This is purely because the strength of the messenger bird exceeds it by far. Moreover, as Tetsua said, it is quite unfair to compare a Pokémon that has been born for less than a year with a Pokémon that has lived for more than 30 or nearly 40 years. If the latter's talent is average and he doesn't work hard, it's fine. The key is that the latter's talent is not much worse than the former's, and he may be more hardworking. There is no so-called golden period for the strength of elves. Except when they are about to die, the strength of elves is basically in an upward state. Of course, the premise is that they still have potential to be tapped. Moreover, when they reach the champion stage, since the strength of the strength depends to a large extent on how much natural energy the elves can control with the bond, the advantage of time will be fully demonstrated. Only a very small number of super talented trainers and elves can break through this point. For example, Watari, Dago, Mukali, and Serona. But how many people in the world are like these four? Apart from anything else, the best proof is that Mr. Adek has firmly held the championship throne of the Unova region for nearly 20 years. That is to say, the four regions of Kanto, Johto, Hone, and Sinnoh often produce monsters, otherwise it would not give people the illusion that young trainers can surpass older trainers. When all aspects are similar, the advantage brought by time is huge. Whether it is experience or bonds, it is the same. The man and the elf sat on the branch and chatted. With the help of the temperature of the body of the flame chicken, the surrounding environment did not make Tetsuya feel so cold. You are the boy called Tamaki Tetsuya that Oak mentioned. The cold word suddenly came from behind Tetsuya. Tetsuya and the flame chicken subconsciously took a defensive posture. But soon, he heard who the voice belonged to, so he simply relaxed. Yes, Senior Liubo. Tetsuya turned around and greeted him very respectfully. It was Liubo who appeared behind him without anyone noticing. It can only be said that Liubo's ability to conceal his breath is very powerful, as expected of a ninja town. The distracted flame chicken did not even notice the other party's figure. It's another humanoid elf. Tetsuya was very emotional. He always felt that every powerful trainer is a humanoid elf. Good reaction. Liubo glanced at Tetsuya and gave a cold evaluation. It was because he had a good relationship with Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi when he was young. Otherwise he would not do such a meaningless test with his personality. I have found out the truth. The reaction of the weaker elves is probably related to it. Liuboru said to Morinan and Zheye. At this time, the two noticed that on a treetop not far away, a white elf stood quietly, and next to it was Liubo's messenger bird, Disaster Beast. The moment he saw the other party, Morinan blurted out its nickname, Absol. Zheye also came back to his senses, as if he had suddenly realized something. No wonder the elves seemed to have known the arrival of the disaster. Chapter 315, Conversation with Liubo, Dizzy. The spirit that appeared in front of the three people, next to the messenger bird, was Absol, known as the Disaster Beast. This nickname also shows how much fear this spirit had in the past. In the past, when superstition was prevalent, Absol was hated because it was believed to bring disaster and was driven into the mountains. Because if Absol appeared in front of people, natural disasters such as earthquakes or tsunamis would definitely occur. It was also called the Disaster Pokémon. But in fact, in modern times, as people have a deeper understanding of spirits, they gradually know why Absol often appears with crisis. The key lies in the sickle-like horn on the right side of Absol's head. This horn can sensitively detect changes in the sky and the earth, giving it the power to sense natural disasters. In other words, it is not Absol that brings disasters, but Absol has foreseen the disaster before it occurs and appears in front of humans to remind them. However, before this conclusion came out, no one had ever regarded Absol as a prophet and reminder of disasters, but only thought that it was the creator of disasters, and therefore had considerable malice towards it. Although it is a bad Pokémon, Absol is a very special and gentle Pokémon, just like the white hair on its body, that is different from almost all bad Pokémon. Most bad Pokémon are affected by energy, and the colors of their external appearance are almost all black or brown or other dark colors. Absol is a special case. It is probably its peace-loving character that led to this special situation. And to this day, many people still insist that Absol brought disaster and stay away from it. Even though Kagetsu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Hone region, has clarified and explained this more than once, due to his past history as a bad boy, people who originally did not believe it have become more determined. The reason why Kagetsu is so committed to changing the impression of Absol in people's hearts is that there is an Absol among his absolute main forces. He does not want anyone to show disgust when seeing his Absol, which is too unfair to Absol. Unlike humans' fear of Absol, Pokémon still have great trust in Absol's ability. If Absol had passed the information of the impending disaster to the weak elves and asked them to avoid it before the flood, then the strange behavior of the elves would be explained. As for why Absol did not tell the powerful elves, ZHE also looked at the Absol on the 0 panel, which showed only elite level strength. It was probably because of insufficient strength. Trust is trust, but the premise is that Absol must be strong enough, otherwise it will be driven out as a bad guy invading the territory before the conversation begins. In the wild elf world, where the weak are the prey of the strong, only those with enough strength can have a conversation, otherwise everything is in vain. I see, thank you very much. Morinan bowed to Absol very solemnly. If it weren't for Absol's reminder, the pressure they took on this time would definitely not be so simple. Maybe many people would have lost their lives. As a member of the Forest Ranger, he certainly would not have any ill will towards Absol, but was very grateful that such an elf existed. The reason why I blurted out the name of Disaster Beast just now is just because this nickname of Absol is too deeply rooted in people's hearts. In other words, rather than saying that Disaster Beast is a nickname of Absol, it is better to say that Absol is a nickname of Disaster Beast. Absol means the departure of the sun in ancient language, just as ancient civilization believed that a solar eclipse represents the coming of disaster. Disaster Beast is actually its real name at the beginning. Standing on the tree canopy, Absol sensed the gratitude of the forest man and lowered his head slightly to indicate. The next moment, its red eyes inadvertently swept over Tetsuya, and then immediately met with the messenger bird beside it. The cute messenger bird shook its body, indicating that it was okay and could leave. Absol immediately turned into a white light and disappeared in this white ice and snow. It is impossible to capture it. Although Absol is very rare, trainers have a tacit understanding to try their best to avoid Pokémon similar to it. Their abilities can be better utilized in the wild. Maybe the Absol that was not captured today will save the lives of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people and elves next time. Besides, the combat ability of Absol is not that of a very strong elf. The Absol of Kagetsu Tenno, who has been cultivated from the elf egg stage to the present, is an exception after all. Fortunately, it's good news. Morinan exhaled and smiled at Tetsuya and Liubo beside him as if relieved. After Tetsuya, who seemed to be thinking about something and absent-mindedly answered him perfunctorily, the area fell into a dead silence. The champion level messenger bird is here. Although humans cannot feel anything, the elves are all trembling and hiding, not daring to make any sound. They are afraid that the state of the forest will fall on their heads, which would be a disaster. Well, I'll go back to the command center first. The team members have something for me to deal with. Seeing Liubo leaning on his crutches and looking into the distance without saying a word, Morinan wisely chose to find a reason to leave the scene. As for the problem of ice, let ZHE handle it. Morinan felt that the other party had the ability to talk to Liubo. Anyway, he didn't have the courage to ask, "Have you seen Sukune recently?" When Morinan disappeared, Liubo's cold voice sounded again. He stroked the messenger bird with one hand and looked at ZHE. "It felt the strong breath of the north wind from you." "Yes, just yesterday," ZHE replied. "Really? That's good." Liubo's indifferent voice didn't take seeing Sukune seriously at all. Think about it. After all, this is a supermaster with nearly 3rd level divine spirits. As for why the level of the messenger bird fluctuates between the champion and the 3rd level god, ZHE also came to a guess after a brief thought. It is probably because of the knot between Liubo and his hairy pig. In this way, Xiao's help in the future is expected to make Liubo's strength significantly improved. ZHE was not at all surprised by Liubo's strength. He had long been accustomed to the fact that the strength of various familiar people in this world exceeded that shown in the animation. Moreover, he had also heard a little about Liubo's strength in the Pokémon comics. He was a ruthless man who could wrestle with a 1st level god. Now he is a little weaker. Also, have you been to any mountainous areas recently? Liubo asked a new question. Mountainous areas? ZHE was stunned. No. He felt very strange why Liubo suddenly dragged his movement trajectory. Then why did the Absol say it followed you here? Liubo frowned, very puzzled. Follow me. ZHE pointed at himself in disbelief. Yes. Liubo nodded. Absol said so when the messenger bird was communicating with it. As we all know, Absol lives in steep mountainous areas and rarely comes to the foot of the mountain. It will only appear when it senses a disaster. Could it be Johto Falls? Tetsuya thought about the path he took after arriving in Johto and came up with the only possible answer. He took the inner road of the Viridian Forest to go to Wakaba Town, and there would be no Absol there, not to mention Johua City. If Absol lived near there, he would have been chased away by everyone. Along the way, the only thing related to mountains was Johto Falls. Going back to an unknown time, it was probably a mountainous terrain. After all, a meteorite had fallen there. But why did this Absol follow him all the way from Johto Falls to here? The distance was too far. Could it be that I'm a disaster? Tetsuya thought with a mixture of laughter and tears. Johto Falls? Liubo thought for a while. For Absol, it is indeed a very hidden residence. It seems that he needs to find time to go there to check if there is any problem. Liubo made a judgment. He was also very curious why Absol kept such a long distance from Tetsuya, which was not in line with his habits. As for the disaster, Liubo didn't take it to heart at all. Apart from the disasters caused by the 1st level gods, he had ways to solve those ordinary natural disasters, such as this flood. The last question, have you seen Celebi? Liubo asked Zay the question he wanted to ask the most. Celebi? Zay was stunned again. Liubo's 3 consecutive questions really confused him. Speaking of Sukune and Absol, it's okay, but what's the situation of Celebi suddenly appearing? Wait. Zay seemed to suddenly remember something. Since Liubo asked this question, Sukune also said that he has the so-called natural breath on his body. Could it be? Looking at Zay with a dazed face, Liubo knocked on the cane in his hand and repeated his question. Now that you mention it, I'm not sure if I have seen Celebi myself. Zay didn't know how to reply, so he had to simply repeat the conversation between Sukune and him to Liubo. At the same time, he also explained his guess that he might have encountered a hidden Celebi in the wonderful garden. Although Celebi can travel through time, he is more often known as the god of the forest and the guardian of the forest. It can not only bring vitality to the places it arrives, but also resurrect dead companions, and has the ability to purify. Wherever it passes, the forest is lush and beautiful. It is normal that the mysterious garden belongs to it. It shouldn't be there. Liubo directly refuted Zay's guess. Didn't Damu tell you that the mysterious garden is the place where Xerneas sleeps? He told the secrets about the mythical beast in a very calm tone that ordinary people could never know. You should see the withered tree when you go in. That is Zernis in the form of a tree. Staring at Zay's increasingly dull eyes, Liubo kindly explained it for him. Zay recalled a little bit, and the branches of the dead tree, now thinking about it, really look a bit like the horns of Zernis recorded in the legend. But who would associate a dead tree with Zernis for no reason? This is the god of life. A dead tree doesn't match it at all. It turns out that he has seen a real first level god a long time ago. It's not impossible. Without paying attention to Tetsua's silence, Liubo overturned his previous conclusion. It is said that the Zernis in our area have a good relationship with the Celebi clan. Maybe you just happened to meet them reminiscing about the past. Regarding Liubo's statement, Tetsuya, who was in a state of shock, said that he remembered it. He had no reason not to believe Liubo. On the one hand, the other party's extremely powerful strength is enough to prove a lot of things. For a trainer with such strength, there are few things he doesn't know. If you really want to know, just ask people directly, no one will refuse. On the other hand, Liubo's family background and interpersonal relationships are also very important. In addition to the fact that the other party is the Gemona of the ninja town from ancient times to the present, Liubo's friends include Professor Oak. Tetsuya may not know other information, but as a time traveler, Tetsuya said that he has a lot to say about the fact that Professor Oak and Celebi have a good relationship. By the way, he found a sketchbook on a bookcase in the corner of the Oak Research Institute. The Celebi drawn in that sketchbook was so clear and detailed. Note 1. Anyway, ZHE didn't believe that he could draw Celebi soul-like before he had seen the real one. Even Dr. Oak, who was extremely good at sketching elves, couldn't do it. The snowy forest regained its tranquility again. But unlike the nervous mentality just now, ZHE's heart was completely dizzy at this moment. He just came here to have some sweetness, but it was just his luck that he almost encountered a flood. How could he be told that he had met Celebi and Zernis a long time ago? This is a real first level god. Could it be that I'm the protagonist of that so-called world? Even ZHE, who has strong self-control, couldn't help but start to fantasize at this time. Then he saw Liubo leaning on a cane. Liubo, with his head full of white hair, seemed to be extremely thin and could be knocked down with a slight push. Illusion. It's all an illusion. Tetsuya immediately calmed down and reminded himself repeatedly. What's the big deal about meeting a mythical beast? Judging from his appearance, he must have dealt with countless mythical beasts. Professor Oak didn't tell him this, probably because he thought that knowing this would be meaningless to Tetsuya now and would only disturb his mind. Note 1. This is an official Easter egg that echoes the game in a movie theater. Chapter 316 on making money and life diary. In short, it's probably like this. Tetsuya spread his hands and said to Mori. He has now returned to the command center of the forest guard. As for Liubo, he left after solving the problem of the ice layer raised by Tetsuya. Okay, although I don't know how Lord Liubo did it, since the problem has been solved, everything will be fine. Mori-nan was relieved after listening to Tetsuya's words. In fact, it is not difficult to do it, Tetsuya muttered to himself, but it is difficult to have the strength. He saw with his own eyes that Liubo used a champion level armored shell to solve the problems of ice and water flow. There is no technology at all. Tetsuya has no doubt that the strength of Liubo's armored shell is probably much stronger than Kona's main armored shell. It can only be said that the old is still the best. I don't know how strong Grandmaster Kyuko, who is of the same generation as Liubo, is. Tetsuya now feels that the reason why Watari cannot ascend to the throne of Kanto, in addition to Kona, Grandmaster Kyuko is also a key factor. God knows what kind of strength this old man has hidden. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After talking for a while, they said goodbye naturally. He could have just left long ago, but who let Moriman throw the task to him? So he had to return to the command center and report his extra work to Moriman. Thank you for your hard work. When everything is finished, you will get relevant rewards after reporting it. Moriman thanked him gratefully. Of course, for Zay, the content of his second half is really meaningful. All his alliance contributions are kept by him like treasures. Walking out of the command center, looking at the forest outside that is still covered in silver, Zay took a deep breath. This kind of tranquility after exhaustion is really comfortable. However, he subconsciously looked at the time. Now the most urgent thing should be to find a place to have lunch first. As for why he didn't eat in the command center, Zay saw that they were working day and night, and it didn't seem like they would be able to eat for a while, so it would be better for him to do it in the wild. Besides, his companions also need to replenish their energy. Thinking of this, Zay sighed again with a headache. Every time he had a meal, he felt his heart ache. These two people were all money-eating beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that the food expenses that Zay spends on the elves in one day can be equal to the expenses of an ordinary family in the Alliance for half a year. No, this won't work. I have to find a way to make money continuously. Because of the decreasing number of deposits on the bank statement, Zay, who had just turned 19, thought hard and finally decided to find an industry that could provide him with financial support. No matter how rich you are, you can't sit on the mountain and eat nothing. Not to mention that he is actually a poor guy. Don't get me wrong, it's not being kept. Although Sharona does give him money regularly because of the training plan for Takibi, this amount of money is not too much for Zay now. Moreover, this plan cannot last forever. Based on the recent data of Takibi provided by Sharona, Zay pessimistically believes that this kind of fixed cycle job will be gone in 3 months. By then, the speed at which the money disappears from his bank card will be much faster than it is now. Before that, he must solve his own funding problem. The money from completing tasks and selling treasures is not so stable. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. It's difficult, Zay, who was walking in the forest, pondered and couldn't help but wailed. It's easy to say, but this problem is not so easy to solve. Many industries have been firmly controlled by major companies. The fastest way for him to get funds is to find a company to sponsor him. For example, Devin, such as Silaf, and such as Ender. These groups and companies have been coveting him for a long time. But Zay is still not happy, because there is no such thing as a free lunch. Once he accepts the funding, he will have no choice in many things. This is a world of difference from the help of Dr. Yamanashi, Dr. Rogue, and even Nabijim and RC. The help they give cannot be measured by simple money. To put it bluntly, Zay feels it's not worth it. Many things cannot be solved with enough money, especially in the elf world. I'm afraid you have the money, but not the life. And it's not that he doesn't have any ways to make money, he just wants to be more stable. Especially help cultivate Pokémon with directional effects? No. The first way to make money that flashed in ZH's mind was of course to rely on his own cultivation ability in Zero. But this plan was immediately rejected. Because there are too many people doing it, and this method will consume a lot of his energy and time. For example, the various Pokémon specially cultivated in Angman Town in the Johto region for Pokémon performances, or the Orbsilk Spider specially cultivated in Orbsilk Spider Town to assist Junsha in her work, or the Gugu specially cultivated by the Lingjin clan in the Confused Forest for navigation, and the Dongia in the Dongia Valley that were specially cultivated to find agate. All of these industries that use Pokémon to make money require a lot of time and energy. It's not that ZHE is unwilling to invest time and energy, but that this kind of industry that requires continuous investment is not suitable for him who aims to become a Pokémon master. His purpose of making money is to become stronger, not to delay the time for himself to become stronger, and he can't lose more than he gains. So, the breeding program or the sale of energy cubes, combined with his identity as a breeder, ZHE also thought of another related profession. To put it simply, it is similar to the breeding house and beauty salon opened by Master Zyanoxu in Rainbow City before, except that the business scope is more precise. But soon, ZHE shook his head subconsciously. The problem with this idea is that he does not have so many customers who trust him and are generous. The best customers are of course people like Sharona, but why would such people come to him, except in a few cases? They are fully capable of finding a better breeder in their eyes. They don't know that ZHE has the bug-like existence of Zero. He has rejected both the low-end and high-end jobs as a breeder, so what else is there? He can't make Pokeballs. He can't make various Pokémon-related props. Forget it. Forget it, I'd better be a bounty hunter for the time being. ZHE, who was so tired of thinking about it, quickly gave up thinking. There are people who have become a king level trainer by relying on bounty hunters, right? He doesn't think he can't do it. At least, during his travels, the funding problem can still be solved. It will just take more time and energy. The reason why Zay suddenly thought about establishing his own industry was mainly because he was worried that he would lose his stable source of income after he stopped traveling and settled in a certain area. Haven't you seen that many gym owners opened gyms for this reason? Zay was stunned. Speaking of which, it seems that opening a gym in the future would not be bad. Not only can you have your own backyard to cultivate elves and plant fruit trees, you can also do the tasks issued by the Alliance, and you can also get a share of the city's tax revenue. But the problem is that this requires too much strength. He is alone, which is completely different from those family-style gyms that have been passed down from a long time ago. What's more, there is no very suitable city for him to open a gym. The income brought by some remote cities is not as good as if he spends more time on the cultivation business. In addition, it is said that the work of gym owners is not easy at all. It is better to find time to learn about it from senior brother RCN's IO gang. After thinking so much, Zay's hands and feet did not slow down at all. He quickly found an empty space and started to cook lunch. The biggest convenience that his identity as a breeder brought him was that he spent much less money on energy blocks than before. In the past, he had to order them from others, but now he can do it himself. Not only did he save the handling fee and customization fee, but he also felt more assured about the raw materials and the effect. Let's eat. Looking at the 6 elves staring at him eagerly, ZHE also put their food on the fixed plates and handed them to them. Next, it was the happiest time of the day for the elves to eat. May 11th, sunny. Today is the 3rd day since we came out of the Heracross forest. The eggs provided by Happy Egg in Happy Town last night were very delicious, and I'd give it a thumbs up. By the way, Serona's money for this month has arrived again, and I'm doubly happy. Speaking of which, the personality of Happy Egg in Happy Town is like one person. Who is it? May 12th, sunny. The sunflower monster in Sunshine Town is indeed well deserved. Speaking of which, if you want to cultivate elves in groups, grass type elves are really a good choice. In addition, why don't sunflower monsters produce melon seeds like sunflowers? It's really strange. May 13th, sunny. Today is a luxurious day spent in Cheyenne Town. It really deserves to be the 5th of the top 10 resorts in the Pokémon world. According to Serona, she has a mansion here. She is really rich. I can also consider buying a house here in the future if the housing prices here fall a little in the future. Fortunately, I found a sucker who was crazy about buying the 7 colored branches. Otherwise I would not be willing to spend so much money here. It is said that the sucker bought it for his family's blue dog to play with. The world of rich people is really hard to understand. On May 14th, the weather was still sunny. When fishing, I caught a strange red scale. It looked like it belonged to Magikarp, but Zero concluded that it was a scale of Gyarados. Red Gyarados. Did Team Rocket do something again in the Lake of Anger? This is troublesome. I really don't want to be associated with Team Rocket, but I can't stand it. I'd better find time to talk to Mr. Do. Well, maybe Sharona can do it. She seems to be doing a mission in the Johto area recently. I don't know when the investigation will end. On May 15th, the weather was thunderstorm. It finally rained. I was so hot these days. The only bad thing is that, because of the thunderstorm, my friends and I had to stay in a forest with no relevant records. Fortunately, the elves here are very friendly and not very powerful. Ladybugs and frightened deer are really cute. On May 16th, the weather was sunny. Today, Professor Oak suddenly contacted me. He said that an old friend who travels all year round has returned to the Johto area, and he needs me to go there tomorrow to pick up some things for him. Although I don't know why the old friend of the professor didn't send it himself. I think it's probably because the items are expensive or the old man is not used to using high-tech things. I'm really looking forward to what it is. Snap, the sound of the pages of the book closing sounded. Looking at the dark night outside the tent, ZHE stretched lazily. After a day of traveling and daily training, he can finally have a good rest. Probably since he was a child, when he earned the first sum of money with his own ability, he had the habit of keeping a diary. Later, as the pressure of life gradually deepened, ZHE gave up this habit for a while. However, he has not had so many troubles recently, so the life diary has come back again. It is quite interesting to occasionally record what happened every day. Maybe when you are old in the future, you can still look at these contents and recall your past experiences. ZHE suddenly felt that he was a little too sad. Boss, it's time to sleep. The voice of Blaziken came from Tetsua's heart. Next time, you should call it. I always feel weird when you use Wava Guide. Tetsua turned around and said to Blaziken, who suddenly appeared behind him. Blaziken looked at his trainer speechlessly. Yesterday, you said that you should use Wava Guide if you can, and you can practice your control. Why did you change your mind today? Sleep. Sleep. Tetsuya smiled and patted Blaziken's waist, then got into his sleeping bag. Good night, he said. Down. Blaziken looked at Tetsuya, who fell into a deep sleep in an instant, responded softly, and walked out of the tent. Down. Mo. It called to Pidgeot on a tree outside the tent. Pidgeot, who was looking around, saw Blaziken coming out, and flew down quite naturally. Beep. Pidgeot rubbed his eyes with his wings, said hello to Blaziken, and got into the tent to catch up on his sleep. The flame chicken climbed up the tree without saying a word, using both its hands and feet. It sat cross-legged on the thick branch with its eyes slightly closed, emitting a blue and red light. The night was quiet, and the scattered moonlight shone on the flame chicken in the tent, making them look particularly clear. A green rock outside the tent seemed to move inadvertently, but it seemed like an illusion. Chapter 317. Do's Call and Mr. Pokémon. Electric Dragon, Cotton Defense, and then discharge from all directions. In the early morning, Zaya's full-bodied shout came from the unknown forest. Boo-hoo. Although the call of the electric dragon is cute, it is full of momentum. Layers of soft white fluff appeared on its pink body. These fluffs seem light, but their protective effect should not be underestimated. Zaya has tested it before. The elite level electric dragon can withstand 2 rock collapses from the giant rock monster in this defensive state and still have physical strength left. This is already a very good number. After all, the electric dragon is not a spirit that excels in defense and physical strength. If it has no defense in the normal state, the electric dragon will not be able to resist it once. The next moment, dazzling electric light flashed in the green. Looking closely, the electric current was transmitted from the white fluff covering the electric dragon's body. Okay, stop. On the side, Zaya, who was wearing an insulating suit to observe and collect data, watched carefully for a while and called a pause. Soon, under the control of the electric dragon, the forest returned to tranquility. The original inhabitants who lived here also felt this and finally stopped shivering in their nests. In a forest like this, that occupies a very small area, the elite level electric dragon can be regarded as a dominant existence, kicking the Tyrannosaurus of the Nanhei kindergarten. In general, the effect is still good, but you wasted about 20% more in the process of energy diversion, so you still need to pay attention to this aspect. In addition, the details of the number 3 triangle area defended by cotton are not in place, and your coverage speed is a little slow. You can separate a part of the number 2 square area to here, which is not your weakness. Then, after the discharge, ZHE also looked at the record and began to instruct the electric dragon. The electric dragon's small head leaned aside and moved bit by bit, which was very cute. That's about it. Today's morning exercise is over. It seems that you will be able to fully master this simple combo in about a week. Time passed quickly in the communication between one person and one elf. When the review was over, the forest had begun to welcome the new day and was no longer peaceful. Green caterpillars and small ratatas were frantically appearing in various bushes looking for food. Pop, the familiar Pidgeot, calls out. A poorly developed Pidgeot swooped down from the sky and grabbed a caterpillar. It seems that this is its breakfast. Obviously, as the bottom of the Pokémon food chain, the caterpillar becomes the prey of the sky Pokémon while looking for food. This happens all the time in the wild. Beep. Tetsuya's Pidgeot looked at his weak fellow with disdain, then stuffed his head into the rice bowl and started eating. How can a caterpillar taste as good as the energy cubes and nutritious meals carefully prepared by the trainer? Vegeta said that he had stopped eating food like caterpillars that tasted ordinary a long time ago. Okay, it's almost time to set off. While his friends were busy eating, Tetsuya finally had some time to tidy up the camp where he rested last night. After all, he took his friends to exercise early as soon as he woke up and washed up. The biggest advantage of living in the wild is that you don't have to worry about getting up early to exercise and disturbing others, so you have to run a long way to find a place. In the forest, the nearest training location is a large open space in front of the camping tent. As usual, all the utensils were washed by the river and the Blaziken was dried and disinfected. After packing up everything, Zaya collected the Pokeballs of several companions, except the Dragonite, and set off on the journey. It is now close to the end of May, and it has been almost 2 months since the end of the Quartz Conference. During this period of time, the overall strength of Zaya's companions has also improved slightly. Needless to say, the 4 Quasi Kings have either steadily increased their levels or their abilities, but they still need to work harder to reach the King level. And Pocus, who was originally at the Elite level and very close to the Quasi King, has naturally broken through. After the early accumulation of strength, this little guy's strength in the Elite stage is still quite fast. However, after entering the Quasi King level, the energy accumulated in its body before evolution has been consumed, and its progress speed has gradually become not much different from that of the Quasi Champion Serpent. As for Dragonite, the last one to join the team, it is still at the Elite stage. Judging from its speed of progress and its current level of 48, ZHE also estimated that it would take more than a month for Dragonite to break through to the quasi-elite level, or maybe more than 2 months. It is hard to say. The only thing that is certain is that he will definitely achieve the goal of having all quasi-elite Pokémon in the first team before September this year. This is something worth celebrating. According to the time ZHE registered for the trip, it was only a year and a half, and he jumped from a very ordinary bottom level elite trainer to a powerful quasi-elite trainer. The difference between him and a real quasi-elite trainer is that his tournament results are not enough to get the league certification level. The sooner this is achieved, the better. So now he has been keeping Dragonite outside with him. Since the transition to the elite level is related to the bond, it makes no sense that the breakthrough of the quasi-elite stage has nothing to do with the bond between the Pokémon and the trainer. ZHE also intuitively thinks so. Anyway, there is no loss. Besides, even if he didn't send the electric dragon outside, he would still need a bodyguard to protect him, so he might as well choose the electric dragon. Let me see. The place we are going to is a red house next to lake number 3 at the second fork of Route 30. Zaya took out the map and searched for today's destination according to the location sent to him by Professor Oak yesterday. I don't know what kind of person would choose to build a house in the wild, which is a very dangerous behavior. After confirming the direction of travel, Zaya took back the map and sighed unconsciously. Although Route 30 is a main road maintained by the Alliance at a fixed time, such a place is still considered to be in the wild, rather than a town. Building a house in such a place will undoubtedly increase the probability of being attacked by the elves running around. The only benefit is that the Alliance will not collect relevant taxes from you for building a house in the wild, because it is not under its jurisdiction. But anyone who wants to live will not choose to live in such a place. Since he is a good friend of Professor Oak, I think it should be because of his high skills and courage, otherwise he would not do this. Tetsuya, who thought he was familiar with Professor Oak, thought about it, but couldn't figure out who this person was. Forget it, we'll meet soon anyway. He quickly put the question of who was who behind his mind, since the distance was not too far anyway. Since he consciously approached Route 30 yesterday afternoon, Tetsuya is now only about 2 hours away from today's destination. The only thing he has to worry about is how to spend these 2 boring hours walking on the main road. Sure enough, this is why he always takes people with him when he travels. It's really boring to walk alone. Looking at the monotonous scenery on both sides of the road, Tetsuya felt quite miserable. Although he had a lightning dragon to accompany him, it was still a bit awkward to communicate without a language barrier. He deeply realized the concept that humans are social animals. Beep. I don't know who heard his voice, but when Tetsuya was sighing, his watch rang. He raised his hand and saw that it was Do. Hey, this is Do. Do's steady voice came out, but the wind was a bit strong. I'm on Dragonite's back now, so please forgive me if I can't hear you clearly. His next sentence explained the reason why there was so much noise around him. Tetsuya felt that the other party was showing off. It was great to have Dragonite sitting on him. He also wanted it. Good morning, Mr. Do. What can I do for you? Tetsuya greeted him subconsciously, but soon he realized what Do could do to him. It's about the red Gyarados scale you found before. Do didn't mind the trouble and repeated it carefully. According to the data you sent, this possible red Gyarados is indeed a bit abnormal. I reread the mission activity records when Kona and Shiba took you to the 7 islands. The information collected from the 5th island mentioned a so-called radio wave forced evolution. I want to confirm with you, do you think this kind of radio wave forced evolution is the method used by the Gyarados to riot against Team Rocket in Vermilion City? Do said a lot in one breath, and it can be seen that he really cares about Team Rocket. In addition to the information on the 5th island, he also found the participation of ZHE in Vermilion City, who had almost no sense of participation. Well, I think the Rocket team's method that time can fully prove that they already have an immature method of using radio waves to force evolution, and the Gyarados that appeared in that riot is more violent than normal. ZHE, who still knows the plot, believes in his own judgment, but he can't say it clearly, so he changed it a little and added his so-called opinion. More violent than normal? Do frowned on the other end of the phone. This point was not mentioned at all in the mission report. The main reason is that all Gyarados have very violent personalities. Once they go crazy, even a storm will burn everything to ashes. According to research, it is probably because the species changes too much when Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, which leads to irreversible violent reorganization of brain cell structure. Therefore, it is normal that no one has discovered it. Yes, but this is just my personal feeling. ZHE didn't guarantee too much on this. Although he knew that this was related to the so-called anger energy of Dr. Dangbo of the Rocket team, but again, he couldn't explain it directly. There is no trace of this thing now. It is better to judge it based on my own experience and ability than to guess it out of thin air. I know. Do fell into deep thought. He still has a certain trust in Tetsuya's feelings. After all, judging from his past performance, this young man is not a guy who shoots without purpose. Moreover, the other party definitely has a good say in the cultivation of elves, at least higher than the average person who submits the report. Johto region. Do muttered to himself. It is indeed possible. Compared with the tightly defended Kanto region, the Johto region, which is full of ancient atmosphere, is a very suitable place to hide. At least there is no need to worry about being discovered for no reason. Then where will it be hidden? He quickly fell into deep thought. Mr. Do? Tetsuya asked in confusion. The sudden silence on the other side made him a little confused. Sorry, I'm thinking about something. Do came back to his senses and remembered that he was still talking to Tetsuya. If Team Rocket wants to hide, where do you think they will hide? For no reason. Do raised his doubts to Tetsuya. Logically speaking, as one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, he shouldn't ask a question to a child in his eyes. After all, the other party has no experience at all. But Do asked it anyway. ZHE was stunned. He couldn't say it was in the Lake of Rage with absolute certainty. That would be a crime, even if he jumped into the lake. How did he know the secret base of Team Rocket? Probably, it's on that kind of cliff. Or a place with a lot of water. He could only give a vague guess. This range is too wide. There are so many places like this in Johto, because of the terrain. Well, that's right. Do was not disappointed. It was not easy for ZHE to make such a guess. Even he himself didn't have any direction to investigate. It seems that I have to ask other people for help. Do thought to himself. It's true that he is strong, but it is definitely not a wise move for one person to be a hero. Especially when it comes to guessing and finding the other party's hiding place. He has borrowed the information of the Junsha family to help him complete his tasks. Only a reckless man would search a region alone. ZHE had a simple conversation with Do for a few words and then hung up the phone. It looks like Do's red Gyarados will join the team early. He once again felt the power of his little butterfly. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The Dragon King has captured another Pokémon with a name that has dragon attributes but not dragon. Tetsuya really thinks that the Flying King is actually a good title. The conversation with Du killed a lot of boring time on the road. After walking for a while, Tetsuya saw the red house that Professor Oak mentioned. There was no way the traces of people living in such a place were too glaring. Aha, you are the boy Tetsuya that Oak mentioned. An old man dressed like an English gentleman in his previous life stood in front of the house and greeted Tetsuya from a distance. I'm Mr. Pokémon. Everyone habitually calls me Pokémon Grandpa. If you don't mind, you can call me that. When Tetsuya came closer, the gentleman took off his hat politely and greeted him solemnly. Hello. ZHE was a little confused and didn't know how to respond, so he just bowed. Ha 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 ha. Interesting young man. Pokémon Grandpa laughed very happily. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, The Research Objects of the Doctors and the Gift from Pokémon Grandpa. At this moment, ZHE was secretly regretting that he had forgotten this person. Not many people know the name of the old man in front of him. As he said, people often call him Pokémon Grandpa, so that his real name is unknown. Just like Professor Oak, everyone knows that Professor Oak is called Professor Oak, but not many people know the name of Oak Ukinari. At least most people don't deliberately call Professor Oak Ukinari because they think that there is only one Professor Oak. It's hard for Professor Oak's other relatives who are also Pokémon doctors. This person has been a close friend of Professor Oak for many years. The biggest thing they have in common is that they both have an extremely strong interest and love for Pokémon. Pokémon Grandpa is also an expert in Pokémon research. However, unlike Professor Oak who stays in the Kanto region all year round and goes out for research indirectly, Pokémon Grandpa is very keen on traveling around the world. This is probably related to their respective responsibilities. As a regional doctor, Professor Oak can't get away from so much free time to go out. The reason why they didn't think of this person at first was because Pokémon Grandpa was away all year round and he didn't think he would be in Johto. Come in and sit down. You look like you need a break. Pokémon Grandpa warmly invited Zay to his room. Following him into the house, Zay found that the inside was really as simple as the outside. Haha, isn't it simple? Because I have been traveling to various parts of the world, I don't live here often, and I don't think about making it very nice. Looking at Zay looking around, Pokémon Grandpa said with a smile. No. Zay waved his hands repeatedly in embarrassment. It seemed a bit too rude to express doubts about the decoration just after entering the elder's home. However, the fact that there was nothing in the house except the bed and the coffee table really surprised him. It's okay, sit down. Pokémon Grandpa knelt in front of the coffee table, slowly picked up the kettle, and started to make tea. Although there were a few benches in the corner, it seemed inappropriate to sit down, so Zay had to sit down awkwardly. The British-style gentleman, with the style of sitting and the act of making tea, always felt that the scene in front of him was quite interesting. Come, have a cup of tea. Pokémon Grandpa handed a cup of tea to Tetsuya. Thank you. Tetsuya hurriedly took it with both hands and took a sip. It was green tea, a little bitter, but fragrant and pleasant. He felt that his spirit was refreshed. His throat, which was a little hoarse from getting up early, became much cooler. It tastes good, right? This is a specialty of the Rainbow Building. Ordinary people can't get it. Pokémon Grandpa's personality is very similar to the other two doctors that Tetsuya knows. They all have some old naughty meanings. At this moment, he was showing off his good tea to Tetsuya. Yes, it's very good. Hearing Tetsuya's reply, Pokémon Grandpa was obviously even happier. He began to pull Tetsuya to tell him about his travel experiences over the years, and also showed Tetsuya all the various magazines and commemorative coins he collected. The old and the young were obviously meeting for the first time, but there was no sense of embarrassment or discomfort in the conversation. I have to say that this should also be a great fate. In addition to the customs and practices of various regions, the experiences described by Pokémon Grandpa also include different stories about various legendary Pokémon. According to him, the author of Phoenix King is My Life, which was popular in the Johto region, asked him many things when he was writing this book. If ZHE had not known these things, he would probably not know many of the names that popped out from Pokémon Grandpa's mouth from time to time. Not bad, not bad. There are very few young people like you. After more than an hour, Pokémon Grandpa stopped with an unsatisfied mind and praised ZHE. He said this from the heart. He has traveled to so many regions and experienced so many things. He has only seen a handful of people with such a wide range of knowledge at this age. And many of them are so-called superpowers. People like ZHE are unique. Just so. ZHE naturally responded very modestly. But to be honest, in terms of memory, he has never been afraid of anyone in this life with the ability to remember everything he has seen. The only problem is that he himself admits that his IQ sometimes can't keep up with this ability, which makes him seem to react slowly sometimes. Maybe it can only be blamed on the incompatibility of the processor. Okay, old man, I won't waste too much of your time. Young people like you should spend their time on more meaningful trips. When you walk more roads, you will see more scenery and be more yearning for life. Pokémon Grandpa suddenly became literary. He put down the teacup, stood up, walked to the bedside, and took out a small box. This is what damn you asked you to come to me for. He turned around and handed the box to Tetsuya. Don't you want to open it and see what's inside? Looking at Tetsuya, who was about to put the box into the space backpack, Pokémon Grandpa was also a little surprised. I'm just a delivery person, so there's no need. Tetsuya scratched his head and replied. Although he was very curious about what was inside, as he said, it didn't make any sense for him to look at it or not. I think I know why Oak let you take it, ha ha ha. Pokémon Grandpa was stunned for a moment, then he laughed heartily. But at this moment, Zaya didn't have time to think about the reason why Pokémon Grandpa laughed, because he found that the inconspicuous box in his hand couldn't be put into the space backpack at all. Zaya raised his head and looked at Pokémon Grandpa with a little doubt. He had never encountered such a thing. That's why Oak specially asked someone to help him take it back. Pokémon Grandpa sat down slowly and took another sip of tea. The thing inside can't be stored and transferred using any space technology. It can only be transferred in the most primitive way of carrying it close to the body. GS Ball. Zaya's first reaction in his mind was this. After all, the appearance of this thing in the animation is too unclear. But he remembered that this thing was not discovered by Professor Rachiki. Soon, Pokémon Grandpa's narration solved this question for him. The things inside are not actually mine. I'm just a person who handles the things like you. Pokémon Grandpa teased himself carelessly. In terms of studying the things in this box, he thought that he was not as professional as his friends. He was not good at this stuff. It was discovered by Dr. Achiki from the Orange Islands by chance. The strange property of this thing that resists the concept of space aroused Achiki's curiosity. She conducted a lot of research on it, but found nothing. So she handed it over to Oak, wanting Oak to analyze it. But Oak was busy, so he threw the problem to a doctor named Morn, who was far away in Alala. This time I went to Alala to a large extent to help him send this thing over and bring it back. Pokémon Grandpa used the simplest description to explain the ins and outs of the things in this box. Dr. Achiki was also an old friend of Dr. Oak, so it was normal for Pokémon Grandpa to be familiar with her, including several famous people of the older generation such as Grandma Kikuko, Mr. Steele, and the couple of the breeding house. In fact, they are all very familiar friends in private. So, is there any result for that Dr. Moon? He asked subconsciously. Tetsuya really didn't know Dr. Moon. But according to Pokémon Grandpa, he seems to be a good Pokémon doctor. So is he the regional doctor of the Alala Regional Alliance in the future? Don't mention it. Speaking of this, Pokémon Grandpa seemed very helpless. Alala, you know, that place is far away from here. I finally got there, but the people there told me that Dr. Moon was missing and is still in the process of searching. Tetsuya overturned the possibility that Dr. Moon was the future Alola regional doctor. After all, judging from what Pokémon Grandpa said, this doctor is likely to be in danger, and he probably won't live to see the day when the Alola Alliance is established. Fortunately, the landscape there is an island. I went to several islands, and really felt the local customs and culture. Finally, I didn't waste my time. Oh, by the way, there are elves. The elves there are very different from the elves we usually know here. Speaking of his experience in Alola, Pokémon Grandpa subconsciously wanted to start talking endlessly. But the next moment, he seemed to remember something, and forced the topic to end. Anyway, I stayed there for half a year, and Dr. Morn was not found. He was already considered dead, so I had to come back with this box. Pokémon Grandpa said, filling the empty teacup in front of him again. ZHE also nodded to show that he understood. You still don't want to know what's inside? Pokémon Grandpa was even more puzzled this time. Well, I really want to, but it seems useless for me to know. ZHE also replied. He couldn't say that he already knew what was inside. You can open it and take a look. It's not a very precious thing. It just has some strange characteristics. Pokémon Grandpa said. At least that's what he thought. Tetsuya thought about it, and it was true. In his impression, this GS ball was nothing special, except that it couldn't be opened, and couldn't be transported. So he opened the lock of the box at the suggestion of Pokémon Grandpa. Inside, a Pokeball with a yellow upper half and a white lower half, and a vague letter pattern similar to GS just above the middle button, was placed in it. It was indeed this thing. Tetsuya nodded secretly in understanding. As you can see, it's the Pokeball. Uchiki likes to call it a GS ball because the letter pattern on it looks like these two. But I'd prefer to call it a gold and silver ball. Don't you think it's more suitable for its color? Pokémon Grandpa introduced this strange Pokeball to Tetsuya. Yes. Tetsuya nodded like a woodpecker. He is professional and experienced in how to make the elderly happy. That's what I said. Pokémon Grandpa agreed. But Professor Oak didn't tell me when I should take it back. Since he knew it was a GS ball, ZHE naturally put it in the inner pocket of his clothes. This thing is basically insulated from space. Then he asked Pokémon Grandpa about the relevant matters of his career. When Pokémon Grandpa thought for a while, I remember what Oak said. Tomorrow a good young man will help me get the Pokeball. You ask him to bring it to me next time he returns to the institute. As he said that, Pokémon Grandpa nodded to confirm that his memory was correct. The next time he returns to the institute, it will be after the Silver Conference next year. ZHE thought speechlessly. Professor Oak's behavior also deepened his idea that this GS ball is useless. If it is really a precious thing, even if he trusts ZHE, Professor Oak would not let ZHE take it and keep it when he knows that it will take about a year before he returns. It has nothing to do with the object, but Professor Oak has more choices. Okay, I got it. Zay was not unhappy about his job change from a courier to a safe. After all, he was just carrying something, so he could just treat it as a specialty brought back from Johto. What Zay and Pokémon Grandpa didn't notice was that in the sealed box, the half gold and half silver GS ball shook, as if it were alive the moment Zay placed it close to his body. Then I won't bother you anymore. After a few more words, Zay said goodbye to Pokémon Grandpa. Hey, wait a minute. Pokémon Grandpa stopped Zay when he saw this. I have a little gift for you. Facing Zay's curious eyes, Pokémon Grandpa smiled, as if he remembered something happy. He walked to the head of his bed again, and took out a bag of fruit and a snow white Pokémon egg from the bedside table that looked like a treasure chest. I remember that there is a town called Inoki where Steel is on the next normal route. You can give this to him, and ask him to help you get some good Pokémon balls. Pokémon Grandpa raised the bag in his left hand and said, as for this was entrusted to me by a great mother during a trip, and I personally think you have the ability to take good care of it. When he talked about the elf egg in his right hand, there was a hint of sigh in his tone. Chapter 319, The Cones and the New Spirit, the eighth partner. Facing the sudden gift from Pokémon Grandpa, Tetsuya was a little stunned for a moment. This? He hesitated. Take it, it's not a very expensive thing anyway. Pokémon Grandpa said, and I promised this child's mother that I would find a good enough trainer for it. I think you are very suitable. I'm old and not suitable to breed elves anymore. Although they only spent a short time together, Pokémon Grandpa had a very good impression of Tetsuya. On the one hand, it was because he believed in the judgment of his old friend Oak, and on the other hand, Tetsuya's own personality was also very popular with him. Moreover, when Tetsuya came before, he saw the heterochromatic lightning dragon accompanying the other party. Pokémon Grandpa, based on his own expertise, can fully feel the deep bond between one person and one elf. A trainer who has such a deep bond with his partner must not be a bad guy. Pokémon Grandpa firmly believes so, especially for elves. As for not expensive, that's really a joke. The old man can say that, but Tetsuya can't take it seriously. While he was hesitating, Pokémon Grandpa stuffed the bag of cones and the Pokémon egg into his arms. In order to prevent the Pokémon egg from falling to the ground, they had to hold it carefully. Thank you then. In this situation, he had to thank Pokémon Grandpa repeatedly. You're welcome. Seeing that they accepted his gift, Pokémon Grandpa nodded with satisfaction. As for this child, bring it to me when you have time after it evolves. He looked at the Pokémon egg in Zay's arms very kindly. The Pokémon egg shook, as if responding to him. The structure of the Pokémon egg is actually very similar to the popular Pokéballs. The young Pokémon inside can see the outside through the eggshell. Although it is unknown how they can control the Pokémon eggs, when they are still in an unformed state, they can indeed respond to the outside world. Zay subconsciously lowered his head. The Pokémon egg given by Pokémon Grandpa is white in appearance, with a few blue spots of different sizes scattered on it. If you count carefully, there are exactly 4 in each of the upper and lower parts. Not only that, there are also small cloud-like patterns on its bottom. Why don't you guess what kind of Pokémon egg this is? Pokémon Grandpa said to Tetsuya with a smile. He certainly didn't think that the child in front of him would not know what kind of Pokémon egg this is, but as an elder, this kind of question is subconscious. After carefully feeling the icy Pokémon egg in his arms, Tetsuya quickly matched the appearance of this egg with the Pokémon in his memory. It should be Vulpix. Although there was some uncertainty in his words, Tetsuya's tone was full of confidence. But unlike ordinary Vulpix, this should be the Ice Vulpix unique to the Alola region, with a single ice attribute, which is different from the fire type here. And the way it evolves into the Ninetales has also changed from a fire stone to an ice stone. Hearing Tetsuya's detailed answer, Pokémon Grandpa nodded with satisfaction. Although Vulpix Pokémon eggs are not uncommon in Kanto and Johto, Ice Vulpix eggs are different. It can even be said that the number of people who have Ice Vulpix or Ice Ninetale in the 2 regions of Kanto City can be counted on 2 hands. Being able to associate this egg with Vulpix's egg at the first time can reflect the young people's grasp of knowledge. You know, the change of the overall main color of the Pokémon egg can cause a lot of misunderstanding. Many experienced egg appraisers will make mistakes when facing unfamiliar eggs. The mother of this child is a very powerful Ninetale. I don't know about the father, but according to my judgment, it should be a powerful sea lion. Pokémon Grandpa briefly described the parents of this Ice Vulpix. Sea Lion, also known as the Pokémon songstress and sea dancer, is a very powerful water Pokémon unique to the Alola region. Although it looks very beautiful and looks like females are the majority, in fact, according to surveys, the ratio of males to females in the sea lion population is close to 1:7. In other words, there will be only 1 female in 8 sea lions. This sometimes confuses many people. The reason why Pokémon Grandpa said this is also to reassure Tetsuya. Because the offspring of 2 powerful Pokémons rarely have low potential, this Ice Vulpix can definitely become Tetsuya's main ice type force. Tetsuya nodded silently. Without Pokémon Grandpa telling him, he can know that this Ice Vulpix has high potential, and 0 is not a decoration. The word Ultra King in the qualification column is still very conspicuous. Tetsuya said that he is used to Pokémon Grandpa who always sells Pokémon eggs with Ultra King qualifications. For a big guy like this, it would be abnormal if the Pokémon eggs he sells are of low qualifications. Considering the type and qualifications of this Ice Vulpix, its value in the Kanto Johto region is almost half a small target. This is not a small amount. After putting the Pokémon egg into the backpack, Tetsuya looked at the bag full of cones again. The so-called cones are the fruits of a cone tree that only grows in a specific area, and this specific area usually refers to the Johto region. As the name suggests, one of the most important uses of cones is to make Pokéballs. In the past, craftsmen who made Pokéballs would hollow out cones and put them into special nets to capture Pokémon to make Pokéballs. Most of these Pokéballs made from cones have special characteristics. Before the birth of modern Pokéballs, Pokéballs made from cones were very common. This technology can be traced back to 400 to 700 years ago. With the development of science and technology, these Pokéballs were gradually replaced by modern mass-produced Pokéballs because of the long production time and low efficiency. However, craftsmen who inherited this craft are still making Pokéballs for excellent trainers. In addition, cones can also be used for food, but unlike ordinary fruits or tree fruits, they cannot be eaten directly. Usually, they must be made into cone juice before they can be drunk. Mr. Steel, who was just mentioned by Pokémon Grandpa, is currently the most famous and powerful expert in making Pokéballs with cones in the world. He is also a good friend of Professor Oak. Of course, ZHE is still a little worried. Don't worry, that guy won't see you. Just hold this bag and knock on his door. Pokémon Grandpa certainly considered it for him and solved ZHE's worries with one word. As the world's #1 master of handmade Pokéballs, Mr. Steel rarely meets outsiders in Hinoki Town, let alone agrees to help make Pokéballs. You know, making Pokéballs by hand with cones is a very energy consuming and physically demanding task. As Mr. Steel gets older, he has made fewer and fewer Pokéballs in recent years. Many people are lamenting that the Pokéballs made by Mr. Steel himself may soon become out of print. Pokéballs are like weapons for trainers. This weapon is not about whether it can cause damage, but how much help it can provide. For example, take one of the handmade Pokéballs, called the bait ball. The special feature of this Pokéball is that it can easily catch Pokémon caught with a fishing rod. For trainers who love fishing and water Pokémon, this Pokéball can undoubtedly be called a magic weapon. The special features of the other handmade Pokéballs are no less than the bait ball. The bag given by Pokémon Grandpa contains 6 cones of different colors, namely yellow, blue, green, pink, white, and black, with 2 of each color. Although the value of these cones is somewhat insignificant compared to the Pokémon eggs of the king level Ice Vulpix, it is still a number that cannot be underestimated. Not to mention that the cones given by Pokémon Grandpa can be made directly by Mr. Steel, which directly raises the value by several levels. If this bag of cones and this opportunity appear at the auction, Zaya feels that its price will not be less than 8 figures. I can only say that the old man is really a good person. Zaya is still very convinced by Pokémon Grandpa's statement that he can just go to Mr. Steel's house with the bag and knock on the door. As fellow villagers in the Johto region, Pokémon Grandpa and Mr. Steel may have a better relationship than Professor Oak and Mr. Steel. Thank you very much for your gift. I like it very much. Zaya once again solemnly thanked Pokémon Grandpa. Grandpa Pokémon waved his hand. Oh, it's useless for an old man like me who travels every day to have these things. It's better to give them to you. I believe they will definitely help you, especially the child. I will take good care of it, Zaya said firmly. This is also what he said from the bottom of his heart. Feeling the solemnity in Zaya's tone, Grandpa Pokémon smiled with relief. Looking at the young man who said goodbye and left the room, he suddenly felt that he was really old. Why don't you take a break for a while and go out for a walk? Grandpa Pokémon, who loves traveling, suddenly had such an idea in his mind. Then he tapped the ground with his cane in a funny way. It's not a good idea to have this idea. There are still too many places in the world waiting for him to explore and understand, and his steps can't stop. Find time to go to Sinnoh to have a look. It just so happens that the guy Mr. Dorkid said that he has made a new discovery. Grandpa Pokémon thought so, turned around and walked into the room. Zaya, who was walking on the way to the next city, was in a good mood now. It can't be bad. Anyone who receives a call asking for help to carry some express delivery and then inherits more than $500 million in property will be happy. But soon, he sighed silently again. Having multiple future main elves is indeed a good thing, but the burden of life that comes with it is also a fact. The cost of the development stage of young elves is quite high. If an elf with the qualifications of a king wants to break through to the quasi-king stage, it must spend resources that are almost the same value as the egg itself, not to mention the subsequent strength improvement. In addition, the Ice Vulpix still needs the Ice Stone to evolve into the Ice Ninetail, which is another huge expense. Evolution stones with a quality of 95 or above must be prepared in advance. Well, it seems that the plan needs to be modified. ZHE also took out his schedule with pain and joy and began to replan. According to his original idea, his official 8th partner should be a water elf. After all, it would be a waste to leave the gift of Suicune there without using it. The sooner you use it, the stronger it will become. But now there is a king level ice elf in front of him. There is no reason for him not to cultivate it, right? For the ice type Vulpix, the main breeding material is indeed the sugar apple. And if I remember correctly, after evolving into the Ninetail, it seems that it will have an additional fairy attribute, so the Romoe fruit can also be used in the early stage. ZHE also thought about the breeding plan for the future Vulpix, which is still in the egg state. Speaking of which, the Ice plus Fairy attribute seems to be a bit unfriendly to the Dragon attribute. In addition, although the additional Fairy attribute after evolution makes the Ice Ninetail particularly weak in resistance to the Steel attribute, ZHE also thinks that this is not a bad thing. At least at the same time, the resistance of the Ice Ninetail to the fighting attribute has also returned to normal. For the Ice Ninetail, which is not good at close combat, this can greatly enhance its resistance to some elves that are good at close combat. The Steel type elves can be completely left to its second brother. I remember that the Ninetails of the Fire type Ninetail each have different abilities, right? ZHE also thought uncertainly. This point is indeed mentioned in the illustrations and textbooks, but it seems that not many people have actually realized it. Let's find some time to ask Kageyama. If it's possible, the tail of the Ice Ninetail should also be able to do it. After thinking for a while, Tetsuya wrote down the name of a good friend in his notebook. He felt that Kageyama, as Zybo's last disciple, would definitely be able to give him a satisfactory answer. After all, Zybo's Ninetail was one of his famous main elves, and he used fire and psychic skills to perfection. I just don't know how much it would cost. Tetsuya sighed silently again. It hasn't even been hatched and officially cultivated yet, and I don't know how much it would cost to invest in advance. Well, by the way, ask Senior Kona how to cultivate ice elves. He wrote down another special name in his notebook. Since the last mission on the 7 islands, he also has the personal contact information of the King Kona. As long as there is a contact method, everything will be easy. To be honest, Tetsuya is a little bit ungrateful. Not everyone has the channels to ask the former and current 4 heavenly kings for advice. I don't know how many people dream of this. Then comes the estimation of inherited skills. If the father is a Hieron, the inherited moves should most likely be round pupils in the power of the moon. Relying on the protection of the electric dragon, Zaya walked on the road with his head down without even looking at the road, concentrating on writing and drawing on his notes. Chapter 320, The Tower of Trumpet Buds and the Farewell of Kikaiojin. Boo-hoo. After a cute howl, the lightning dragon annihilated a group of orb spiders led by an Alidus who were rushing up to catch prey without knowing what was good for them. If this Pokémon with both insect and poison attributes is not led by the evolved Alidus, it actually prefers to stay in one place and wait for prey to come to its door. But who can blame the evolved Alidus for having a bad temper? So the orb spiders had to choose to go together under the leadership of their tribe leader. Orb spiders are quite patient. After they have covered the trap with thin and strong silk, they will wait for the prey to fall into the net. Before the prey comes, the orb spider will maintain the same posture in its nest for several days, waiting motionlessly. Even if the prey is hung in the nest woven with thread, it will wait until the prey is exhausted. ZHE also put down the notebook in his hand and squatted down to collect some. Unlike the weak silk thread spit out by the caterpillar, the thread of the orb spider is a very good material. A web made of the thread of the orb silk spider that can catch fish Pokémon is a very popular simple prop. Adhering to the concept that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat and cannot be let go. While collecting spider silk, ZHE unconsciously recalled the scene of the mischievous who went on duty in the Orb Silk Spider Town a few days ago. It was really fast. It is not difficult to see what the Orb Silk Spider Town is famous for from the name. The mischievous here use orb silk spiders as their partners, and they have brought the orb silk spider's sensitivity to the wire web to the extreme. It is no exaggeration to say that the wire web traps set up by the orb silk spiders there in the town are enough to make anyone have nowhere to escape. This is a super strong sensing ability that can judge the type of prey just by the slight vibration transmitted from the silk. The only pity is that the cultivation of this ability is no longer a big secret, and ZHE can't make money from it. Fortunately, the frontal combat capabilities of the orb silk spiders in the evolved Ariadus are not that strong, and their spider web layout is also subject to the dual restrictions of time and venue. Otherwise this kind of Pokémon would surely be quite popular. Of course, this does not affect some poachers from using these two Pokémons. After all, they are still quite useful in certain situations. Let's go. It looks like we are almost there. Zaya stood up, glanced at the looming building not far away, and said to the Dragonite next to him. Boo-woo, a hint of relaxation appeared in Dragonite's cry. It was really hard to concentrate on protecting his trainer, who knew that he would not care about anything once he got busy. It was really exhausting. Following the path opened up by someone in the forest, one person and one Pokémon soon arrived at the second largest city in the Johto region, Kikayo City. This is a city surrounded by a sea of trees and various strange landscapes, and it is very quaint. Its environment is similar to that of Yanmo City, which is also in Johto, but it is also different. Zaya first found a quiet place in the suburbs to take the Dragonite back. After all, the ability of the different colored Pokémon to attract attention is too strong. As soon as he entered Kikayo City, he was first attracted by a 3-story tower. The purple tower was swaying, as if it was going to collapse at any moment, but the people around were walking around as usual. This is the Tower of the Bellsprout, one of the famous attractions in Kikayo City. The tower was built with a flexible structure, and it was always swaying, as if it was going to collapse, but in fact, this more effectively avoided the impact of disasters such as earthquakes on the tower. That is to say, only in the disaster-prone area of Johto would there be buildings specially designed to avoid earthquake disasters, and other areas would not consider this. How much energy and cost could the elves spend to build a house? According to legend, the Bellsprout used a Bellsprout over 30 meters tall to build the central column of the tower, and then constructed the periphery. If this legend is true, ZHE can only think that this Bellsprout is a Gigantamaxed individual. Otherwise he can't imagine how a Bellsprout with an average height of only 0.7 meters can grow to more than 30 meters tall. This height is really a bit outrageous. Looking across the small lake in front of the tower, ZHE saw the monks walking inside, but did not choose to go in for a visit. It is said, and it is also just said, that the reason why the monks who use the Bellsprouts have been living in the Bellsprout Tower is not only to provide shelter for some wandering elves, but more to suppress the resentful souls of the elves buried under the Bellsprout Tower. In other words, the existence of the Bellsprout Tower is more like the Pokémon Tower in Kanto Shine Town, except that this cemetery is not open to the public. Of course, this rumor has never been confirmed, but occasionally there are news that people are teased by elves such as Ghastly in the Bellsprout Tower, so many people believe it. Although ZHE is not afraid of ghosts after all, there are ghost elves in this world, and the so-called ghosts are basically ghost elves teasing people, but he is not interested in actively looking for ghosts to play. You know, sometimes the teasing of ghost elves can really kill people. The only thing he is curious about is that with the appearance of ghost elves, it must be a fact that there are a large number of dead elves buried in the Bellsprout Tower. So, what kind of things were discovered in the past that caused so many elves to be buried under the Bellsprout Tower? For some reason, in the Johto region, although humans and elves now live in harmony, the conflicts between the two in the past were more severe than in any other region. Soon, Zaya smiled and turned away. What does this have to do with him? It's none of his business anyway. What Zaya didn't know was that during the time he approached and left the Bellsprout Tower, the monks in the tower were extremely nervous. Has that guy calmed down? A monk dressed very simply asked with sweat on his forehead. Judging from his appearance, he should be over 70 years old. Even in the Pokémon world, where people generally live longer, this age is not young. But at this time, his image was not as leisurely as that of an ordinary old man. Yes, it has calmed down. Next to him, another middle-aged monk in his 30s or 40s also replied with sweat on his forehead. "It's okay." The old monk exhaled. Why did it suddenly attack the seal? Faced with the old monk's question, the younger monks around him certainly didn't know how to answer. The man in front of him was the abbot of the Bellbud Tower, the monk who had survived the longest and had the most experience in the tower. If he didn't know, then it was even more impossible for these young people to know. Forget it. Facing the silence, the abbot sighed helplessly. "Kang, take a few disciples to the underground to reinforce it. Don't let it rush out." If an outsider heard what the abbot said at this time, he would be extremely surprised. In everyone's concept, the Bellbud Tower is just a simple 3-story tower. There is no underground building, because it is not conducive to resisting earthquakes. But according to the abbot, there is a deep secret hidden under the Bellbud Tower. Yes. The monk named Kang bowed, and then walked out of the room with a few young disciples. "I hope it will be quiet for a while after this impact." The abbot looked at the disciples who left and thought silently. But he couldn't understand why the impact law that the guy sealed below had been following for hundreds of years suddenly changed today. If he hadn't been sitting in the seal center in accordance with his master's teachings, then perhaps today would be the day when the guy below would be unsealed. Soon, as the host was thinking silently, the room became quiet again. The bustling crowd outside may never know what happened in the nearby Bellsprout Tower. "Thank you, Miss Joy." At this time, the innocent Zay was going through the procedures for the gym challenge at the Pokémon Center. After he took back his Pokémon book, he took the room key given by Miss Joy and returned to his temporary residence. Although he is not short of money now, and Kikayo City is a city famous for various homestays, he still prefers to live in the Pokémon Center. Probably because he likes the atmosphere here very much. Ding, as soon as he entered the door, there was a message on the watch. Zay raised his hand and saw that there were two. The first was an unexpected message prompt that the challenge application was passed, and the second was a message sent to him by Sushin, who had not contacted him for a long time. "Zay, you're in Johto, right? I saw your challenge message. Come over this afternoon. I'll entertain you in person. I need your help with something." After seeing this message, Zay understood why his application was approved so quickly. After all, the current owner of Kikayo Gym is his senior brother RC's close friend, Soten. This is pure backdoor. But why again? After politely replying to Soten's message, Zay simply packed up and walked out of the room again. In fact, he didn't expect that Soten, who had been wandering outside, would stay in the gym during this period. You know, as a super trainer specializing in flying, Soten is a believer in freedom. For him, not being able to take his Pokémon to various places to experience the sky is simply a matter of life and death. Well, maybe it has something to do with senior brother RC's recent return to Johto. Zay walked out of the Pokémon Center and thought as he hurried to the Kikayo Gym. If this is true, then the friendship between these two is really deep. Don't get me wrong, it's just pure friendship. Both of them already have one and only one wife, and Soten has a son. Soten is the future leader of the Kikayo Gym, and he is also a very powerful flying trainer. When Tetsuya watched him in the animation in his previous life, he had a deep impression of him. Walking along the main road of the city towards the city center, he soon came to a building with a spiral appearance. This is the location of the Kikayo Gym. It is on the top floor of this peculiar building. As a flying gym, the most special design of the Kikayo Gym is probably its geographical location. Because it is on the top floor and has no roof, flying attribute Pokémon can maximize their abilities here. Walking all the way up, Tetsuya soon saw Soten, who was dressed in a familiar way. It has to be said that Soten is indeed justified to be rated as one of the most charming men in the Johto region. Dressed like a pilot with a toothpick in his mouth, this kind of bohemian feeling coupled with a face that is only slightly inferior to Tetsuya can be said to be a killer for all ages. Not to mention his strong trainer strength and the temperament brought by his rich experience. "Good afternoon, Senior Soten." Tetsuya greeted him respectfully. "Hey, don't be so polite. You should treat Kikyo as your home. Soten waved his hand and put his arm around Tetsuya's shoulders, saying very generously. Tetsuya was still quite grateful to Soten because he really helped him a lot in the last time in the Crimson City. Well, Senior Soten called me here so urgently this time. Is there something? The two of them walked into the depths of Kikyo Gym while talking, and Tetsuya asked Soten his doubts. Well, it's nothing serious. I remember you have a flying type Pidgeot, right? Soten avoided the question and did not respond to Tetsuya's question directly at the first time. Yes. Although puzzled, Tetsuya still nodded honestly. How about we play a game first? Soten suddenly asked him to play a game. Huh? Tetsuya subconsciously made a puzzled cry. Forget it. I'll just say it directly. Sushin, who was not good at asking for help, decisively gave up the roundabout route he had originally planned. It's like this, you know I have a son, right? Facing Tetsuya's confused eyes, Sushin explained why he asked Tetsuya to come. To put it bluntly, it's just the pity of parents in the world. In Tetsuya's impression, Asu is indeed a very good flying trainer. In the future, he will be able to take over the Kikyo Gym and run it well, with many gym apprentices, which can also prove his ability. But his personality is not so satisfactory. In Sushin's opinion, his son's attitude and cognition towards Pokémon training have considerable problems. However, as a father who has been away from home for many years, Sushin's image in Asu's mind and the persuasiveness of his words are really limited, and the relationship between the two is not good. Sushin thought that Tetsuya, who is almost the same age, should be able to teach Asu a good lesson. Tetsuya was also stunned when he heard Sushin's words. Yes, if you defeat him head on, wouldn't that prove that his training method is wrong? Sushin said as a matter of course. ZHE also blinked and didn't quite understand. He probably knew why Asu and his father didn't have a good relationship. In addition to Sushin's absence from home all year round, this eccentric personality was probably a big factor. Chapter 321, Battle with Asu. I don't have any objection, but before Tetsuya finished speaking, Soten interrupted him with a happy face. Since you agree, it's great. I'll call him over right now. After saying that, Soten rushed out of the reception room in a hurry. Tetsuya opened his mouth to say something, but there was no chance. He was not worried about losing. According to Soten, Asu was only over 20 years old at this time. There were only 4 Pokémon in the main team that reached the level of Qua Seeking. It was not even as good as Tetsuya, who was just preparing to participate in the Quartz conference 2 or 3 months ago. Not to mention that Tetsuya's strength progress has not stopped during this period and has been getting stronger. Moreover, trainers who specialize in Pokémon of one type are inevitably in a weak position when fighting. This is a recognized and inevitable fact. The gap in strength between the two is still relatively large. The main reason is that in his opinion, his victory over Asu cannot reverse some of the other party's mistakes in his views. But forget it. Tetsuya thought indifferently that, since Soten said so, he would just do it. I believe that the father and son will have a solution to the problems in the future. Come to think of it, he remembered that Soten was not yet 40 this year, but Asu was already 20. He thought Asu was only about 18 years old. Come to think of it, since 16 years old is considered an adult and can hold a spirit, the average marriage age of people in this world is around 20 years old, not to mention a Jamer like Soten whose family has a mine. Not to mention the marriage between forces. People have always had their childhood sweethearts by their side since they were young. It is not uncommon to get married as soon as they become adults. Zaire suddenly felt that the tea he drank was a little sour. Thinking of Kajiro, it seems that he not only had a childhood sweetheart, but also ran away from marriage. He felt that the tea in his mouth was not fragrant. Women will only affect the speed of my thinking in battle. Zaire, who has been single for 2 lifetimes and has never tasted the sweetness of love, thought angrily. Of course, he never considered whether he was too straight. Tetsuya, let me introduce you to my son, Asuka. Tetsuya didn't have to wait too long. Asuka soon returned to the room with a reluctant young man. They were definitely his biological children. When Tetsuya saw Asuka and his son standing together, this was the first thing that came to his mind. The two of them were so alike. Apart from their appearance, their face shape, hairstyle and hair color were almost exactly the same. Especially the bangs of the blue hair, which were divided into 3 forks. The only difference was that one covered the left eye and the other covered the right eye. Tetsuya even felt that he saw two Asuka standing in front of him. Hello. Although he was a little surprised at how similar they were, Tetsuya still greeted them politely. Yes, hello. Although Asuka was very unhappy that his father suddenly forced him to come here and said that he wanted to educate him, Asuka, who had been trained as the heir of the gym since he was a child, was still quite good at etiquette. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and returned a salute to Tetsuya. Then the room fell into silence. This is your Gugu. It's been well cultivated. In order to break the awkward silence, Tetsuya dryly praised Gugu, who was on Asu's shoulder. This was what he really thought. The red eyes of Gugu, who was on Asu's shoulder, were even glowing, which showed that its spiritual power was quite good. At the same time, its feathers were smooth and shiny, which showed that it had a good diet. Such Pokémon usually have good energy quality in their bodies. On the other hand, the wings of this Gugu were also significantly better than those of its kind. Gugu, hearing Tetsuya's words, Gugu, who looked like a brown ball, smiled and narrowed his eyes. Of course, it knew that Tetsuya was praising it. Because Gugu has an organ that can sense its rotation, it will chirp at the same fixed time every day. Many people carry it with them as a mobile clock. Especially for trainers, when getting up early becomes a daily routine, Gugu's call can serve as a very useful reminder. There is another interesting thing about Pokémon like Gugu, that is the illusion created by the way it stands on one leg. Many people think that Gugu only has one very huge leg, just like a one-legged Pokémon, but in fact it is not like that. Gugu has 2 huge legs that can support its entire body, but because the moment of changing legs is too fast, it is basically impossible to see clearly, so people think that it has only one leg when it stands on one leg. Its evolved form, Night Owl, is also a relatively powerful flying Pokémon. The main reason is that, although it does not have the attribute of psychic power, the excellent Night Owl can master many psychic skills and play a very effective role in various occasions. I think so too. Gugu's trainer, Asuka, nodded as a matter of course to Tetsuya's boasting. Then the scene fell into embarrassment again. Sushin was very troubled. He thought that his son's biggest problem appeared here. According to the normal communication mode of trainers, when someone praises you for your good Pokémon training, the two of you will continue to chat about this topic and discuss the experience of training. Although it will not reveal too much, the basic theory will still be exchanged. Asuka refused. He thought his training method was the best, especially for flying type Pokémon. He didn't need to communicate with others at all. It's a good thing for young people to be confident, but Asu's confidence is enough to be called conceited, which is not a good phenomenon. Even though Soten is very strong now, he often communicates with various trainers to improve his training plan. After all, a person's thinking is limited, and strong strength does not mean that the training method is necessarily good. It can only be said to be more comprehensive. Many trainers' training methods are quite unconventional, such as extreme defense or extreme attack. I know you. In silence, Asu looked at Zaya and said without thinking, I've seen your video of the Kanto tournament this time. Your Pidgeot is quite strong. But as a starting Pokémon of both of us, your Pidgeot is far from being a match for my Pidgeot. He seemed to be saying a fact as naturally as if it were a fact. Zaya raised his eyebrows. Oh, another young man who has never been beaten. Unconsciously, his eyes became less friendly. For a trainer, it is a blatant provocation for another trainer to say that his Pokémon is far from being a match for his Pokémon. Besides, only the power of the sky is infinite. Only those who can use the power of the wind will be the final winner. Your team can't do that at all. Asuka ignored Tetsuya's eyes and continued to preach as he thought. This guy's personality is only a little better than Rage's. Tetsuya squinted at Asuka and inexplicably thought of the guy he met on the Saint Anu who was impossible to like. It has to be said that after coming into contact with these characters that he had only seen in the anime in his previous life, He felt that everyone's personality was still very different from what was shown in the anime. This may also be related to time and the manager, but he didn't have the nature to wait that long. Oh. So do you think Groudon is not good or Kyogre is worse? Facing Asuka's statement, Tetsuya sneered disdainfully. If this were placed in the Hoenn region, Asuka who said this would probably be scolded by many people. Of course, it is also possible that many fans of Rayquaza will support them. Seeing the two people confronting each other, Sushin, who should have dissuaded them as an elder, watched with great interest. This was what he wanted to see at the beginning. It was just that the good upbringing of the two made the initial situation a little wrong. After a few words, the conflict emerged. As a trainer specializing in flying, Sushin knew very well that the two children in front of him were not on the same path. Specialization or diversified development, this is an eternal point of contention among trainers. Especially for young people who have just embarked on the road of trainers, these two views are very opposite. But for these older old guys, specialization and multi-attribute team building are not a contradiction. Sushin clapped his hands happily to attract the attention of the two young people to himself. Since there is a conflict of opinion, why not have a battle? Only the winning trainer has the right to speak. Isn't this the tradition of trainers? Hearing Sushin's words, Tetsuya and Asu also looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Although they knew that this was intentional, after the conversation just now, the two of them just happened to dislike each other. A battle would not hurt. The three of them soon came to a battlefield in the Kikyo Gym. It just so happens that if you win, the Kikyo Gym's wing badge will be given to you as one of the rewards for the winner, said to Tetsuya, who consciously stood in the referee position. He won't have a chance to get the badge from me. Before Tetsuya could express his understanding, Asuka on the opposite side of the field first expressed his determination to win. Well, your mouth is very characteristic of a bird Pokémon. Tetsuya, who was very upset by Asuka, directly turned on the taunting mode. Then, the 3v3 battle between Asuka of the Kikyo Gym and Tetsuya of Viridian City will begin now. Seeing the strong smell of gunpowder, Asuka immediately announced, "Doodly, let the other side see your courage as a bird Pokémon." Since it was about the badge, Asuka, who represented the gym, sent out the Pokémon first. The three-headed Dodley appeared noisily on the field. Zhge was no stranger to this Pokémon, as it was a must-have means of transportation for short trips in many cities. It was also a Pokémon that the flying-type Kikyo Gym had been cultivating on a large scale to deal with gym battles. It was obvious that the Quasi-King level Dodley of Asuka was fundamentally different from those weaker Pokémon. Kiwi, the three heads of Dodley, representing anger, sadness, and joy, made sharp cries. Each of the three heads had independent emotions and thoughts. To act normally, the three heads must be united and have a unified opinion. However, they often quarreled with each other and even wrestled with each other. Trainers should pay special attention to coordinating their relationship. Although it was a bird Pokémon, Dodley was best at running rather than flying. Then show your elegance, Serpenter. After observing for a while, Zhge also sent out his partner the next moment. Using a grass-type Pokémon to deal with a flying-type Pokémon, this is really a wrong choice. Seeing the Pokémon that Zhge chose, Asuka's face was a little ugly. Winning is a good choice. Tetsuya did not comment on his statement. Monarch Snake, use the Vine Whip. Tackle with the Monarch Snake's soft hum. Two green vines quickly extended from both sides of its body. HMPH, Doodly, dodge, then rush up, and use the peck attack. Facing the attack, Asu looked very disdainful. With this speed, you want to hit Doodly who is good at running? Kiwi hearing Asu's command, Doodly's three heads immediately reached a consensus, and it stretched out its long legs, and began to run quickly. Swish swish with its flexible dodging, two vine whips quickly flashed past its side. Very good, show it some color. Looking at Doodly who successfully avoided the attack, Asu shouted passionately, is this the only skill of the top 16 of the Kanto Conference? It seems very ordinary. This thought flashed through his mind instantly. Tie it up. Zhge said these three words calmly. The vine whip that was dodged by Doodly turned around in the air and headed straight for its feet. What? Asu was stunned. It is true that the Vine Whip can turn, which is something that every grass type Pokémon can do, but this is a turn. The so-called turn means that the Vine Whip slightly changes its trajectory while flying forward quickly, while turning means flying over the head and then turning back. The difficulty of the two is not at the same level. ZHE was also very calm. The principle of this method is actually similar to the whip swinging in Chinese martial arts in the previous life. The key point of the Monarch Snake's move is not a simple turn, but that it ensures that the attack power of the Vine Whip does not decrease while turning. Bang Doodly, who was not prepared for the Vine Whip attacking from behind, fell to the ground the moment his feet were tied. Although the grass type skills did not cause much damage to it, coupled with the reaction force under high speed forward movement, the damage it suffered this time could not be ignored. Hold on and use Sweet Scent on Doodly. Before Asu could counter-attack, Tetsuya spoke again and gave orders. Chapter 322, First Victory, Sushine's Thoughts. As Tetsuya's command sounded, pink mist slowly spread out from the Monarch Snake and went towards the bound and immobile Totoro. A closer smell revealed that the mist was as sweet as its color. But beautiful things are often dangerous, which is a truth that nature teaches people. Totoro, destroy the vines. Asu's anxious voice came. The three heads of Totoro were pecking at the vines with their beaks like pile drivers. Skills like Sweet Scent look like gas on the outside, but in fact, it is also a special form between energy and matter. In other words, it is not realistic to stop the spread of the pink mist of Sweet Scent by simply fanning. Powder type skills such as Paralysis Powder are very different from it. Especially when the opponent's Pokémon is Totoro, Sweet Scent is even more difficult to deal with. Because although Totoro is a bird Pokémon with flying attributes, this Pokémon cannot create strong winds with its feathers and body structure, let alone master common flying skills such as blowing up the wind. Most of the flying skills it has mastered are performed through its sharp beak. Absorb. Looking at the Tuchuli who was treating the vines as if it were gnawing food, ZHE also responded. In such a short time, the Vine Whip of the Monarch Snake had been gnawed, as if it had been sawed by saw teeth. If it took longer and Tuchuli broke free, it would not be so wonderful. It can only be said that sometimes even the best Vine Whip cannot resist the swallowing of a foodie. A steady stream of green light spots were generated from the Monarch Snake's body, and then transmitted to the other end of Tuchuli through the Vine Whip, and then returned. For a moment, the Vine Whip, which was originally a little dim, emitted light blue light. Kiwi, Tuchuli stopped struggling against the Vine Whip in pain. Suddenly, its voice stopped abruptly. I saw its three heads sniffed in tacit understanding, and then its eyes seemed to turn into the shape of a heart. Without the control of the Monarch Snake's Vine Whip, Tuchuli seemed to be shaking his head when walking. This is the effect of the sweet aroma. In a more intuitive way, it can affect the opponent's actions for a period of time, making the opponent seem a little slow in both offense and defense, as if they had drunk a lot of fake wine. Not only for the running Doodly, any elves that focus on fast movement will be greatly restricted by the sweet aroma. However, since the pre-swing time of this skill is too long, that is, it takes a long time from the skill to the effect, it is not too difficult to dodge. After all, it is used by those agile elves. Only when Doodly is controlled can the sweet aroma play its due effect. Of course, the above situation is limited to one-on-one. In the wild, the effect of the sweet aroma is unexpectedly superior, especially for some users and those affected. Monarch Snake, use the power of nature. Returning to the battle in the field, they of course chose to pursue the victory. The effect of the sweet aroma is not permanent. The three colors of light, blue, red, and yellow, gathered in front of the Monarch Snake into a triangle shape, and then rushed straight towards the confused Doodly. This is a general triple attack. Because the venue is located in a building, the skill of Force of Nature, which changes the form of move under the influence of the environment, automatically becomes this move. The three colors of light are not only good looking, but also correspond to the effects of freezing, burning, or paralyzing the person hit. Asu's pupils shrank. For Doodly, the Monarch Snake using this skill is tantamount to killing the elf. Because the triple attack is the move that all Doodly are best at, it is the signature skill of their clan. But now is not the time to tangle with this. If Doodly falls into an abnormal state after being hit by the triple attack, the probability of winning will be further reduced. Doodly, use crazy. Facing the extremely unfavorable scene on the field, Asu did not panic. He immediately issued an order. Key. An angry cry sounded, and the eyes of the head representing anger of Doodly instantly turned red. It controlled the whole body with one head and rushed directly to the king serpent. This is impossible to do under normal circumstances, because even with the command of the trainer, the other two heads will more or less snatch some control of the body from it. But now it is different. The other two heads, trapped in the sweet fragrance, have no intention of caring about what the other heads are doing. Tetsuya never expected the scene in front of him. Bang Doodly's not so hard body hit the king serpent's triangular attack and made a dull sound. Immediately afterwards, the three colors of light shattered, and Doodly continued to move forward with red eyes, as if it was not affected at all. Tetsuya's mind turned quickly, so that's it, because it is a head representing anger, even if it is attacked, or its thinking is restricted, its first reaction is still to fight back. It must be said that this is really an effective way to get rid of the effects similar to mental control. Just like a person in a rage, the opponent will not care what you say or do. A person in a rage will only have one thought, which is to smash all the opponents in front of him. A certain manic green giant is like this sometimes. But anger is a very bad emotion. Looking at Doodly, who was already very close to the monarch snake, Tetsuya's eyes were full of confidence. Monarch snake, tie the grass knot. He gave the command very calmly. Not far from the path of the angry Doodly, two weak green grasses hesitantly broke out of the ground under the control of the monarch snake. The next moment, the two grasses seemed to be attracted to each other and entangled with each other. Bang, a violent sound of hitting the ground sounded. Doodly, who was only thinking about attacking, did not notice the trap of the grass knot rope at all, and his two powerful long legs directly hit it. Without thinking too much, it rushed forward and fell to the ground. If its other two heads were still awake, it would be easy for Doodly to avoid the skill of tying grass knots. For example, a simple small jump, or an even simpler change of stride. These other places, where the three-headed Doodly is ahead of other Pokémon. It is born with the ability to see and hear everything in all directions, in the true sense. This is also one of the reasons why ZHE rarely lets King Serpent use Grass Knot. The use of Grass Knot relies too much on the inertia of the opponent's full strength movement and the calculation ability of the Pokémon itself. With a slight change, the opponent's Pokémon can easily step over the inconspicuous grass, making this countermeasure in vain, and the cost is too high. Of course, once it hits, for most Pokémon, the power of Grass Knot cannot be underestimated. For Pokémon like Doodly, whose average weight is about 85 kilograms, the damage power of Grass Knot is at least 80, if converted into standard power, which is comparable to the standard power of skills such as Flamethrower. Not to mention the increase in power under the attribute bonus effect of King Serpent. Even though it has resistance to grass type, Doodly could not get up for a long time after being hit. Totori, stand up. Asu changed his calmness and called out to his companions on the field. Sushin, who was watching the game as a referee, shook his head slightly. In the short battle, Asu exposed too many problems. In this kind of semi-friendly match, as a trainer, one should avoid further damage to his Pokémon. In a situation like the one on the field, Serpentine was even fully capable and had the time to condense a solar beam to attack Totori. The reason why it did not attack was to give Asu the opportunity to admit defeat. But after Asu shouted like this, ZHE would certainly not give him this opportunity. Serpentine, rush forward with Swallow Return and give it the last Dragon Tail. Serpentine, which had been ready for a long time, immediately emitted white light, and its long green body came to Totori, who was still lying on the ground with an afterimage. It turned sideways and raised its tail, which was shining with light purple light, higher up, and its red eyes were full of indifference. Hung in Asu's unwilling eyes, Serpentine directly knocked Totori out. Doodly lost his ability to fight. Monarch Snake 1, please send the next Pokémon, Asu. The smoke and dust dispersed. Looking at the eyes of Doodly, Sushin fulfilled his referee's duties and announced the victory of Tetsuya's first battle. Your son is actually quite talented, but you protected him too well. A young bird cannot grow up without going through wind and rain. As a flying trainer, you should understand this principle better than me. He raised the flag and was in a trance at this moment, remembering what his friend said when he saw his son training Pokémon. Was it wrong? Asu hadn't started to reflect. Sushin, as a father, was the first to question himself in his heart. This has always been his advantage. How did he get through that year? Sushin was a little confused for a while. Oh, he remembered that it was Arcee who took him to the wild to seek death all day long. It happened every now and then that he was hunted down by the tribe, led by the Quasi King with an elite Pokémon, or hunted down by the King level Pokémon with a Quasi King level Pokémon. It was a blessing that they were lucky enough to survive until now. He always felt that Arcee was too irresponsible to his family. If he lost his life, he would have nothing left. But the confrontation between the two children in front of him made him think more. Zhe, who grew up alone, might not be outstanding at the beginning, but his rich experience in the wild and wild made him soar to the sky in an instant once he received help from the outside world. In contrast, the heirs of the family or gym like Asu who had their growth routes planned since childhood. Although they could achieve good results at the beginning with the help of the family, they were obviously weak in the future. Sushin felt a little bitter in his heart. Didn't he understand this truth? Of course he understood it, and this was something that every family patriarch should understand. But the patriarch was also a human being. He couldn't accept that his son had to go through the same amount of suffering as himself. His strong strength was enough to guarantee his safety for a long time, until he became a truly strong man one day. This was probably the doting of an irresponsible father on his son in a compensatory psychology. Zhe would definitely agree with Sushin's idea, if he knew it. That's right, I have the strength I have today entirely by myself, and it has nothing to do with any system Goldfinger. Why can't Zero just add ability points, or change characteristics to Pokémons like some brainless cheat codes? At the very least, he can send Arceus or something like that. He occasionally has such fantasies. Your serpent is pretty good. Just when the other two didn't know what to think, Asuka silently took back his dodo. Just like flying Pokémons won't always lose to electric Pokémons, it's understandable that grass Pokémons can defeat flying Pokémons. He said so. Zhe looked at Asuka strangely. No, how could you say that a Pokémon with superior attributes and such a terrible loss is a glorious defeat? But next, my partner will let you see what the power of wind is, Asuka said to himself, and then threw out his second Pokéball. Then go, my soaring warrior, the master of the wind, the overlord of the sky, Pidgeot. Beep. There's very familiar voice sounded, and a Pidgeot with an equally agile figure flapped its wings and appeared in the air. Well, I'll give you a chance. Asu, who released his trump card Pokémon, seemed more confident. I know you also have a Pidgeot. How about letting them fight each other? I won't take advantage of you and attack you when you change Pokémon. He said this very naturally. Sushin patted his forehead in pain in his heart. He decided to let his son suffer a little. The first rule of the trainer's code, never give up your advantage to others, otherwise you are a XX, XXX, XXXXX. Obviously, Asu, who was busy training all day long and had no other concepts, had a very low grasp of the trainer's code. Zhe was also happy. Of course, he didn't mind such a good thing. It's hard to change what you say, otherwise it means that your character is problematic. Most trainers won't do this, especially when they are gym trainers. He was worried that Serpentine would not be able to deal with Pidgeot. Zhe also agreed with Asu's idea with a smile. After taking back Serpentine, he immediately released his Pidgeot. Beep. The bird's cry, which was sharper than the one on the opposite side, resounded through the sky. Well, this is probably the difference between Kanto and Johto. I always feel that the gym airs here are not as reliable as those from Kanto. Tetsuya, who looked natural, was actually criticizing the Johto region in his heart. This is probably a common problem for many people in Kanto, who makes them look down on the backward Johto that is dependent on their hometown from the bottom of their hearts. Although the facts are indeed roughly the same. At least none of Tetsuya's many friends who have status and family background in Kanto are as stupid as Asuka in front of him. Tetsuya certainly doesn't think it's Soten's problem. He is an experienced trainer and would not make such a mistake. So there is only one explanation. Asuka in front of him is completely a middle school boy who has not experienced the beatings of society, and he is quite poisoned at his age. Then let me wake you up. Tetsuya had a smile on his face. He likes to educate people the most, especially those who don't know the immensity of the world. I plan to move the update time to daytime, and tomorrow's update may be earlier. Chapter 323, a high altitude duel of the same kind, Sushine's intervention. In the sky, two very similar Pidgeots flap their wings, their sharp eyes full of each other's figures. However, in comparison, Tetsuya's Pidgeot was visibly larger. Humph, for bird Pokémon, the bigger the better. Asu certainly saw this, but he still insisted with a dark face. This statement is not wrong. For bird Pokémon whose combat field is in the air, the huge size often becomes a burden. Though small Pokémon naturally have an advantage in agility, but it is not necessarily the case in other aspects, so just looking at the size does not mean anything. Just like basketball players, the height difference between the point guard and the center is very large, but the responsibilities they bear are different, and the advantages they can play on the court are also different. And there are always some individuals whose talents are different from ordinary people. Tetsuya chuckled and did not directly respond to Asu's words. Are you still going to fight? There was a hint of teasing a child in his tone. Asu's face darkened even more. Pidgeot, you whined. He gave the order decisively. Just as Sotten said just now, for trainers, only the winner has the right to speak. No matter what the loser says, he is just inferior in skills. Although he did not attack, when Tetsuya changed Pokémon, in terms of the right to attack first, Asuka's Pidgeot, who was on the field earlier, certainly had the advantage. With a flash of his broad wings, a violent wind was generated. Then let's do it too, Pidgeot, you whined. Facing Asuka's attack, Tetsuya chose the most direct method, which was to counterattack in the same way. For the civil war between two Pokémon of the same species, such a response method is the most powerful way to prove that one's strength is ahead of the opponent in all aspects. Of course, ordinary people would not have the confidence to use this method. If you fail to show off, you will easily be killed. But Tetsuya said that he is not an ordinary person, and his Pidgeot is not comparable to other Pidgeots of the same age. Even if they are both Quasi-Kings, the difference in strength will be very obvious. Beep. The sound of birds chirping is endless. In the sky, two gusts of wind collided with each other. Whoosh, the violent wind blew in all directions, and the three people present all squinted their eyes involuntarily. It seems that being big still has some advantages. Looking at the situation in the sky, Zaya said with a smile. After the two gusts of wind collided, Zaya's Pidgeot's wind rising obviously overwhelmed Asaku's Pidgeot. Although it failed to cause damage, it also advanced a lot after defeating the opponent. It's good that you know, but it's different in close combat. Seeing that Zaya agreed with his initial opinion, Asaku's expression actually eased a lot. Good guy. Zaya unconsciously straightened his clothes. This is what understanding is like. This is not what he wanted to express. Pidgeot, flash of light. Looking at Zaya, who didn't know what expression he had, Asaku continued to attack. Then we will do the same here. Let the opponent see what the difference in strength is with a flash of light. Zaya snapped his fingers and commanded. He suddenly understood why so many people, especially villains, like to act cool. This feeling is really wonderful. He now looks at Asuka as if he were watching a child playing. Not only is he not angry, but he finds it very interesting. Although he is younger than Asuka. After hearing the command of their respective trainers, the two Pidgeots moved in unison. White light flashed on their bodies almost at the same time, and then merged into the clouds in the sky in an instant. If the three people's eyesight was not far beyond that of ordinary people, they probably wouldn't have noticed the two fast-flying Pidgeots at all. It's just that the two trainers who participated in the battle had completely different complexions. Asuka's complexion changed from black at the beginning to normal white later, and then turned black again just now. As for Tetsuya, he kept smiling, and people didn't know what he was thinking. The reason why Asuka's complexion turned black again was simple, because Tetsuya's speed of using Pidgeot's lightning flash was much faster than his partner. You know, Tetsuya was the one who counterattacked with the backhand. waiting for Asuka to give an order and Tetsuya to react. Before giving an order, there was at least a delay of a few tenths of a second in between. In this case, Tetsuya's Pidgeot and his Pidgeot had to prepare their energy for the lightning flash skill at the same time. In other words, if the opponent issued the command first, then judging from the attack speed of lightning flash, Asuka's Pidgeot would be knocked away without any chance to fight back. Maybe it's just the release speed that matters, but the final decision is still the power of the skill and the amount of damage it causes. In front of the two Pidgeots using lightning flash to attack each other, Asuka's idea was just a flash in his mind and then overturned. Beep, a painful cry sounded. Pidgeot rolled down. Although it quickly stabilized its body with its excellent body control ability, its faintly trembling wings showed that it had just suffered a lot of damage. On the other side, the white light on the other Pidgeot slowly dissipated, and its wings were still as powerful as ever. Well done. Tetsuya smiled and praised his old friend. Of course, his Pidgeot had just one. Lightning Flash, which came later, but was the first to arrive, perfectly crushed the opponent. Beep. Pidgeot also responded with a proud cry. Don't underestimate the confidence and arrogance of Pokémon like Pidgeot. Their confidence and arrogance may not be as obvious as that of the monarch serpent, but they are still deeply rooted in their hearts. After all, they are the king of a tribe. If they don't have this confidence and arrogance, they will not be considered as a few Pokémon with a kingly demeanor. Next, it's our turn to attack, Tetsuya said, looking at Asuka on the opposite side. He completely ignored the unwillingness and disbelief shown by the opponent. Pidgeot, use Shadow Clone. He waved his hand and started the battle mode he used to bully weaklings in daily life. In an instant, the high sky was occupied by the group of Pidgeots. Even Asuka's Pidgeot was mixed in, and it was difficult to tell whether it was a clone of Tetsuya's Pidgeot or an opponent. Pay attention. Facing the Shadow Clone, which can be regarded as a battle skill, Asuka could only let his Pidgeot pay more attention. However, the advantages of Pokémon like Pidgeot were also reflected at this moment. Since most Pidgeots have sharp eyes, they have a keen sense of distinguishing whether it is a clone or not. Although they cannot completely distinguish, they can at least roughly exclude it. How could Tetsuya not know this? His Pidgeot is also a master in this area. Then there is the gorgeous feather dance. Looking at the cautious defense of the opposite Pidgeot, that did not reveal too many flaws. Tetsuya began to lay out the next step. White feathers fluttered down from the air, covering all the Shadow Clones, while also making Asuka's Pidgeot lose sight. Pidgeot, use hot air to destroy the opponent's feathers. Asuka responded immediately. Forget about the Shadow Clones. After all, actively cracking them may expose flaws, but skills like Feather Dance are different. There are too many ways to counter without exposing flaws. The hot red aura gradually took shape under the waving of Asuka's Pidgeot's wings. Tetsuya was very foresighted about the fact that Asuka's Pidgeot could also use Heat Blast. After all, even if the opponent's combat experience was average, he was still a gym heir, and he would definitely not have too many shortcomings in terms of skill mastery. But, what I want is for you to use Heat Blast. A gleam of light flashed in Tetsuya's eyes. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Beep. Sharp calls came from all directions. All the Pidgeots, including the Shadow Clones and the original body, began to circle along a fixed track at high speed. That's right, it was a circle. As a flying type ultimate move, Hurricane can actually be used in two ways. The first is the most common way of using wings to charge and attack. This method not only takes a long time to charge, but the formed Hurricane is slightly more unstable than the second method. This instability is mainly reflected in the aspect of energy manipulation. This has to mention the so-called second method. The second method is that the flying type Pokémon uses itself as the initiator of the formation of Hurricane, and at the same time, the entire Pokémon is integrated into the wind during the use of Hurricane. The advantage of this method is that the opponent cannot directly destroy the formed storm from the outside through his perfect control of energy and wind. The only way to defeat this storm is to defeat it head-on, and the charging time of the second method is relatively shorter. After all, one uses only wings, and the other uses the whole body's strength. However, there are pros and cons. The problem with the second method is that it is really dangerous. before it is formed. When the whole body's strength is used to drive the storm to form, the user's elf's own defense will drop to a very weak point. At this time the storm has not yet been set off, and it is not enough to resist the influence of external forces. Once attacked, the use of the storm skill is likely to be interrupted. And once it is interrupted, of course, the opponent will face continuous attacks. It is not so easy to recover from the interruption of the attribute big move. Moreover, after it is formed, the elf using the skill faces great danger. On the one hand, the reason why the storm is a storm is that the first word can show its violentness. This wind is not so easy to blend in. After the storm is swept up, the external flying energy will not care whether you are the user who launched it or not. Once you are caught in it, you will still be hurt. In this way, you will lose more than you gain. On the other hand, since the storm is used directly at close range to the opponent, once it hits the opponent, it will be a face-to-face hand-to-hand combat. This is quite unfriendly to most flying Pokémon who are not good at close combat. Many people believe that the essence of flying Pokémon's aerial combat is the control of distance, so many people refuse to respect the second use of the storm. But Zaya's way of thinking is different from that of ordinary people. He believes that the so-called distance control does not necessarily have to be completely controlled at a distance that you can hit, but the opponent cannot hit. It doesn't matter if you hit it mediocrely, as long as the opponent hits it worse. Then the second way to use the storm is a very effective means of attack. Asuka's command to Pidgeot to use Heat Wind undoubtedly gave Zaya enough preparation time without worrying about being affected. After all, Heat Wind is a move that requires continuous output, and it can't be stopped at will. Under Asu's gaze, although the feather dance was consumed by the hot wind and the whole sky was clear again, an extremely violent storm also rose up in the field. The dozen tornadoes connecting the sky and the earth seemed to be roaring wildly. The bright sky at noon was even dimmed by them. It's still in time. Asu made a judgment immediately. Tetsua's Pidgeot had not yet completely completed the storm skill. Pidgeot, feel the power of the wind, and then move at high speed to avoid it. A smile flashed across his mouth, and he found your flaw. The shadow clone can certainly affect me to find which storm is real, but for Pidgeot, this problem is not a problem. Asu's confident words seemed intermittent under the cover of the storm sound, but Tetsuya, who was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, heard it very clearly. He raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. Oh, really? If you have the ability, why don't you let it defeat it head-on? Tetsuya's indifferent look made Asu even more angry. Moreover, in Asu's opinion, Zay's words were somewhat superficial. I'm not a fool. Why should I dodge when I can sense it? The opponent is afraid that his attack will not work. Asu thought complacently. He felt that he had almost cracked Zay's battle strategy in this round, which was a very good sign. After using the storm, the opponent's Pidgeot should be in a stalemate for a while. That would be the perfect time for me to counterattack. He had already started to plan the next script in his heart. Beep. The sudden bird call was a bit flustered. Asu, who was distracted, looked up in astonishment. It was really his Pidgeot that was caught in the storm. Impossible. He subconsciously let out a surprised cry. Obviously, Pidgeot had sensed it just now. Why was it caught in the storm again? The problem of wrong perception would not happen to the Quasi-King Pidgeot. But Zay was in no mood to explain his fighting skills to him. It was Asu who was distracted just now, otherwise he would not have missed it. Under the influence of the real storm, the other tornadoes around gradually dissipated, and only a vortex of wind that was spinning wildly in the center of the field remained. The painful cry of Asu Pidgeot was gradually swallowed up by the violent wind. After a moment, the storm dissipated. A Pidgeot with extremely messy feathers was thrown out by inertia with its eyes spinning, and was about to fly out of the tower building. It would not be good if it fell to the ground and suffered secondary damage. Physical damage is a small matter, and the mental blow is the key. A Pokémon that can be called the Overlord of the Sky actually fell from a high altitude to the ground and was injured. This is something it cannot accept, even if it has lost its combat ability. Asu hurriedly took out his Pokéball. Come back, Pidgeot. But I don't know if it was because the battle was too tragic. The red light shot by his Pokéball passed by Pidgeot. This is a very strange thing for a trainer. Armored bird, bring it back. A middle-aged man who was obviously suppressing his anger said, "Well, starting tomorrow, come on, work hard." Chapter 324, Winged Badge and Dark Tunnel, Dark Cave. A silver flash flashed in the air along with the voice of Sotten. In the blink of an eye, the falling Pidgeot was brought back to the ground of the battle site. Armored Bird looked at the son of its trainer opposite coldly and returned to the Pokeball. As Sotten's old friend, and also Aston's elder, it was also very dissatisfied with Aston's performance just now. This was not the performance of a qualified trainer. The Pidgeot of the gym has lost its ability to fight. The challenger's Pidgeot wins. Please send the next Pokémon. Sotten, with a dark face, was obviously in a very bad mood, and his tone became quite serious. Aston took back the Pidgeot with a red face. The mistake that only elementary school students would make just now actually happened to him, and he himself felt very ashamed. The next one is decided to be you, Armored Bird. Aston's voice even lost the passion at the beginning. This is. ZHE also narrowed his eyes. If he guessed correctly, the Armored Bird in front of him should be the offspring of Sotten's Armored Bird. This is actually a very common thing. Using the offspring of the powerful partners of the elders in the family as the partners of the next generation can be regarded as a kind of inheritance for both trainers and Pokémon. At the same time, because the offspring born from the combination of powerful Pokémon can mostly inherit the high potential of their parents, there are so many forces in the Pokémon world that exist in the form of families. This is especially true for gyms with a long history like Kikyo Gym. If I can't beat your father who is a quasi champion, I can't beat you, a quasi king. ZHE also thought silently. Pidgeot, use high speed movement. He waved his hand and issued a battle order. Beep. Along with the sharp bird calls, white light kept flashing on Pidgeot's body, and the speed of flying in the air instantly increased a lot. Pokémon like Armored Bird seem to have a heavy body, but in fact, because the feathers are hollow, it can still fly freely and lightly in the sky. But inevitably, it is still slower than many bad Pokémon in terms of speed. The average speed of the Armored Bird, which is covered with steel armor, is only about 300 km per hour. Compared with Pidgeot, which can easily reach Mach 2 speed, it can't be said to be as slow as a snail, but it is not much better than a turtle. Especially now that Pidgeot has added high speed movement, the Armored Bird can only eat Pidgeot's exhaust when flying in the air. Armored Bird, find the right opportunity to use Provoke. Asu has recovered from the defeat in the last 2 games. He calmed down and gave the command. It is useless to move fast, otherwise this will not be a Pokémon battle, but a Pokémon speed competition. When a Pokémon uses a skill to attack, it will inevitably enter a stagnant state. Using skills while moving is exclusive to very few skills. At that time, it is the best time for the Armored Bird to counterattack. High speed movement consumes a lot of energy. Armored is a good choice to wait for the opportunity. In addition, Tetsuya's Pidgeot just used the stand skill to interfere with perception, which consumes a lot of energy. What a pity. As a referee, Suten shook his head silently. This is probably the difference between the so-called practical school and the training theory school. Not to mention that Tetsuya is definitely the best combination of the two factions in his age group. He not only has sufficient theoretical basis, but also has combat experience far beyond his peers. Pidgeot, use Lightning Flash. Hearing Asu's command, Tetsuya's eyes moved, and the next moment he ordered Pidgeot to launch an attack. Bang, the sound of flesh and steel colliding sounded, and a residual image passed over Armored directly. Lightning Flash is one of the few skills that can be used during full power movement, and this skill is also the specialty of Pokémon like Pidgeot. Armored, take the Iron Wall, and then the metal sound. Asu continued to command with a serious face. Of course, he was prepared for this. After being hit by Pidgeot, the Armored Bird staggered in the air and quickly regained its balance with its own physique. After hearing Asuka's command, it flashed with a metallic luster, and its shell, which was originally like steel armor, became even harder. Although Pidgeot was still hitting its body again and again at a speed that the Armored Bird could not react to, the Armored Bird now did not take this little damage seriously. Squeak. The friction-like noise of metal came out from the sharp beak of the Armored Bird, and even the 3 trainers who had prepared to wear earplugs could not help but frown. This kind of sound would make people feel sick from the bottom of their hearts. Pidgeot was also uncomfortable. It gradually left the state of high-speed movement and frowned. Now, Armored Bird, use rock blockade. Asuka was delighted and shouted. Lee, the Armored Bird stopped the metallic sound, and the earth yellow rock fragments gradually gathered in front of it. TSK, exactly what I thought. ZHE also smiled subconsciously. Controlling the opponent, and then using the attack skills with outstanding effects. This routine is a bit too old-fashioned. If he was in command, it would be a better choice to continue using the provocation skills just mentioned. Or, close combat is also good. But it's a pity. He was quite relaxed in his heart. If not, Pidgeot might not have defeated the opponent so easily. Pidgeot, use Feather Perch. In the stunned eyes of Asuka and Armored Bird, Pidgeot, who was struggling to maintain his flying state, fell straight to the ground. The rubble of the rock blockade skill flew over Pidgeot's head without exception. The advantage of Sky Pokémon is that, unlike ordinary Pokémon, which only have the dodge directions of front, back, left, right and up, it can dodge downwards, and the downward space is far more than you think. Tetsuya said to Asuka on the opposite side with a smile. Asuka gritted his teeth. Damn it, is this contempt for his identity as the successor of Kikaiojin? But without the attribute and ability of flying, I want to see how you can take on the attack of Armored Bird. Asu snorted coldly. Armored Bird, use Steel Wings. Pidgeot, Shadow Clone. Even though the number of shadow clones created by Pidgeot has been reduced from nearly 20 to only 7 or 8 due to the inconvenience of moving after landing, it is enough to confuse Armored Bird. After Armored Bird used Steel Wings to destroy 4 or 5 clones, but still failed to touch the main body. Under Asu's unwilling eyes, Pidgeot, who had recovered from the feathered state, flapped his wings leisurely and returned to the air. At this time, Pidgeot's physical strength can even be said to be full. The only good news for Asu is that the time for the high-speed movement state has passed, and Pidgeot's current speed is not as exaggerated as before. Although it is still that fast for Armored Bird, at least it can react. Pidgeot, Sunny Day. Under Asuka's defensive eyes, while Armored Bird was defeating the remaining few shadows, Tetsuya commanded Pidgeot to use the weather skill he had been thinking about. This was the subject he had focused on training in the 2 months after the tournament. He always felt that, if the mastery of weather skills had not affected the command choices of the trainers who fought against him, he would not have exposed all his strength so early. Maybe when he faced Shinagawa Shizuji, he might have more trump cards to win. Sunny Day. Asuka frowned unconsciously. What was he doing? The results of the Pokémon World's research on Steel type have not been officially announced yet, but as a descendant of the Alliance's top leaders, Asuka also has a lot of knowledge about the Steel, a tribute that will be announced soon. At least he knows that his Armored Bird has the Steel plus Flying attribute instead of the General plus Flying attribute that he thought before. Naturally, it is no secret to him that the Fire type has a restraining effect on the Steel type. But as a trainer who also has Pidgeot, Asuka clearly knows the problem of Pokémon like Pidgeot. The skill attack range is not wide enough. This is one of the main reasons that limits Pidgeot from being the first choice of many people's flying Pokémon. Pidgeot can only master a few skills that are not flying or general attributes, which often makes him face the embarrassing situation of being hurt by skills in battle. Want to use Heat Wind to compress the movement space of Armored Bird? It's too late to stop Sunny Day. Just use Dark Wave to defeat Heat Wind. In a few breaths, Asu thought about many problems and thought of countermeasures. He squinted his eyes and looked up. The time when Tetsuya and Asu started the battle was just afternoon, and the sun was the hottest at this time. Not to mention that after the blessing of Pidgeot's Sunny Day skill, the temperature on the field has increased significantly in a short time. Asu subconsciously waved his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Armored Bird, prepare for Dark Wave. He was ready for defense. Pidgeot, swipe the sand. But Tetsuya's behavior was completely beyond Asu's expectations. He actually ignored the effect of Sunny Day and used the interference skill of Swipe the Sand instead. Caught off guard, Armored Bird's eyes were filled with sand and dust blown by Pidgeot. TSK Armored Bird cried out in discomfort. Calm down Armored Bird. As a trainer, he keenly noticed that Armored Bird was in a wrong state. Even if the sand was blown into its eyes, Armored Bird's personality would not be as irritable as it is now. Your understanding of your own Pokémon is still acceptable, but your experience is slightly insufficient. Sushin looked at his immature son and nodded silently. At least there are some merits. He looked up at the scorching sun again, but he didn't know when he would react. Tetsuya had been planning for this thing from the beginning. Now, use the air blade. Tetsuya's command is always one wave after another. Before Armored Bird could find a way to clear the sand in its eyes, the white air blade slashed by Pidgeot waving its wings had already arrived in front of it. Air blade? A flash of inspiration flashed through Asu's mind because of the skill used by Pidgeot. He seemed to have grasped something, but it was too late. The gradually deteriorating state of the Armored Bird soon lost under Pidgeot's continuous attack. The Armored Bird has lost its ability to fight. Pidgeot wins, and the 3 Pokémon of Asu in Kakayo Gym have all lost their ability to fight. The winner of this gym challenges Tetsuya. Looking at the Armored Bird with circles in his eyes, Sushin announced the result decisively. It's the temperature. Asu, who was thinking hard, finally understood it, as if he suddenly realized it. The reason why the Armored Bird's state dropped so quickly was entirely because its body temperature was also rising rapidly under the influence of the high temperature outside. Every action it made consumed 4 or 5 times or even more than usual. This is also the reason why it seemed very irritable after being hit by the sand moving. It's like people's moods will become irritable involuntarily in the summer. This is mainly due to the fact that Armored Bird's body is made entirely of steel, which makes its body temperature change faster than that of a normal Pidgeot in abnormal environments. Well, if Tetsuya's Pidgeot can pray for rain, the heat and cold can cause your Armored Bird to suffer more serious damage, not to mention hail. Hayate looked at his son and gave him some advice. These will not be written in books, because this can be regarded as being out of the function of the skill itself. It makes more use of the trainer's understanding of creatures such as Pokémon. Asu looked at his father and said nothing. Hayate was not angry either, but turned to look at Tetsuya. Congratulations, you defeated the Kakayo Gym. This is the wing badge. With that, Hayate took out a U-shaped badge with stripes like wings from his pocket and handed it to Tetsuya. Thank you, Senior Hayate. Tetsuya took it with both hands and put it in his badge box. This is already the second layer of the badge box, which also means that Johto is the second area he traveled to. Asu, take Tetsuya to the treatment room to recover your elves. Then Tetsuya, come to the reception room later. I have something to tell you. After giving the badge, Sushin finished the first thing that Tetsuya came over for, and he took the opportunity to ask the second thing. Okay. Tetsuya nodded simply. On the way to the treatment room, Sushin couldn't bear the doubts in his heart and began to ask Tetsuya questions. He didn't think there was a big problem with his command, but at the same time, he didn't think the gap between his elves and Tetsuya's elves was as big as it showed. But the result of the battle was there. It's probably a matter of experience. Tetsuya thought about it and gave a plausible answer. Sushin was obviously not satisfied with this answer. I suggest you ask Sushin Sr. In terms of battle layout, especially the layout of Sky Elves, Sushin Sr. is definitely one of the best experts. Asu didn't seem to comment on Tetsuya's suggestion. After finishing the treatment, Tetsuya quickly came to the reception room where Sushin asked him to go. As soon as he entered the room, Sushin's question confused him. Do you know the Dark Cave? The abandoned dark tunnel? Tetsuya, who was familiar with the map of the Johto region, asked subconsciously. Yes, that's it. Sushin nodded. Sushin's strength is probably comparable to Aju during the 4 Heavenly Kings period. The general statement in the game is this: Aju and Axing argue about whose father is stronger. Chapter 325 Trainers Lost in the Labyrinth. The Dark Cave mentioned by Sushin is a special tunnel located in the eastern suburbs of Kakayo City. As the name suggests, the Dark Cave is extremely dark inside, and you can't see your hand in front of you. You know, due to the peculiar terrain of our Johto area, the Dark Cave, which was originally intended to be a connecting passage between Kakayo City and Yanmo City, had to stop developing. Speaking of this location, Sushin was also helpless. The birth and construction of the Dark Cave were actually promoted by Kakayo Gym. Of course, Yanmo Gym also made a lot of efforts. After all, this is related to the mutual exchange of the 2 big cities of Johto, which is beneficial to everyone. The better the city where the gym is located, the stronger the foundation of the gym will naturally be, and then it can help the city to build better. This is actually a complementary and indispensable relationship. Besides, Kikayo City and Yanmo City are actually very predestined in all aspects, and the people of the two cities also think that it is a very good thing to have an extra convenient passage. Before this, if you want to go from Kikayo City to Yanmo City, the only official route of the alliance is to go a long way, otherwise you can only go through the dangerous jungle in the wild. For most of the alliance people, they do not have the ability to choose the latter way, and the former almost cuts off the travel between the two cities. After all, it is too troublesome. If you have that little time, you might as well go to another city. You know, Kikayo City's trainer school is the best school in the entire city, and there are also two famous attractions, the Tower of the Bell Bud and the Sea of Trees, and the Dragon Clan in Yanmo City is famous throughout the world. Almost everyone is willing to pursue the powerful dragon type elves. Its nickname of Dragon Town in the city area is not groundless. Once the Dark Cave is completed, the residents of the two cities can enjoy the benefits of the other city to a certain extent. Unfortunately, under the influence of the natural environment in the city area, the Dark Cave, which was built to the end, had to be stopped by the Alliance. The Dark Cave is a north-south tunnel. Specifically, it moves from the southwest to the northeast in the city area. According to the original idea and detection, even if we go from low to high, the inclination of the entire cave will not be too large due to the length and distance. The result is obvious, that the idea and detection are not in line with reality. ZHE didn't know what the specific problem was. After all, he was from Kanto, not Johto, but it must be a big problem. Otherwise, in this world with elves, there is no engineering problem that elves can't solve. If it doesn't work, then replace it with a powerful elf. The underground tunnels connecting many cities in the Kanto region are strong supporters of this theory. After so many years, the Dark Cave has occasionally been used by people, but there have been some minor problems since last month. Sushian scratched his head with a headache. ZHE also tilted his head to express his confusion. It's all the fault of those damn Earth Dragon brothers. Sushian uttered a sentence that was extremely inconsistent with his appearance and identity. It's a habit of staying motionless in the deep cave, where light can't reach. The Dark Cave is very suitable for the Earth Dragon brother to live. When Tetsuya heard the complaints from Soten, he didn't think about what kind of difficulties the Earth Dragon brother would bring, but judged the probability of the Earth Dragon brother appearing in the Dark Cave out of the intuition of a bounty hunter. The probability is indeed very high, very reasonable. Then, he subconsciously made an unbelievable sound. No wonder he was so surprised. The Pokémon Encyclopedia introduces the Earth Dragon brother like this: Earth Dragon brother, a ground snake Pokémon. When seen by people, it will dig the ground with its tail and run away with its back to people. From this introduction, it can be seen that the Earth Dragon brother is indeed a little brother. The only characteristic worth mentioning is that it is timid and runs very fast. This kind of Pokémon has extremely weak combat ability in the wild. Even if it often appears in large groups, it is still a matter of one move for most trainers. Of course, limited to Pokémon in the wild, the Earth Dragon brother in the hands of some trainers is still quite powerful. Although the name of Earth Dragon contains the character dragon, it only has general attributes and no dragon attributes. However, this dragon is not named randomly. It is one of the few elves other than dragon type elves that can theoretically learn the powerful dragon type skill Dragon God Dive. It can only be said that the dragon type elves in the elf world are sometimes really like the dragons in the legend of Tetsuya's previous life, in some aspects. Well, the danger is another matter. After all, the destructive power of Earth Dragon is really limited, but its natural habits are really too troublesome. Listening to what Sushin said, Tetsuya's eyes flashed, and he asked tentatively, "Because digging a nest?" "Yes." Sushin nodded fiercely. In the wild, Earth Dragon will not only move, but also use its drill-like tail to dig the ground and move backwards, and create a nest of complex shapes deep underground. To put it simply, it is similar to the moles and three moles in the Kanto region. Earth Dragon does occasionally share its nest passage with these two. However, compared with the other two, the nest built by the Earth Dragon is smaller and more complicated. since it determines the direction by the smell of the soil. The nest it builds is a maze with a wide coverage for outsiders. The only advantage is that there is no need to worry about the cave collapsing suddenly. At least the earth dragon is still very serious about building the nest, and the mole group, a good neighbor and helper, will occasionally help to reinforce it with ground energy. After all, you have to give back when you borrow the passage. Although the construction of the dark cave was stopped when it was about to be completed, it can actually be considered half finished. As long as you walk to the final high point and climb up, you can actually reach Yanmo City directly, which saves a lot of time compared to land. In this case, even if the dark cave is considered abandoned by us, there are still many people who take a shortcut to Yanmo City through the dark cave every year. However, due to the pitch black inside and the recent appearance of Brother Too Long, the roads in the dark cave have become extremely complicated. In the past month, many relatives of missing trainers have reported that their family members are lost in the dark cave. Sushan roughly described the problems facing the dark cave now. ZHE quickly understood what he meant. "Do you want me to go in and rescue them?" ZHE asked. He thought this task was not too difficult. Sushan nodded slowly. In the dark cave, if it is not a trainer with super perception ability, it is difficult to get out even with sufficient light. This is also one of the reasons why so many trainers are trapped inside. I roughly understand. I think I can. Listen to me first. Sushan interrupted Tetsuya, who was about to take on this task, with a serious face. This task is still somewhat dangerous. Dangerous? Tetsuya expressed his incomprehension. Sushan nodded. Of course I know that your school is strong in perception ability, which is why I asked you to help me with this. Moreover, most of your Pokémon are very suitable for underground battles. Our trainers in Kikayo City who are mainly flying type are somewhat unable to display their skills underground. As an old friend of RC, he has a deep understanding of the first reason. In comparison, the second point seems a little insignificant. In this case, where does the danger that Sushan mentioned come from? Do you know why the dark cave was abandoned? Sushan suddenly changed the subject. I don't know. Tetsuya shook his head honestly. The terrain is only one aspect of the external announcement. The more important reason is that the dark cave will flood. Sushan simply said the secret that most people don't know. Flood. Tetsuya has quite a lot of experience with this. After all, he just experienced it not long ago. However, he feels that there is water everywhere in the Johto area. It's strange, right? Why does it feel like there are floods everywhere in Johto? Of course, Soten also knew about the sudden flood incident that Tetsuya encountered in the Heracross forest not long ago. At that time, Kikayo City was the focus of the request for help there. If Liubo, who was more suitable for dealing with floods, had not been there, then he should have appeared in front of Tetsuya at that time. The source of the flood here is quite clear. That is the fluctuation of the sea tide. Soten sighed helplessly. But isn't Kikayo City quite a distance away from the ocean? Tetsuya raised his doubts. In this case, can the fluctuation of the sea tide still affect the underground tunnels around Kikayo City? This thing is very complicated. Anyway, the conclusions drawn by all parties are like this, and the sea of trees in Kikayo City is a product of it. In this regard, Soten, who is just a trainer, said that he didn't understand it very well. He is not a professional geographer, and it is very good to know a conclusion in this regard. In short, thanks to the clear source, the time of this flood is traceable, which is about 3 AM to 6 AM and 3 PM to 6 PM. This is why the Kikayo gym will block the entrance to the dark cave at fixed times. Seeing that Zay wanted to ask more, Sushin hurriedly stopped him by changing the subject. Zay thought, since the flood in the dark cave in Kikayo City is related to the tide, then the Heracross forest, which is closer to the ocean, may also be caused by the tide. But it doesn't seem like it. The flood there has no rules at all. It can be big or small. What if it's someone from Yanmo City? Putting aside the questions in his mind, Zay focused on the task in front of him. No matter what, making money is the first priority. Same. Yanmo Gym will also send people to block it at fixed times. Sushin said as a matter of course. The dark cave is almost built, so it's not unreasonable not to use it at all. After all, it's really convenient. but unlike what I imagined at the beginning, the use time of this channel is greatly limited and uncertain. The most important thing is that no one knows whether the tide will suddenly break the rules. If something happens, it will not be fun. For example, the maze of the Earth Dragon's Nest is enough to make people feel overwhelmed, not to mention natural disasters. Maybe some people think that they can ignore those who are lost in it. After all, the official said that the dark cave is an abandoned passage and does not support walking. However, this is the responsibility of a city's gym. No matter what the reason, no matter whether those people are dead or alive now, it must do what it should do. If not, then people in every city will not have a heartfelt pride in the gym in their hometown. This is the sense of security that generations of protection bring to people. After all, the dark cave belongs to two cities, rather than just the wilderness. Once someone is in danger inside, the gym still has to rescue them. It's 1:30 PM now. You can enter immediately after the tide passes tonight. What I'm most worried about is that you can't find the trainers who died quickly and can't evacuate smoothly before 3 AM tomorrow. Since he and RC are close friends who have risked their lives together, Soten can be considered Tetsua's elder. In addition, after several meetings and Tetsua's help just now, he looks at the problem from a personal perspective. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother to care about the other person's safety. He would pay the other person to do the task, which would be great. As for withdrawing halfway and continuing to search tomorrow, it might be too late in terms of time, and the repetition rate of the search area would be greatly increased. Because of the environment inside the dark cave, Soten searched for a long time, but couldn't find a trainer willing to take on this rescue mission. At this time, it had been a long time since the first trainer who reported the distress information was trapped. If Tetsua's rescue was delayed, then the group's only hope of survival would probably be gone. It's not that Soten is unwilling to go down and search in person, but as the gym leader and guardian of Kakayo City, this kind of thing is not enough for him to do. It would be tragic if something bigger happened during the time he was down there. This is also a rule of the league, and his performance in the cave may not be much better than Tetsuya. No problem, leave it to me. Tetsuya showed considerable confidence in this. The mission reward is probably. Seeing this, Soten did not say much. This is a choice of each trainer. He turned to talk to Tetsuya about the mission reward. Okay, if there is no other problem, I will go to prepare it first. Not long after, the two people who reached a consensus smiled at each other, and Tetsuya took the opportunity to say goodbye. Soten nodded. Looking at Tetsuya's back as he left, he sighed slightly. I hope the food reserved by the group is enough to last until now, and I hope they can find a place to avoid the flood. Soten did not expect Tetsuya to bring everyone back alive, but even if there are only one or two, it would be a good thing. Hello, Zayama-chan, it's me, Soten. He turned around, walked into the gym and dialed a phone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.